Well, good evening. Happy Friday. It's Friday, December 6th, 2024. We are here. I am here. A little bit late. Seasonably late, will you say? 10 minutes. It's not too bad. It's been 2 weeks off, so we'll see if I can remember to hit the buttons. How you guys doing? How was your week? What'd you guys do? I had a rough day today, man. I'm glad to be here to talk about some fun stuff and not, law. Different law. I don't know. No, I remember to press live. It should be live. I believe it's live. Checking in with you guys. How was your week? What were you doing? Did you have fun? Is it cold where you are? It is cold where I am. Is Leo back yet? Leo comes back on Sunday. And I can, if you guys want, I can show you, we get these cool little progress videos. All the little progress videos of his daily happenings and routines and things that he's learning. He's not the same dog. This dog is a different dog. I don't know if he is or not. My mic is sounding off. I'm getting reports. Let me see what's going on. Where is the setting? What microphone is hooked up? Bad sound, you say. Let's do this. Let's unplug this one. Is that one any better? You know what? If it's peaking, this is what happened. I know what's happening. Hang on. We're going to make this better. I don't want to do that. I don't want to torture you guys. I'm sorry. I don't need to be screaming. Like I said, you find out if the go away and all of a sudden all the things fall apart. So let's do this. Because audio devices, go to sound. Let's try that. Is that a little bit better? You gotta let me know. And I will probably also mess with it a little bit more. See, why is it doing that? Let's try to unplug and then replug it in. Now you guys say it's very quiet. So it's like having a fight with all of this. But okay, let's see. Is that any better? You got to let me know. Chat has to let me know. Let's try one more thing. You know what? I wonder if it may. See, and I'm wondering if there's a distortion on the mic because all of these things got kicked over and bumped. Let's do this. Give me 1 second. And we're going to do an unplug and a replug. And we're going to see if that helps at all. Okay, let's see. It should be getting a little bit better, a little bit better each time because the sound should be adjusted. It was trying to pick up stereo sound. I don't know why. Guys, I don't know what's going on. People are saying it's much better on the sound front. All right, people are saying it's better on the sound front. Not great, but better. Just sound a bit more quiet. Well, let's do that. We're going to go up a little bit more in levels and see if we can't get a little more gain. And then we'll go ahead and do this. There we go. All right, we're going to try that. We're going to try that. We're going to see if that works. We're going to do it for a little bit, and we'll figure out if that works or not. Look, these things happen. Live streaming is fun. It's always fun. It's even more fun, when you kind of try to build out the studio, end up wrecking half of your stuff and have to unplug and replug in cables. So it just is a nightmare. But yeah, so those guys can't see. Got the studio kind of back up. So we're a little bit bright right now, though. Let's see if we can't balance that out a little bit. Much better. Oh, there we go. Much better. I don't know what it was. I think it was kind of a little odd. We'll see. So let's see if I can't move out of the way. See if you guys can see the background. Just go back there. Look. Find it. There's the Jerry. So we got somewhat of a background up. Tie is back in place. Got little things here and there. We're trying to do things here and there. So how you doing, bud?
Well, life is chaos over here.
You gotta report to me if my audio is funny, because the chat's complaining about the audio and I can't hear it. And the chat is usually delayed by like 10 seconds.
It sounds fine to me, but chat is smarter than I am. So, yeah.
Do you see the background? I spent a lot of time getting all that up.
That looks vaguely Christmassy. Oh, and you got the jury back.
Yeah. They're all back and hanging out. So how's your week, buddy?
Well, they just banned a ton of stuff. So
I saw you've been busy with the gun coverage.
I gotta do more, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting times. So yeah.
Well, there's been a lot of gun news. Luckily, we're not going to cover gun news today. We're going to cover things that are more entertaining. Actually, I completely lied about that. I realized that one of the cases I want to talk about was a gun case. Dang it, but it's a different hypothetical. So we'll see.
Please tell me it is not did he use a VP9?
No.
Okay, good. Because if you were going in on that, I was just going to be like, Rob?
No, it's not. So it's the worst. There was the Supreme Court oral argument this week, and it's not the one that everyone thinks is that I'm going to talk about. I'm not talking about that one. Although the lawyering in that one was very good, I thought. However, there was a Supreme Court oral argument this week that was very, very fascinating because it was kind of like law school argument.
And it was argument. You're talking about Tuah already?
Oh no, she lost every oral argument that she ever tried. He's going to be arguing to stay out of a lot of legal trouble in the short coming days. But this one's fun, and you're going to like this one because this is about a sentencing enhancement for violent criminal acts and the federal law that surrounds that. So there's a really interesting debate, and I'm not going to tell people the facts of the case until we get about halfway in, because when they started the argument, I was wondering, like, the justices were coming out hot and the different justices were coming out on a side that I didn't think they would. So I was kind of confused as to how they were pushing this point until we got about halfway through the argument and they relayed the facts. And I looked them up and I was going, oh, that's why this is so awkward. It's really cool. It's a lot of fun. I figured that would be an entertaining thing. Is I like listening to oral argument and debate and having intellectual legal debates, because it's, it's very rare that we usually get stuck with a lot of stupid stuff like Tuah. That lovely little debacle that we're going to cover tonight as well.
So, and I just, yeah, that one's going to be so much fun.
By fun, you mean a disaster. Did you see?
Oh, yeah.
Did you catch any of the audio from the Twitter Spaces or the X Spaces, whatever it was?
Oh, I did.
Oh my gosh!
I'm just gonna say, live your life in a way that you don't have CoffeeZilla showing up in your Twitter space,
annihilating you.
Yeah.
I figured we'll play that and get a good laugh out of it.
Yeah.
I think. Wait, Henhouse Bath Company. I think there's a. Where was it? This one. This is definitely worthy of a call out. Henhouse Bath Company. I'll be on replay crew out celebrating my 1 year cancer free. Thank you for everyone who supported me this year. Champagne and tiara are in order. Absolutely with the tiara, the champagne. Heck, if you want to throw a tutu on and go out and dance, be your wild self, you do it. Congratulations.
Skip the tutu. Just not that you don't have the right to a tutu. It's just
if you want to. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind because if your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, they ain't no friends of mine. Yeah. So I had a rough end of the week, man. I had a poo-poo argument today in Motions.
What did my client do?
Client hasn't done anything. Your client, your client is coming back from school on Sunday, and he's a different dog. He is completely a different dog.
You should demand your original dog.
I don't know.
I mean, you submitted one dog. You should get the same dog back. That's really how those things work.
I think arguably he's the same dog. I think he's the same dog. But the behaviors and the ability to self-regulate is looking to be a substantial improvement from where it was. Because he's Doberman. They're strong-willed as it is. How are your pups? Sorry, I thought you were saying something. Oh, Sir Smurf Anna, I saw this. Thoughts on Daniel Penny dismissed manslaughter third-degree charge during the jury deliberations because they were hung on that count. New York is odd in this regard, where they cannot consider lesser includeds until there's a dismissal of the superior charge, right? That was what I saw. So jury came back hung on the second degree and then got an Allen charge and then got released for the weekend and are coming back to consider the lesser includeds, which I think is, that to me, that sounds really unfair. I don't know if you had thoughts on that. It just seems like you're giving the prosecution a second bite at the apple. And
I mean, the system is usually unfair and usually when it is, it's the prosecution gets the benefit there.
That's true. Oh, I wanted to do this. You sent me. So your nomination is up for the Gundies, right?
It is.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to post that comment so people can. Let me see if I can catch it. What category are you nominated this time?
Most entertaining.
Oh, well, I would agree with that.
I think I'm at least like 4 units of entertaining.
4 3/4?
Yeah, maybe I'll give myself, an extra quarter.
All the way up to 5? I think all the way up to 5. So there was some entertaining stories this week. There were some less than entertaining stories this week. There was, like I said, today threw me off. I had a motions argument that really bothered me, and the judge and I were not seeing eye to eye. And I feel like I got sandbagged by a client, and it's not fun when that happens. Good news is that the trials that I had scheduled for next week are off the docket. The bad news is they're continued because of this motions argument. So, and then I've got the minis and mischief were upstairs. We've got a cookie. If you're doing these cookie trades, these holiday cookie parties where we're going to go trade colored
trades.
cookies. I don't know. You go with a couple plates of cookies and you eat a couple plates of cookies. Well, I guess you eat a couple of cookies. I guess you could eat a couple of plates of cookies.
That'd be a lot of cookie.
Yeah. But the entire like second floor, like the mid-level of my house where the kitchen is a solid like 10 degrees hotter than every other part of the house because the oven's just been cooking and there's cookies. But the good news is I get cookies. I get the rejects. So I've got reject cookies, which there is no reject cookie. It's just a cookie. And
yeah, I was going to say a defective cookie is still a pretty good thing.
Oh, so I was out of town recently. And
why?
Well, I was traveling to visit, the mama.
Okay.
That's justified, right? Yeah, I think so too. Story checks out, traveling to visit the mama. Just saving some photos. And of course, Minis and Mischief were all in tow. And Mischief 1 has been begging to go horseback riding.
Oh, Rob.
What?
We need
no, you don't. I don't need to be
this
told.
Needs like a moment of silence, folks.
I already know. I know.
For Rob's finances.
It's somber music playing, Rob's wallet getting lighter. yeah, kind of. It was and it was something that I had promised. I had promised that we can do the horseback riding and that we would be able to, sure. So we did it as a whole little family function and gathering. And what was cool was Mini Mischief 2 came along as well, obviously, but was also provided at age 6 his own horse.
Mm-hmm.
Which I was not terrified, but just very curious as to how this was going to play out.
Badly for your wallet.
Well, Mini Mischief 2 was great. And let me see if I can't find this, because I can pull this up. And share screen. So horseback riding with Manager, Mischief, and the Minis. It was a lot of fun. I was taking up the rear, and everything went well until, two things happened. One, Mini Mischief 2's horse had a scratchy butt, or itchy butt. And horses, when they have an itchy butt, they find a tree or a low bush and they do the boot scoot and wiggle on the bush. You want to see a kid kind of get terrified of what's going on. Why is this horse moving this way? And everyone else cracking up laughing because the horse is scratching its ass. It was pretty great. But another thing that was really interesting that happened is, when you're on a horse, the last thing you want the horse to be thinking is, I'd like the person that's on me to not be on me anymore.
Oh, because they can do that. They have that power to just suddenly you're just elsewhere.
Yeah. Well, I haven't ridden in years. And
did you get thrown into a bush?
No, I did not get thrown into a bush, but something spooked my horse. And you saw that I was at the back of that line, and he decided he was going to charge up. So I have never, just yanking back on the reins, finally he got up. I was able to pull him back and get him to stop, but not before Mischief's horse. She grew up riding. Mischief's horse also got spooked and went up on the other trail. And both the Minis were Mini Mischief 1, the whole I want to ride horses and be the horse person. We
Oh, did
might
you
have
cure that?
dissuaded. We might have cured it a little bit with the realization that this is a several thousand-pound animal that when they want to go somewhere and you don't want them to, you have limited power to stop them.
Oh yeah, I mean it's the same way you've got limited power to stop a Buick that you're not inside.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So getting the compliment from the Wrangler, like good horsemanship, is not really something you want in that setting. Like I wouldn't want to have to use the horsemanship, but at least no injury occurred. Then I saw what I think is the biggest damn saguaro I think I've ever seen. Look at this thing. That's one cactus. It is massive. So we also learned that we very much enjoy geocaching. You ever seen that?
I have never done it, but I'm familiar with the concept.
Well, it's a lot of fun because you're basically looking around via GPS on your phone trying to find these little hidden caches with there's nothing in them. I mean, Jack calls them, Mini Mischief. Oh, it is what it is. Mini Mischief 2 calls them what is he? Treasure chests. It's not really treasure chests, like something. We end up finding these things, and some of them have like punch codes, some of them are mechanisms, gadget boxes, and you got to type in the right code and you do all the right things and you get unlocked. And it works great.
Or you just bring a drill.
I didn't have a drill. It was in the desert, but we had a lot of fun. So every time they were looking for all kinds of little hidden treasures. Where's the next treasure? Where's the next treasure? It was a great time. And we built a bunch of Legos. So that was my last week. So when I was MIA for a very, very good reason.
Now, here's a question for you. If the geocaching directions are wrong and you happen to walk over a cliff, whose fault is that?
There was a funny moment, though. So one of them was called, I think it was called Miss Tuffet. And there were some hints in finding it. Well, Mini Mischief 1 walks into the tree where she sees what she thinks it is. She goes and grabs it. Mischief Manager's behind with her phone out, taking a picture. And is walking into this tree. And lo and behold, when Mischief 1 picks this thing up, it's a counterweight to something that looks oddly like a spider that is coming out of the tree towards Mischief Manager. And the scream that emanated from the inside of that tree was phenomenal. So,
did they seriously leave like a spider trap?
Yeah, it was great. It was hilarious.
That
in that moment,
I'm gonna give them some points for just like massive. That is some excellent, excellent trolling.
Yeah, that was great. Ali Al's asking, is there money in these? No, there's none. It's honestly just a fun activity you can have with your family and friends or whoever you want to do it with. There's little scrolls of paper in there and you sign like, I found this, yada, yada. They're a lot of fun. It's mostly great just seeing the kids enjoy searching for these things. Now we understand why Ian's up. Ian's always entertaining. He always waits for the right moment. Okay, let's catch up. Oh, there was a request to actually see some of the Leo stuff. So, we'll do this.
I'm also trying to censor one of my videos because YouTube are a bunch of cowards. And yeah, I had a video doing great numbers right up until they age limited it. And yeah.
All right. So this is Leo, who's now calm enough to be apparently on top of something at Tractor Supply. This is great, though. He doesn't know how to, he has these really big legs, so he doesn't know how to walk. Just,
What a dope.
He is. He's just a big dork. So he gets up on top of this bird seed. He's just hanging out.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Apparently,
that is black sunflower seed, sir.
Yeah. He's just hanging out in one of these little Jeeps. I don't know why that thing is $1,800. I have no clue, but I don't know if he wanted that for his Christmas but he's not getting it. We're testing out leaving him alone.
I could have that for Christmas.
See, leaving him alone in an aisle where a bunch of people are walking by. This is not the same dog. He's just so excited. He's the goodest boy. Look at me. There are treats. I see treats. I don't understand putting him up on the stuff. Yeah, I guess. You have to play a lot. You have treats. You definitely have treats. Again, we're staying on. His pee-pee's always out too. I don't know why that is. He's just a boy. Gets some roughhouse.
Yeah, I see somebody saying that they like the video I did on the CEO killer. That's what I'm trying to censor because YouTube decided in their infinite wisdom that was a violation of their no gore policy.
No.
So you can't see a single drop of blood in that video because it's fuzzy and from a distance. So I've got a big censorship by YouTube logo that I'm slapping on it to cover up the guy who gets shot, and I'm going to re-upload it.
There's another Doberman. Then there's the America.
Also, that topic is just really starting to get on my nerves because everyone's like, it's this super cool, like, you know, and it's like, no, it isn't. It's not. I really wish it was. And oh my God. Yeah.
So that's the Leo update. No, dude just looks so casual with the firearm. I mean, he's clearly put a lot of rounds through different firearms, but there were decisions made that I don't understand.
Oh, I mean, everyone is like, oh, is this guy some crazy super? And I'm like, no. This is a guy who's handled a gun before. That's it.
He's handled it. He's handled firearms before, but I don't know.
He's not. He didn't test this gun out to see.
And that alone in the decision making process kind of eliminates that entire equation. Eliminates that from the equation.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see. There's new reports on that. I have no idea where they're going to find the guy. He's going to be, apparently he's out of New York City. That's just an investigation manhunt. Good luck to the prosecutors. Are going to try and bring that charge. I've seen some of the most disgusting takes and comments on various platforms about the person that was shot.
Nobody has to like the guy.
You don't have to like him.
You know what? Some of those takes are pretty funny.
Some are comical. I mean, some of the I will say some people have demonstrated, I don't know if the take is comical. Some people have demonstrated a level of intellect that I have not yet believed them capable of in coming up with some of the things they've said. Some pretty intelligent comebacks or statements.
I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for this guy at the end of the day because he seems like a pretty giant piece of crap. So
I don't know. I'm not going to make judgments on him as a person. So I just, either way. All right, so let's catch up a little bit. What topic do we want to cover first tonight? Do we want to talk Hawk Tuah because that's going to be?
I feel like we need to be childish as a treat, and so that is the childish as a treat case.
Childish as a treat to ourselves for usually being childish.
Yes, for not being childish this far, then yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I can do that. Let's see. Remove. Catch up on these comments, see if I missed anything. Thank you for gifted memberships, Laura Christine and Jade. Thank you for gifted memberships. Phoenix, 21 degrees here in Indiana. That is not fun for anybody. I'm gonna talk about cold, and you're just gonna ignore it. It's fine. W, thank you for gifted memberships, much appreciated. Talia E, trying to figure out how to make a bedside dog ramp between wall and bed for senior doggo out of scrap wood. Anyone have tips? The problem that you run into is the length of the ramp. Otherwise, it becomes really steep. So you're gonna have to get clever with it. Like the ones that I've seen, if you have a queen size bed, you have essentially the flat platform come out and then you have it slope down the entire width of the bed so that you're not kicking in on your toes when you come out the sides. That's probably the best bet. Like bring it down the width of the bed, then bring it out a little bit so that you keep the slope enough so that dog can get up and down. That's the challenge though.
So
go.
Just, you're saying 21 Fahrenheit. So I had to go do some shooting, and this was sort of a qualification that was necessary, and it wasn't 21 in Fahrenheit. In Fahrenheit, it was -4. So yeah, that was a little fun. I'm gonna say my shooting skills degrade rapidly when you're shivering. So yeah, 21 is summer.
I get it. I'm not built that way, Ian. That's just the difference. I'm not built that way. I like cold, but not like that.
Well, if I end up getting this this hunting land, and if I end up getting a cabin on it, you should come on out and visit. Maybe in the winter.
I didn't know if we were allowed to talk about that yet.
I don't have it yet, so it's an if still.
Okay.
But if, then yeah.
Can we go hunting not in the winter?
I mean, hunting season is
in the winter.
Still pretty cold. So, I mean, we could go hunting in the early season, and then it will hopefully not be too frozen. But I think by your standards, you'll be like, why is it so cold? And it's like, Rob, it's not cold here until the snow hits your knees.
I'm not that bad, guys. I do pretty well in the cold. It doesn't bother me nearly as much as it does Mischief Manager. Mischief, she cannot handle the cold to save her life. Canonical Heat, thank you for gifted memberships. Very generous and kind of you. Adrian Angevine, already retraining. When I worked for my uncle, he would say, we cannot afford to parole you. If you actually go home, we'll have to retrain you tomorrow. Oh, okay. Interesting way to say it. Patty Hoffman, weren't you going to show Leo video at school before the audio issue started? Yep, and I remembered, and I showed him. Thank you, Patty. Ryman YYC, Runkle is so entertaining that the entertainment value of other creators are measured in millirunkles. Millirunkles? Centarunkles? Santarunkles. Holly's Hobbies, do we see a new horse in your future? I sincerely hope not. I will do a lot to avoid that.
Mm-hmm. I know you're going to try, but
one of the things that was rather dissuading to the notion of I want to ride horses is that most of the places around here that will allow you to join their barn or to rent space, there's a lot of requirements for spending a significant amount of time there, shoveling shit, feeding, doing upkeep, and doing maintenance. And I was very clear that all of that time is done by the rider and no other person in the family. So if that happens, you pick up a shovel and you are getting to work. That seemed to slow the tempo. And the thing is
that's your notion for this. In actual practice, guess who'd be out there shoveling? Guess who'd be doing a stable live stream? It'd be Rob going, hi, I'm here for Friday Night Frenzy, and I also have some stuff I got to do for one of the minis.
Yep.
And I'd be like, Rob, who's got more shit here, you or Hawk Tuah girl?
Yeah, I know. I'm trust me. I'm trying to avoid it. I'm trying to deliver on promises, but also not over deliver to the fact that promises become like permanent promises. So we're trying to balance this here.
when Mrs. Runkle and I got our first dog, and that was Ripley, she said, I will do everything for this dog. And she still does a lot for the dogs. But then she went away for a week. And that was the week when the dog was A, eating its own poop, and B, throwing up out of anxiety. And she was gone. She was elsewhere. So guess who got to clean up anxious dog poop vomit?
Oh,
yeah, that was me.
Worst too,
and
because
so
it's never solid. It's always that. Ugh.
Oh no, it was real bad. So yeah, guess who gets to you need to plan for you will be there shoveling this.
I'm not doing it. I need to find a different hobby.
Also, horses are like this big tough animal that is made of like spun sugar and glass Christmas tree ornaments.
And
because if anything happens to them, like if they get like a hiccup, it can be lethal. And
I know.
That means that one day you're going to have crying child as you're like, hey, horse isn't going to make it. Why? Because he's got the sniffles. And yeah, that's going to be a very sad day. So just, things to think about.
I know. One of my best buddies growing up married a horse girl, and they had a horse, and this horse one day was like, there's a fly that keeps bothering my eye. You know what's a good remedy for the fly that's bothering my eye? If I go to try and get the fly with something like this fence post. Even though my eye is right behind where the fly is, the horse didn't really process that and stabbed his own eye. So I'm aware that horse and the surgery for that was not cheap. So no, I'm aware that when it comes to animals and the cost of maintaining said animals, horses are of a different nature.
Oh yeah, horses are like, hey, we could have sent you to college, but instead you had a horse.
Mama Bet. So yes, it's not just Ian being a killjoy about the horsies. I just can't right now. I just want these kids to. We're just gonna get them through school. We're gonna do the school part, and maybe not the horses. We'll give them a new hobby. Matt Gear, thanks for becoming a member. The squid, the Hawk Tuah scam is the funniest thing to happen on the internet in a while. It was something. It was something indeed. Chrissy Lee, good to see you back. Finally not locked out of chat. I didn't realize you were locked out. You're laughing though, so I guess it's constantly comical. Glad to see you here. Catherine Fraser, we want more FNF. Just saying. I would love to be able to do that. Just saying. I got the studios halfway there. Hezo1, Leo's such a good boy. Love seeing him. He is a good boy, and he'll be back soon. Alex Wilson, we got our Dobie at 6 months. We were his 4th home. He's 5 now. The goodest, goofiest boy. I love my Dobies. He is a goofball. Like watching him, we call him a giraffe because they're a giraffe and a kangaroo because he just bounces all over the place. Cindy Collins, yay FNF. Yay for you being here. Boppet is a retired handler. That's a good dog. They're
all good dogs, but that's a good, well-behaved dog, as opposed to my good dogs, who are absolutely not.
Yeah. Canonical Heat, thanks for letting me hang out here. Like, subscribe, hit the bell. Love the mods and all your Harley wishes come true. Yes, please remember to like the stream. Give the mods some love. I love having them here, and they're great to the channel. Subscribe if you like the content. YouTube does that whole dump of subscribers all the time. Check to make sure you're still subscribed if you had, because it's amazing how many people find out they were unsubscribed somehow. Melissa Webb, did you see Sarah Boone's statement the other day? I did. It was something.
Oh, are we gonna go over that?
I'll tell you this. If you queue up the statement itself, we can play the statement itself, because it was on another level.
Oh man, it was. That statement was absolutely somebody just like the level of lack of introspection from Sarah Boone. Oh, I'll try to get that to you with a timestamp so that you can
well, and you
have a
see
look
that
at
Lori
it because
Vallow was adjudicated competent and then immediately fired her lawyers and is going forward pro se.
I did see that. That is a choice. I think she's made some choices there, and yeah, it's let's just say I wish her the best of luck because holy crap, she's gonna need it.
This is the person who was when they were being sentenced, we're talking about their dead children and how they were happy and productive and working in heaven. So
and that really seems like she's got a different notion of heaven than I do, because I'm gonna say if I'm working in heaven, I am kind of I'm gonna like check behind the curtains to see if it's just like a curtain and behind that is fire. Because that feels like some sort of Twilight Zone shit. Like,
did you ever see the show
welcome to the pearly gates?
Did you ever see the show The Good Place?
The Good
Place? I liked that show.
It's exactly that. It's but if I get there and it's like, welcome to heaven, go shovel out the stables, I'm like, first of all, what in heaven still has to poop? And second of all, I mean, like, why would you need to poop in heaven? That just seems like unless you're like in a heaven for people who are into that, and that just seems like even worse.
That also seems like a behavior that might get you somewhere other than I don't know. That is what
so yeah, I do not want. So yeah, no job in heaven, please. I would just like a comfy couch and yeah.
That would be nice. Yes, indeed.
Also, I dropped a link in the private chat for the Sarah Boone thing with a timestamp.
Okay.
And so then you can pull it up. And
we'll do Hawk Tuah first because that's pretty short, and then
it's pretty funny.
It's pretty funny, and then we'll do Sarah Boone. So we'll laugh, then we'll get angry, and then we'll have lovely intellectual legal debate. That sounds like a good course of action. I like this. This is a good plan. Baby steps. Thank you for the gifted memberships. The Squid. Thank you for the generous super chat. Word of advice for everyone. If the intended audience of the coin scheme is normies and not actual investors, it's a scam 100% of the time. You can't believe anyone fell for that when the
word of advice
exist.
If it's a crypto coin, like somebody has a new crypto coin, it's a scam 100% of the time. Like just assume if somebody's selling you monkey pictures or if somebody's selling you fictional money, that it is a scam. They are going to walk away with all of the real money, and you're going to be sitting there holding like a big bucket of imaginary money and some magic beans. And unlike in the stories, which tell you that those magic beans will get you a beanstalk and you'll end up super wealthy, those are the kind of magic beans that you'll find in the woods in deer season. Those kinds of magic beans. Do not eat.
the amount of time this has been coming up in cases that I've had more recently with one of the spouses having a bunch of crypto and then having the lovely making the lovely effort to explain crypto to judges who just don't understand it, and then explaining how to value it, that you can't really get the cash, you can't really liquidate it that easily, that it's not, it is a nightmare. So
I mean, the judge is going to find it real simple. It's going to be so everyone lost their money because the value of it crashed immediately, except you made millions of dollars. That's like, already that sounds like fraud right out the gate.
Oh, this is the Hawk Tuah. No, I was talking in the context of a divorce case differently.
Oh,
different context. Different context.
Oh, then trying to explain that you've actually got a real asset that is like imaginary and only digital. Yeah, that can be tough.
And yeah, trying to value it, trying to tell the judge how to divide it, trying to actually divide it, trying to keep it in place while it's being divided, trying to keep people from trading on it when it's still there. All of it is a lot of very interesting thing. But the Squid, we don't give investment advice, but I'm pretty sure that just as a practical matter, I stay away from investment things that I don't understand. And I understand a bit of crypto, not nearly enough to invest my money in it. Lady Fang, did you see that Sarah Boone thinks we're organized crime? I did. Apparently we're gonna talk about that. Through Merrick, it was disappointing to see Ian sitting quietly earlier while other lawyers advocate denying healthcare to children, but I understand it was probably the best option. We're not going to talk about that Supreme Court case. I avoid those types of topics on this space.
There's only so much you can argue with people, and that was not the case I really wanted to cover, but it is what it is. I disagree on I disagree with plenty of the stuff there. It's just like, it's not worth I'm not going to change any of their minds, and it's not it is what it is.
It's not
my country's case.
And it's not one of those topics I enjoy arguing. I enjoy arguing about stuff that I know very well. I enjoy arguing about that. And I enjoy adding to discussion where I think I have the ability to add the discussion. That is just, so we're just going to avoid that topic. The world wonders, hard to be sad for people who fall for rug pulls. It's not that I'm sad for people that fall for it. I want people to stop doing the bullshit. Lynn, have you been able to go to the PO box yet? No, and I'm going to try this weekend because it's the first time I actually have a little bit of time. Deb N, the first service dog I raised was retired this week, and we were able to adopt her. Happy reunion after 5 years being separated from her. That's a wonderful story. That's awesome. Alex Wilson Runkle, my 13-year-old going blind dog stole a chocolate chip cookie out of my bag, then ate half a can of cat
food that night.
I thought it was cat good. Okay, cat food that night. Still a good boy. See, Alex, you forgot to preface it. My 13-year-old going blind dog allegedly stole a chocolate chip cookie out of my bag. Chrissy Lee, thank you. I've been locked out of you and Ian for months. Interesting. I didn't know that. Hopefully, since I'm here now, I will be able to let in Ian's. I really hope so. On Monday. I hope so too. Good news is I have a boyfriend now, Matt, and he's finally seeing my Friday night shenanigans. Oh my. Hello, Matt. Hello, Matt and Chrissy. Congratulations also. Cindy Collins, coworkers made me cry today when I asked if I had my Christmas decorations up yet. I told them we haven't had a tree or decor for 3 to 4 years. They told me I would have a tree and decorations Monday. Ugly cry.
Oh, that is amazing.
That's really sweet. People are really cool. Debbie W. Ian, I sent you an email for a case for Monday. I hope to hear your thoughts on it. The FRE pulled today at the end of the day is nuts.
Oh, is that the sentencing one? If so, I'm planning on covering it Monday. It'll apparently somebody else went crazy on their sentencing. So
well, it's a choice.
It is indeed.
It is a choice. I don't know why you would do it, but let's see.
J. Michael RN hitting the big numbers.
My friend, so glad to see you have events this weekend. So I'm working and listening. How can we get some authentic Rob Law and Lumber creations? I have fired up the 3D printer. Is Mischief here? Is she watching? I hope she's not watching. I'm going to wait for a second because usually when I start talking, she tells me she like chimes in and says something. 3D printer's fired up. I'm trying to get a bunch of stuff batched together. I've got member gifts I've got lined up. I have a stack of boxes that have to go out. I have a lot of stuff to go.
I got zero sympathy right now because we are in week 4 of a Canada Post strike. And Mrs. Runkle is like, my dining room table, Mrs. Runkle is like, you've got to move some of that into the garage because it is a giant pile of like my dining room table is under it and I can't get it out because Canada Post is on strike. And if I send it via any other courier, it is like 4 times the price and I will go bankrupt.
I can only imagine. I've got the things that I have to mail out for your auction sitting right here next to me. I just need to write some lovely cards and print some little cases for the pens. Has Mischief showed up in the chat yet? Because if she shows up, I usually bait her a little bit and see if she shows up then I can say something like, I can actually spill the beans on myself without getting busted too badly. I don't know if I see or in the chat. There may or may not be a new 3D printer coming. Hypothetically speaking. Like just
I don't have a 3D printer, but one of the things, I've still got my Shopify store up and running, and it's costing, by the way, that costs like $100 a month to keep in existence. So I'm probably going to end up like, but that'll give me a discount when the shipping is available to send. But I may occasionally throw like a leatherwork object up there and just be like, who wants to buy this? And I don't know.
I need to get, the shop is basically done. I got a new monitor put in there for streaming purposes, so I have to get that set up. I've got Mischief's mother is in town beginning tomorrow, so we shall see how much I can get done. I did want to shout this out. J. Michael RN not only made that really nice comments, but gifted 50 memberships. Thank you, J. Michael RN. Shoot me an email, bud. I love catching up with you when I can. Please do. Canonically Heat, did you see Recovery Addict song about the three of you? I did. I have it. I will play it in a moment. You haven't?
No.
Oh, I'll play it in a second. Give me a second. WW, Daniel Penny case in New York. It's been interesting. It's should be resolved maybe Tuesday, Monday. AG tried saying the super chat and it won't let me. I don't know why it would do that. There's some coming through there. Maybe refresh the stream. Dina Kawaji, thank you very much. Much appreciated for that. And what I wanted to do was play this song. Okay, let's see. So Recovery Addict, friend of the channel. Scott is wonderful, great human being, and does live streaming a lot more than I could ever be capable of doing. Playing with AI. The AI music in particular. So let's see. Let me see if I can actually do this right. You know, you go away from YouTube for 2 weeks and you forget how to do all the buttons. All right, so we should see that. And then some people were asking a question I did want to answer real quick. People were asking if I got the Bamboo Labs. No, because Bamboo is not open source. I can't fiddle with it. And they went to a lot of cloud-based. And I've also just seen some concerns with some of the software. And I don't know that it's really worth it. So Prusa, from Joseph Prusa, is coming out with a brand new to rival the Bamboo X1C, and it's the Prusa Core 1. It's a Core XY, which means the Z moves up and down, so you can actually move the bed up and down, and it prints on XY.
Oh, interesting.
So it's supposed to move a lot faster, and I just kind of bit the bullet, so to speak.
Isn't that my job?
No, you shoot bullets. I bite them. I did see you, Jules. I saw you the other day asking a question of the attorney in the Sarah Boone case. Very, very, very cool to hear your voice on that. So anyway, Scott made a song. Let's rewind this.
We are not hearing any
Seriously? Hang on. The silence is deafening. Let me pull this down.
It is very lamb-like.
It is very lamb-like. Let me do this. Say no sound, no sound, no sound. which one was it? Was it that one or was it this one? This one. Let's try this again. Okay.
This the mafia.
Is that better?
Yes.
Of LawTube, and I took the liberty of asking AI to commemorate the occasion where we were informed that who we are by putting together a little song in the style of Frank Sinatra.
Oh, you don't know what he's referring to yet.
Which you have to be sort of tricky with because you can't give it names. It doesn't like that. But I did come up with this little ditty, nice and smooth, sentimental jazz is probably what I'd go with. And I only included Ian Runkle and Rob from Law and Lumber in this song because I'm confident they won't sue me over this because they say we're all criminals.
Let me call my lawyer.
Let me call our lawyer. Okay, let me see if I can't, because that was a snippet of it. So let's see if we can get the. Should be right about here. There we go.
In this song because I'm confident they won't sue me over this because it does basically say we're all criminals.
In the alleys of the internet dark, three faces rise, igniting a spark. Recovery addict with a smile so sly, under moonlit screens whispers fly. Uncle of the Bailey, the lawyer's grin. In the shadows, deals begin. With the gaze so keen, he reads the lies that in the court of pixels justice flies. Oh, the godfathers of YouTube land, with secrets, help, and blood on their hands. Charming devils in suits and ties. Behind those screens, the truth belies. More than godfathers of YouTube land, with secrets, help, and blood on their hands. Charming devil.
It's the part there is says blood on their hands.
Oh, you, Rob.
Oh, I don't remember all of it. I remember some of her statement. I know.
We've got to watch this so that you can be fully
okay. But it's
yeah,
it's a lovely ditty. Hang on, I gotta get rid of it.
Charming devils.
Suits and ties behind those screens, the truth belies. Law and lumber strong as oak, building empires with words bespoke. In the courtroom of online fame, their legacies etched, never the same.
Yeah.
Oh, Scott.
Late nights in their digital den, playing the roles of virtuous men. But in the glow of the blue-lit screens, echoes of their past unseen. Oh, the godfathers of YouTube land, with secrets held and blood on their hands. Charming devils in suits and ties, behind those screens, the truth belies.
Creators heard this in the mall yesterday. Love.
Oh yeah, Scott gave me permission to share that. It was that was how good is that?
that was pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, so now to give that context, I guess we got to do the Sarah Boone thing, right?
We absolutely do.
Okay.
Also, I'm re-uploading my not a professional hit video with a YouTube censored version that maybe they won't kill.
So in answer to canonically, did I see Recovery Addict song? Yes, I did. And I loved it. And it made me laugh. And now this is about to make me cry. So Sarah Boone was sentenced this
I don't think it's going to make you cry. I think it's going to make you throw things. Those are different sentiments.
I've heard it once. And even when I heard it once, I was going, well, holy shit. Well, you'd be, I don't even smoke, but I'm craving a cigar and a piano right now. Me too. I wish that was not bad. I kind of liked it. It was awesome. I actually had Scott send me the raw version of that song. So I actually have the actual song itself that I need to find a way to put to some video. Maybe I'll do it as an intro or background someday. I don't know. All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead and swoop to this one. Charming devils in suits and ties is my favorite line, which is odd because I don't ever come on here with a suit and tie. I was wearing a full suit, tie, everything today. I even have little lapel flowers that I would like to wear.
I wore a suit and tie once for all of this, and that was just because Chet was like, you need to show us this. I told them I got a new suit, and they were like, show us the suit. And I was like, okay.
I got 3 new suits upstairs from my suit guy. Maybe I'll wear those next. Maybe I'll show you guys next week. I don't know.
Yeah, it sucks when you have to have a suit guy because suits are not cheap.
No, this is. I will tell you though, it is worth every freaking penny. Every penny.
Man, I would so prefer if they just like allowed us to wear casual clothes in court.
I like my suits. I have little T-Rex cufflinks that I wear. I love them.
Man, I would be there in just like whatever. I'd be there in this. I'd be there in like my the Snake Must Hiss shirt. I'd be there wearing, I'd rather wear like a tight t-shirt that says juicy on it than a fucking suit in court.
All right. Well, with that lovely preview in mind, now that I'm sitting here thinking of like Ian showing up to court with like a juicy velour like tracksuit with the hair in a ponytail. Oh God, nope, can't do it. I'm gonna swoop to something happier. And by happier, I mean more miserable. Okay, so we did the swoop. I guess we're doing this. We're doing this. Here we go. Sarah Boone has taken the stand. We're gonna watch this part, and then I'm gonna just go ahead and just spoil it for everybody because we all know she gets life. Not a surprise.
Boone, you can be seated. You've been previously sworn.
How's the audio? How's the volume? Is that loud enough, or did I go up a little bit?
Oh my God, the censored version, they have limited it for some reason. Request
You're
review.
You're kidding. That's
Nope.
laughable.
Nope, not at all. Yeah.
Adam, I've watched this 12 times. It's still good. It's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna go to 1.25 because I don't need to hear her at regular speed.
Don't we though?
You
No.
may inquire, sir.
For the record, just state your name again.
Sarah Boone.
Now, this is unlike a trial, so you're allowed to speak in a narrative form, as well as I understand you have taken some notes or written a letter that you want to read from, and then you want to speak to the court after that.
Yes.
Why don't you go ahead and get started?
This is actually an edited version of.
This is funny because this is the edited down version. I want to see the director's cut.
I don't.
Oh,
I had a
I
lot
do.
to say. I've had a lot of time to think about things, and I didn't really know how to put it on paper. And I didn't know how much I could say or how little I should say. So what I have here is, like I said, an edited version. But I would like
Why
to
would you
read
tell the jury
more
this?
important parts
It's not
that I feel that everyone should.
It's just the
Or
judge.
why would you tell the judge this rather? Sorry, not jury.
Because I don't know if she's smart enough to know the judge already made up his mind. I don't know. There was nothing this woman was going to say during this statement that was going to help her.
Maybe she might have been able to. And you know what isn't
Well-
going to help? What she does. But
I know. I know.
No, that wasn't said in my actual trial. And on top of what I have on paper, this is just the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. So I wanted to read this, and then if I may, I would like to
don't
address
say
everyone
just the tip during
in
your
my
sentencing.
apology on top of my statement.
You may proceed, ma'am.
He's like, get on with it.
Suguroi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style which means to repair with gold. In this tradition,
Suguroi.
Now, this part, I was driving when I heard this, and Ian, you know I have a very special affinity for kintsugi, right?
Yep. I mean, I would own some if I could afford it. The problem is it's like $2,000 for a teacup.
Yeah.
One
so kintsugi
teacup.
This part really pissed me off because I have used this example to kind of explain some of
But did you say Kinsu Suguroi or whatever the hell it was?
it very much, I don't know. Golden repair is what she's referring to, but it's not. Kintsugi is the golden. It's the actual act of it. So it's really pissed me off. I was actually like, I kind of was broken. Like COVID shut down my law firm. I was owning a law firm, so I was shut down a law firm. Wasn't able to pay employees. Wasn't able to pay myself. Wasn't able to do a lot of stuff during the COVID issue. Prior to that, I lost my father to a battle of cancer. At the same time that I had a marriage falling apart. So all of that transpired in a single year. Well, leading into a single year. All of that transpired, and I was basically completely broken. And instead of falling, I picked myself up, started one step at a time, rebuilding. And I started rebuilding in my shop with my hands, making things, building things. That's how I rebuilt a lot of me. So the act of kintsugi was something that I very much had a very strong affinity to. I love this, love it, to the point where when I break something, I actually go back and try to repair it, oftentimes with resin that I will try to stain or dye in a different color or tone. And I have shared this love for this art with some very select friends, including some of the friends that you see a lot on YouTube, to the point where, yeah, Ian, and others, a lot of us use.
You know what the worst thing is? She makes this into like a whole theme. It's not just like a one-off comment. It's like you don't need a theme for this.
And she actually misses the point.
She's 100%. She misses every point. Like the only point in her entire thing is on top of her head. And it is so frustrating.
Yeah. So when I heard her reference this, I was like, wait, what the fuck? We're really going to do this? You're going to use this? Let's see where you go.
Tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is a part of its history, and each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kintu Suguroi. In my wisdom, and with all of my repairs, then, now, and ongoing, God
you don't get to talk
has
about
been, and
your
will always
wisdom.
be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, forced into being pro se.
Is that a haiku?
No, because a haiku has a limited number of syllables, and that sentence had an unlimited number of syllables.
What's the poetry? The form of slam poetry? Is it slam poetry? Second degree murder, violations, constitutional. She's just picking words.
You see how she says, I have been able to overcome the injury by the dead guy? No. Oh my God. Like if I'm her lawyer and she's like, this is the statement I want to present, I'm just like, or you could just go up and spit in the judge's face for a half hour. Like that would be a better statement. So
might be. Because you'd run, I mean, arguably you'd run out of spit within the first like 5 minutes. So you're not doing as much damage as the whole statement did in this one.
I don't think she runs out of spit. I don't think that is a problem she has.
I thought the scoundrel detectives was interesting. I mean, that's, I mean, man, were we in the 1920s? Like scoundrel detectives. Really?
Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable. Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion to be set free from sorrow. Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache.
Humility,
irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves, no matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice. It doesn't matter. As the more broken you are, even though now different than before, you've become more outstanding and more extraordinary. Above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger and cease from resentment, this is forgiven. And when you forgive, you heal. And when you heal, you move forward.
When I was listening to this, I was initially like, is she going to demand forgiveness? And then I was like, no, wait, she's going even crazier. She's going to say she forgives them, isn't she? And that is exactly where she's going. She's going to forgive the people who she has wronged. I'm like, yep.
I just figured out she's not Kintsugi. She's gold member from what's it called? Austin Powers. Jinx Yomiko.
Yeah,
Goal begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole
laughed
from,
at doesn't
lied,
belong here.
terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. I forgive George
and she
for
thinks
beating
she's
me
doing well.
senseless, for trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day, for ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, destroying the television we watched together, for wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door over and over and over, for breaking or removing the locks from all of the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether, so I had nowhere to feel safe, including the sacred space of my son's room where he beat me bloody on his bed, for terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe.
What really pissed me off about that part is the judge basically gave her free reign to give evidence or present evidence of all the things that she is saying, all of them. And she was an individual that loved documenting things. And I'm saying that these are really bad things that occur. And I'm not saying that they didn't. Just none of this was in evidence. None.
Also, she wants some sympathy, so we're breaking out the little.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Against the Tide sent me this, and it is now my new favorite thing.
She had the opportunity to present a lot of this, and it's just like she is trying to be the poster child, and she's a poster child, but not for the cause that she thinks.
I mean, she is the poster child for domestic violence in the sense of the person who is engaged in domestic violence it's entirely possible that they have no clue, and at the end of the day they will think that they are the victim, notwithstanding that
telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated dead body in the pond or scrape their remains off of the pavement, for kicking them off of the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me, for threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all of the bones in my face, like his brother Moses did to him after he kept seeing all of the bruises from George beating me, like all of the times their father beat their mother, for all of the drunken rages and fist fights with so many neighbors when wandering into their apartments during hunting expeditions after I had escaped, for drowning me in liquor and wine because I didn't want to drink, causing me to urinate on myself, then butting the end of the bottle in my face, giving me 2 black eyes and a bloody nose, For
And
making me
again, none of
experience
this,
what
you
it
had the
is
opportunity to
traumatized.
testify about this. and
Threatening
you
to kill my
testified about
friends and the
none of it.
neighbors when they checked on me to make sure I was alive and in one piece. For threatening to burn down our townhome and set my car on fire because I got a job. For holding me hostage on weekends my son was supposed to come over by keeping my keys around his neck, my phone in his crotch, and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table as a warning not to ask anything or try to leave. For stabbing me in the leg and not letting me call 911 for an ambulance or seek help, where I nearly bled to death until I concocted a lie to save him from being arrested. For just
Yeah, that's not in line with what you testified to at trial. Like, that's a little different too. This
Yep.
is, you know, usually when you forgive somebody, you kind of say, I forgive you.
And you
that's
move on.
Pretty much it. You just kind of say, I forgive you for all the things that you did and all the things I can remember you doing and all the things I can't remember you doing. I forgive you. And usually you don't do it sneering through your teeth while glaring and reciting every single
This is
malady
somebody with
or
a personality disorder who has learned the language of therapy and now figures that it's a great weapon. And that's the problem with some of these, some people, when they go and they learn this language and just use it for their own purposes. And it's like, ooh, no.
Yep. And I see you guys saying that George's brother and mom walked out when she heard this. Yeah, I would too. I wouldn't be able to sit here and do that. No way.
I mean, walked out or like, would you walk out or would you walk up and
well,
yeah.
I would like to think I'm more restrained than that, but I don't know if I don't know. I don't know. Walking out in tears is probably the most composed that someone could possibly be.
I would just
in
like,
hearing all of this.
bailiff, can I just have like 2 minutes? Like, can you just take a bathroom break and, I promise I won't go too far, but, I just need like a couple of minutes here.
She's a special person.
destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called. For me experiencing ever being arrested and after today, prison. For beating me almost blind, crushing my occipital lobe. For having me experience what it means to see stars like in the cartoons, where a character has a tall lump on their head. I had that too, and many times. For dragging me downstairs by my hair in the middle of the night just to sit next to him. For taking my car driving drunk with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept, even after I kindly explained the importance of my car, to take my son to school foremost, me to work, and he to his batterers intervention classes and probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him. For causing me so much trauma and pain, mentally, physically, emotionally, I had to be hospitalized more than once. For destroying my reputation and integrity, for my M for murderer scarlet letter, not letting me feel safe to live, talk to other people, spend time with my son, have a job, friendships.
She literally says, I forgive you for making me wear my scarlet M for murderer. Honey, here's the thing. Murder is committed by someone engaged in an act or behavior. You engaged in the act or behavior that resulted in the other person being not alive. You put that lovely M right on your chest and tried to just gaslight everyone on the way. This is Ron White does a stand-up he did a long time ago about him getting pulled over for drunk driving. I don't know if you've ever seen it. You know Ron White, the comedian?
No, I'm not familiar with this one.
He does a stand-up and he basically says that the cop pulls him over and he says, sir, you have the right to remain silent. And he says, I knew I had the right to remain silent. I just didn't have the ability.
Oh, that's an old one.
Yeah, exactly. Tater. Yeah, they call me tater salad. Yeah, that one.
Simply go to the bathroom with the door closed, or go to sleep soundly or comfortably. I forgive George for lying, for him trying in so many ways, so many times, to end me with his terrifying love. I also forgive the Torres
And the
family,
thing is
his mother and father foremost, also his 2 ex-wives and daughters,
Can I
all for knowing
rant?
who George was. capable of and have
Yes, you may.
The last thing I want a client doing when they're doing one of these things is sounding like they're being overly clever. You want
Yeah.
people to sound like they're speaking from the heart, like that they're speaking. And so, like, when she's got this pre-packaged, pre-prepared, like terrifying love, you know, like those things, it's like, oh my God. Oh my God.
has done in the past, his history of violence and where he learned it, than to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help. All of his siblings, including Farrell Torres, who is now on his way to prison for stabbing the mother of their baby in the side of her head. For everyone who knew what George was doing to me, sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they all ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in bed at night the uneasy question, what could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the time Sarah tried to, by asking for help from all of us and so many times. Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media, which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning. My family law case is the new prey waiting to be picked apart and pillaged from me being made infamous.
We are mafia dons. I will accept your protection money. No, I just what?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. The first is what, and the second is the fuck.
This is just like it's her parting. It's her. This is the thing. She knows this is her last hurrah. So she is going to go out there and basically say every single thing that she possibly can. Organized crime that is social media. What's funny about that is there is a certain part of social media that can sound like organized crime, and it usually revolves around like crypto coins. So we can talk about that level of organized crime. But this was
by social media in my criminal case. It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward. Social media has made me
no. Bad Sarah. No, you cannot forgive us for recognizing that you murdered somebody and then be forgiven for murdering said person and just moving on with your life. That's not how the criminal justice system works. It's a little bit different. This is
me a pariah. It has caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantages, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my cases online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, and uninfluenced successful conclusion was heavily depleted and poisoned. I forgive them.
how.
Also, all of the media tycoons for not having a life of their own, trying so desperately to make themselves seem.
Do we still have media? What books is she reading in prison right now? Because she is like writing out of the 1940s. Now we have media tycoons, we have mafiosos, we have scoundrel police. Someone gave her like a Gone with the Wind novel or something, and she just ran with it.
Seems so right by making me appear so wrong. Forgiveness for prejudgment, ridiculous theatrics, lies, making and taking blood money from my and others' misfortunes, accidents, and catastrophes. It's all over their hands and their keyboards. And even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemed, in my case, still no one knows me.
Blasphemed?
Oh, we know you.
Blasphemed.
In the end,
How does one how is it, you're just running out of words in that thesaurus.
And I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant,
there it is.
bolder, and outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, for being hopeless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, and inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence and that the vicious cycle of never ends. I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen. No excuse.
Hitting anyone is wrong and should not happen.
And
Unless
like
you're engaged
murdering
in
them
active
is
self-defense. Yeah, it's not unique to women or men. I mean, it's basically hitting anyone is wrong, especially if you're in any partnership relationship, period. And Wow.
I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home and car. Having
Yep. She just said it. She said it. She should have killed him earlier
And saved her car.
and saved her car and her dogs and yeah.
2020 hindsight thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome. I think about this every day since. Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time. If not, the great possibility I would be ended as George threatened me with so many times before. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster, and no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved him. Hoped,
She
and
did fall in
forgave.
love with a monster.
I tried breaking the spell.
She's
so he
the
wouldn't-
monster she fell in love
Yeah.
with.
Herself. Yeah. I didn't need to rewatch this week.
Be
This
a monster
is
anymore.
hurting me.
I saw who he was inside. George made me then, now, and always love him for all of his cracks also. We made each other our own brilliant pieces of art from the cracks and repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be. In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will
How much crack did you smoke? What?
All of it.
forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him.
Oh, honey. Oh,
Yeah, I said this when I was covering this. It's like if you see him at the gates of heaven, it's because he's putting a bike lock around them.
Yeah. Well, you think that's
He's hanging up the "sorry, we're full" sign.
if you had demonstrated, and this is one of the things, if there was actual forgiveness and recognition, if you had actually recognized, acknowledged your behavior and actually sought forgiveness for that behavior by recognizing the severity of the consequence that you bestowed upon somebody else, then maybe there'd be some leniency, but not with this, babe. Nope.
Him how sorry I am endlessly and that I never stopped loving him in all of it and still. When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters.
Bitch, you cried for yourself.
Yeah.
No way. I don't buy that for a fucking second. Sorry. It's not 2 hours, but come on.
I wrote his family and his daughters apologizing for asking for their forgiveness, but due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom.
Alec, I'll take things that didn't happen for $1,000, that letters were ever written to the siblings or mother or anybody else. And if they were, I'm pretty sure they weren't very kind.
Any of their grief and sadness. Please forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him, seeing my stab wound especially every day especially. It truly
Oh my
reminds me that
God.
all I really did live through. George haunts me. He is everywhere. I believe because I do still love him, think of him, and miss his laugh the most. In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional. I hope everyone can, his family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that, and always, I would never. Forgive me, George. Forgive me, Torres
You
family.
would never what?
Forgive me, Judge Kranick. To the entire planet, please forgive me. I graciously and humbly ask for consideration for forgiveness.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. You said gracious and humble.
Yeah. This is the least humble thing I've seen.
Or gracious.
Forgiveness to be extended instead of judgment, for reconciliation and restoration for all of us to move forward. My apology is profuse.
Oh,
and
you're moving
ceaseless.
forward
Allow me
into a
please to brush
cell.
off the muck, wipe the blood off of my face, and fix the cuts in my skin. I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long. For second,
Please. Let
She thinks
me
she's
pick
doing
my
well.
battered self from the ground. It has been this period of time, and yes, this man is dead, but stop blaming me for his murder.
Yeah.
second for second chances, repentance, and redemption, to advocate for all domestic violence survivors, to help them overcome, heal, and still hope, always, to make their voices heard, to confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and the inside, to help them not ever become a casualty of domestic violence as so many others, to stop the abuse and maltreatment before it's too late. There is always hope, and you can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this.
Bitch, ain't nothing but soft spoken about that. There, nothing that you have said the entire time that you've been talking has been soft spoken. This is the bad thing you do not say. I do not know how to describe.
Would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor. Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke oppressors, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Isaiah
Defend the
1:17.
fatherless when she
All
killed
encompass-
some people's father? Fuck you, lady. Oh my God.
It's also, there's other parts of the Bible that she probably could
I'm
have
just
quoted that
pushing
didn't have
that,
like
I'm editing the
very-
clock. I'm pushing it a half hour early.
out of context.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now we're doing Bible quotes.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
The same. Protect the
Something
abuse.
depth or warmth.
Ms. Boone, is that the end of your written statement?
Yes,
Please, God.
He's like, "Are you done?"
Gathering your thoughts, did you want to make an oral statement?
I do.
Would you do that now?
He's like, "Can we have more Boone, please?"
You know, he probably in his mind was saying, could you do that now? He probably was like, could you maybe not? Like, could you keep that one to yourself a little bit? You know,
We've had Sarah Boone, but what about second Sarah Boone? Oh, I don't think he knows
No.
about second Sarah Boone.
My verbal statement is primarily to the Torres family, to the judge.
oh no, you said
To his
something to them
daughters.
already.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I know you
No. You're talking to the daughters? You're talking to the daughters. He's talking to the
Mhm.
daughters. You're talking to the daughters of the person that you deprived of air.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
You all know who I really am, and that I did care for George, and that I do still love George. I know you know that we had very many good days, and I
And you murdered
take
him
offense
on
to
one
the
of them.
statement of being said that this is just
You
for a
don't get to
moment.
take offense
Right now-
to shit today. That is not what you're here for. This is not your
Yeah.
moment to take offense.
No,
you get
and I'm
to-
not apologizing for a single one of these dirty pauses because there is not a face that she is making at all during this entire thing that's a friendly face.
No, it's just her face. And we hate her face because it's attached to the rest of her. And yeah. Yeah.
Now with me here in the courtroom in front of you all, this is just for a moment. But the moments before that, in order for me to be here, is
mean the
endless.
one where you
It's
killed him?
everlasting. The scars that I have on the inside, my outside scars have healed, except for my stab wound. But this has changed me as a person to see things differently and to understand things differently and to not be weak and just try to protect yourself, and forever, regardless of the time that I may receive from today, I forever will have.
You keep using forever, and I feel like you're using that word appropriately.
I was
Right
going to say,
there.
there's going to be a lot of forever.
There's a lot of forever. You use that word, and that's the first time you use a word like appropriately. I will forever think about this. I hope you do. I really hope
Yep.
you do.
She's going to have 4 walls to ponder this in.
Side note, I told you, you cannot get a normal pause during the entirety of her statement because she is sneering the entire time.
Oh,
This
she is
experience,
a
I
piece of
forever
work.
will have George Torres with me in my heart, in my mind, my body, and my soul. As he and I used to say that we were one soul split into two bodies. This is not just for a moment. It may be for everyone in this courtroom, but when I leave, this is forever. When you all leave, that this is forever. This is forever for everyone here, and
Especially
those who
you.
it matters to most.
Yeah, yeah.
I am one of those who will experience this forever. I'm
In-
sorry.
In a hopefully very small cell with 3 square meals a day and not free to do this to anybody else for the rest of your well-being or for the rest of your livelihood. I mean, yeah, you will experience this and live with this forever. So, the judge didn't have to give a statement because she gave it herself.
Oh, I mean, if the judge had anything written on his piece of paper other than life in prison, and I wish we had I wish that they went and did these where they like recorded multiple angles and that then you could go back and watch like the different cameras. Because
Oh my
I am
God,
betting,
I cannot imagine.
I just want to see the judge cam because there's a gesture I want to see if the judge makes. And here's the gesture. It's when the judge looks down, picks up his paper, puts it aside, and grabs a new paper. That's the moment when you know that you've changed a judge's mind, and it is rarely on sentencing in a good direction. I have seen it where the judge takes their previous sentence and is like, nah, we're going in a different direction beneficially. But I mean, would you reduce a sentence for any of this? Not I.
No. And I think this is pretty spot on. The judge, I mean, recognizing you don't have to give a summary as to why you're doing it. You did it. The facts support it. You don't have to bolster it. I think that Judge Cranick didn't want to give her any more attention. He's like, no, you're done. Bye.
Yeah. You had a good run. And now that good run is you need to go.
Yep. You've consumed enough court time. Goodbye.
Words do not define my shame, and I don't know what else it is that I can say and convey.
So
You could have said a whole lot less.
How this happened. The ifs and whys and how really don't matter. It happened, and I'm sorry. Words cannot describe. And I hope that everyone can forgive me.
Really? Because you used a whole fucking lot of them. Like a whole lot of them. So you certainly tried to use all the words you could find to describe everything.
Like, she burned through the whole thesaurus today, and
Several.
The Torres family, most of all, and his daughters, because I know what he meant to them. And I don't think that anybody ever understood what he meant to me and I to him. And I ask for forgiveness.
Oh, wow. That took like a
President,
long
I
time.
have just 1 or 2 questions, if you don't mind.
Oh, no.
And you can speak on it if you want or not. But this
Question number
is a
1.
unique
What is
case, and
wrong
one
with
of-
you?
One of the reasons it's so unique is that you were in jail for 4.5 years prior to your trial. And I understand that when you were brought up as a child that you did have.
This part's really going to piss me off. It's really, really, really going to piss me off. I remember it. It's the first part pissed me off. The whole thing, but this part really pissed me off too.
Some spirituality in your family, some church, some religion.
Always.
But I understand that you got away from that. Did you have a chance during the 4.5 years to look back at your spirituality?
Absolutely. You know, everyone supposes that this is one of the worst experiences of my life, and it's actually been one of my greatest. If I were not beaten to death, I was going to work myself to death on the outside, and I never had time to get back into my Bible and to pray and to be with the Lord. And I, being here incarcerated, have had time, of course, to get closer to God, to reacquaint myself to him and realize what it's all about.
Sounds like you need more work at it, and it sounds like you're going to have more time to work at it too. So we're just going to give you that time. I'm going to give you that time to continue building that bond.
this is all temporary. And when I say temporary, I don't mean by being set free in jail or from prison or wherever else. It means being set free and temporary, meaning that you work for something higher, you work for God, that you strive for your crown to be placed upon your head by Jesus Christ by being said, you have done well, my good and faithful servant.
Jesus Christ ain't going to
I've
put
always
anything on
tried
your
to
head.
be a good and faithful
No.
servant.
He would like to be removed from this conversation, please. I mean, I don't know if I would say that properly, but you're just missing the point, like a lot of the point.
I was just a servant as opposed to doing all that I can when.
Oh, so who were you serving when you zipped the suitcase shut? So what's that logic?
My family were alive and I was going through everything up to this point. I've become so much more closer to the Lord, and it's made me such a better person. And I hope that I am an example
No, it
going forward
hasn't.
of the Lord's light and can draw
if this
many
is
people
better
to me
person?
because of it.
This is a good person. This is a good person. She wants to be an example. She is an example. She's a remarkable example of exactly what the fuck not to do. Like, she's a great example of how not to act. Like, this is a phenomenal example of what not to say at a sentencing.
Mhm.
So she wants to be an example. She's a great example. Just of the wrong thing.
Any follow-up, Steve?
No, I assumed that was.
No,
state
she
is like-
tanked herself. Yep.
The state is like, how could we do any better than this?
Yeah. Do you really want me to dunk on this? I didn't think I had to, Judge. I mean,
This is really
yeah.
can we just stop? She's already dead. Because
yeah, kind of. Yeah. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Anyways, that was traumatizing. So let's go to a topic that's gonna make us laugh, please.
Did you see the pen pal too?
I didn't. I'm not gonna watch that one. I can't. Her case is done. She got life. It is gone. I don't want to read another word from her or hear another word out of her mouth. I'm done. We're probably gonna get a part deux with Lori Vallow. Oh,
Hamana.
AG, why is cry to call the currency when the only thing that you can buy with it is actual money? Working on cases. Oh, crypto. So why is crypto called a currency? I'll bring that one up later. Ali Al, thank you for becoming a member. I have questions. Thanks for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Canonical Heat, charming devils in suits and ties is my favorite line. I love that too.
I kind of feel like I want to get a I kind of feel like I want to make a shirt that says that.
Charming devil. Yeah, I think I want to.
Like that might make decent merch.
Actually, probably would. Miranda Fortune, thank you for the lovely chat. Cat Lady Ballerina, did I miss any commentary on the Ding Dong Gingras? I haven't covered that case. I know Ian has a little bit. I don't know if there's been updates in it, but no, we didn't comment on that.
There's more to Gingras being a wang rod, but yeah, I'll have some discussion of him on Monday probably.
All right. I love when lawyers do stupid shit because it's really funny. Sandy, thank you for gifted memberships. It's really nice of you, Sandy. Canonical Heat, loved Ian's new suit, but saw you both in suits at Debt V Heard. That's true. We were both in suits. That's true. CSI Canton, Ian, wear that to Rob's stag party. Joy W101, my stag party, any stag party that I would have right now is, it's called naps. We're just gonna take naps. We might shoot some stuff, but naps.
I mean, naps are legitimately and objectively pretty awesome.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, naps are good.
Oh no. Joy W101. When I showed up for jury duty years ago, the defendant showed up in a velour tracksuit. I didn't get picked. Don't know why.
Did you say
Sandy,
like audibly, what the hell is he wearing? Because that does tend
guilty,
to
guilty.
That's kind of the if not guilty, why is he wearing the guilty clothing?
It's not guilty. Why look guilty? Sandy, thank you for more gifted membership. Sandy, that's really nice. You don't have to do that. You're a mod. You're already donating time.
Yeah, if you're not guilty, why are you dressed like that?
Ian Paler, tone deaf jam poetry. Yeah, it kind of was. You could probably take her entire sentencing memo or her statement and put it to a beat, and it might sound like something. Well, Crazy Cat Queen. I was furious at Boone. First off, it's Kinsukuroi. Secondly, she doesn't get to use this because she doesn't understand it, nor is she it. I'm still cursing. I know. I completely missed the point. If you'd like me to fill you in on the point of Kintsugi, it's not that you become, it's that you're changed and you outwardly reflect the change. You don't shy away from it or dismiss it. You don't replace it with something new and shiny. You outwardly reflect the damage that's done to yourself, and that you are still you, broken, damaged, but repaired and restored. So,
I mean, she's not repaired or restored. She's just
no. That is the super glue version of Kintsugi.
not even like super glue. It's like, yeah.
What's the paste that you use for to make like paper mache?
The thing is I don't think she's more the eating paste type at this point. So
one of the kids picked up a glue bottle and it made a comment about edible. I said, "This isn't edible," and I almost made a comment back. I'm like, "Oh, kid, you were raised in a different time."
I mean, it's edible, like in the sense of like glue, doesn't mean you should eat it. It's like, this will not kill your child if they happen to get some of it in their face. It doesn't mean delicious.
That's true. Southern Mom, the Belly Ferris burn pile murder trial sentencing statement out Boone Sarah's rant. It was insane. I'll have to check that out sometime. I did not watch that trial. I was in a series of trials during when that was going on.
I didn't watch it, but people are saying you have to that I have to cover this on Monday. So Monday we're gonna watch that sentencing statement and just be like, let us rejoice in that we are not this person.
DSN, thanks. I missed my new membership. Well, that's awesome. DSN and gifted memberships in return. Thank you, DSN. Anon Mouse, Sarah's statement reminds me of those abuse fanfics edgy teens write on. Yeah, it is kind of like it is very teenage writing where they use a ton of words thinking that it's more impactful that way. I mean, lawyers do that too.
It's very much, I think I'm really smart and I'm not. That's where she's at.
Yeah, that is kind of it. Book Dragon KSC, my contribution to the Oaken Mafia Don. Thank you. And all the screaming goats. Who's working overtime this week? Thank you. Okay, Rab, if it
I think I might wear my screaming goat out.
Just because she put Al Sharpton and Amber Heard into a blender and came up with this apology. Smooth move, Sarah. It's kind of funny. Kimchi, thoughts on the whole Daniel Penny thing? I kind of relayed those thoughts. I did not watch enough of that trial and know any of the facts going into it. I think at the very least it's overcharged, and I was hoping for an acquittal. So we'll see. But I know the jury's been torn. Michigan Farm Boy, well, go ahead.
We'll see.
Yep. Michigan Farm Boy, dim-witted was the only part I agreed with in this diatribe. Adrian Angevine, so he's a monster who abused her, but he's going to meet her in heaven. Someone abused me, I'd assume they wouldn't be seeing heaven. Well, she conflated a lot of things in that.
I mean, she's not seeing heaven.
Karen, I'm still excited for the pen and Andrea's gloves. I have the pen here, Karen. I do. It's sitting right here. I told you.
And
they're going
Andrea
out this week.
does have your address, so hopefully that's getting on its way.
Yep. Got it right here. I'm going to print a box for it, though. Just because. My apology by Sarah Boone. I am a beautiful piece of badly pronounced Japanese art because I forgive everyone for all the horrible things they have put me through, especially if it's holding me responsible for my actions. That's a good synopsis. She probably would have gotten a lot. Well, she would have done herself a favor by just saying that. Krista limited edition.
She would have done herself a tremendous favor by just, do you have anything you want to say? No.
No. That's often the best thing you can say.
Yep. I tell my clients over and over and over again, I'm like, listen.
Shut up.
Yeah, the judge is going to ask you if you have anything to say. The answer is no. No, you don't. Because, yeah.
Chris, limited edition. You guys thought SB was bad until I saw Melly Ferris. I guess I gotta watch that one. Legalese. Judges might have given her less than life, but after that speech, gave her life. I don't think less than life was ever on the table.
I don't know.
Linda Santiago, please make the shirt. I would buy it. You know who else had horses? Alex Murdoch. Alex Murdoch. I imagine you said Alex Murdoch. Yeah, that's gives you a chuckle. Olga, no words can express how I feel. Sarah Boone, girl, you use every word in the dictionary. Yeah, that was what I said. No words can express. You certainly tried. Used enough of them.
It's like
Mountain Princess, vote Sandy Mod of the Year award. Sandy's wonderful. All my mods are wonderful. Sandy, Time, Christina, Michelle, all you guys are fantastic. Joshua, I love all my mods. If I forgot one of you, I don't hope I didn't. I don't think I did. Time.
now I'm trying to write down the exact quote. I'm gonna have to go through just for her exact quote about the devils in suits and ties.
Yeah. Koch the Frankfurter, thank you for gifting memberships. Much appreciated. Cat Lady Ballerina, there was another defendant statement that was just as unhinged, possibly more this week. Melody Farish. That's apparently Ian's going to cover that Monday. So
that's the plan.
Yep. Lori Lee Annie, thanks, mods. Thank you very much. Ika Shuttle Service. You guys seen Kurt's 49-second clip of his reaction to this? Please find and play it. I don't like to poach content. I will very much say,
go check it out on Kurt's channel. Give him the views.
Give it the view. That's the thing. Go give it the view. I very much encourage you to go do that. Absolutely.
Because if we run it here, there's 2,000 people in this chat, it'll get 1 view for that.
Yeah.
Whereas if you guys all go check it out, then hopefully it gets 2,000 views.
Yeah. So go to Uncivil Law, look at the clip for his reaction to this, watch it, and then like that, because that gives more bonus to Kurt too. Ian Paler, Ian Robert, Mad Men of the Lawtube Mafia or YouTube Mafia. We're made men, yeah. Or the Anythanks mod. Thank you. All right. So, shall we laugh? I want to laugh. You want to laugh? I want to laugh.
Okay. I think we've earned all.
Didn't mean to cut
But
you off. You saying I think we earned a laugh.
But only one. And I used it up.
Okay. So we swooped. For anyone who was on any form of social media at all over this year, you probably saw a video of a girl that was doing an interview on street and she made the comment like, "Hawk Tuah, spit on that thing," right? Mm-hmm. Or you somehow avoided that, then good for you. I'm very proud of you for doing that. But that person, that went kind of viral just in that moment, that one little clip of her saying that. And she used that, piggybacked that into a podcast, into various media appearances. I don't know that she has very much of substance that she talks about, but she did a lot of this stuff. So it's kind of taking 15 minutes of fame.
And she's managed to make that some real good money there.
She did.
Which is why she didn't need to do the thing that we're going to talk about.
And Scent Bunny, don't worry. We're not going to give her a whole lot of content. What we're going to do is talk about something she did that was really stupid and arguably going to end her in a bunch of trouble. So the best way of kind of doing this is let's
Elf Fliggins is saying, can we come up with a YouTube friendly euphemism for this topic? I think we can just say crapto. So you just take the Y and you swap it in for an A. And I don't think YouTube will censor that. And it's also more accurate. So,
yeah, and this is the problem. I know that the second that I finish this live stream, probably right now, there's probably little bots that are dumping all kinds of stuff in there. This is a warning to anyone that's watching this video after the fact. by the way, one, replay crew, love you guys. Hope you're doing great. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button. Two, if you see someone in the comments that has my face, but has like something like, I can get money, promise, blah, 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 sign up for this, it's not me. YouTube's got a little bit better about it, but there's a bunch of dupe accounts that show up to every single video that even mentions the word crypto because of how scam ridden that field is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's like one honest person in crypto, and they're like, they're probably very, very lonely.
Yeah. So let's see which article do we want to use? Do we want to use the block? Do we want to use, you know what? Let's do NBC. We'll do the version of it that doesn't go heavy intensive into a lot of the details. It's not that I think one is better than the other, but something very funny happened this week. And I mean funny, not really that it actually is funny.
I mean, it's kind of funny.
Kind of is. So a hawk to a girl. Haley Welch's crypto launch draws scrutiny. I would say so. In the next post, Welch said she and the people behind the coin have not sold any of their holdings. So what are we talking about here? This is the young lady, Haley Welch, and the one who became viral for her little internet encounter, social media. So it was a social media catchphrase, then a merchandising opportunity, and finally a cryptocurrency. I wouldn't call it a cryptocurrency. I would call it more of I don't even know what the hell you call it. Now the social media sensation who lent her viral hawk to a moment to a new digital coin is the face of the latest controversy centered around crypto and what some are calling an all too familiar racket meant to trick people out of their money. I don't know if some are calling. I think a lot of people are calling it that. Influencer Haley Welch. I hate that term. Influencer Haley Welch, who shot to internet stardom this year thanks to a particular viral interview clip, is pushing back on accusations that her hawk, H-A-W-K, the cryptocurrency she helped launch this week, is a scam after its price plummeted. Welch said on X that she and the people behind the coin have not sold any of their holdings. That's odd. Coin's market capitalization was around 28 million as of Thursday afternoon, down from nearly 500 million when it peaked. So the way that a lot of this stuff works is you create a cap. Well, think of an IPO, initial public offering, for an entity where there's a certain number of shares that entity is going to offer for you to purchase. And there are certain individuals that are the private owners of the entity by nature of their private ownership will automatically have a certain percentage of those shares just because they are the private owners. They have that capital, that equity there. And there's very strict rules around an IPO where you're not allowed to do certain things leading up to it. A lot of trades you can't do. You also can't have a bunch of people that just start buying shares to try and arbitrarily or artificially drive the price up. You also,
which, you know, the pump and dump.
The pump and dump. You also can't have those people arbitrarily or artificially driving the price up and then automatically just at a certain price point agreeing in concert to dump their shares when the price is trading high. You can see why that would be a problem, right? Pretty significant. Think Wolf of Wall Street. Now apply that to some POS thing that isn't really a commodity, but is instead just a digital asset. And one thing that I've always hated about crypto, as opposed to an IPO or a business, is that usually a business, there's something that you are buying into. The business produces something that's actually something that's there. You buy into a steel company because the steel company manufactures steel and they have a good way of doing that. You buy in, heck, you buy into Facebook or Meta because Meta, while Meta has a social media company, what they manufacture, what they create is data. They sell data, your data, private data, personal data. And these are companies that actually create something where you can see and you can actually give an appropriate value based on what you see that company creating. And that company has to put out prospectus. They have to put out certain information. They have to give a bunch of disclosures as to the nature of the business, what the business does, the risks assessed with the business, and those disclosures are very strictly regulated by the SEC as to what they have to disclose before they can actually do a public offering or even on an annual basis. Now, crypto is in this gray area. The current SEC chair, Gary Gensler, who's stepping down or who's not going to be there for very much longer, views certain digital assets as being regulatable by the SEC, but it's not clear as to which assets he does. And honestly, the space isn't properly legislated to really regulate a lot of this stuff. But they try anyways. So the allegation in this instance is that, and this is what you see from a lot of these crypto bros that are creating these digital assets, and then they market it for weeks leading up to it. And they go out and they tell people it's coming. We're going to release it. It's going to be awesome. I promise you're going to love it, man. We're going to do a pre-release for certain individuals that are of a special
Everyone's
class.
going to make huge money.
We're going to make huge money. We'll do a pre-release for like 20,000 shares, right? So you guys, the pre-release, you can get in there at a lower dollar figure, so that by the time that the other people are there, it's already trading at a higher dollar figure. You can see where the issue starts to come up, right? You're looking at pre-release or pre-sale where you're allowing people to start actively trading. So there's arbitrary number that when you open it up to the regular public to start trading on it, they're buying in at a higher dollar figure already. And there's no real regulations as to how rapidly you can sell off or how much you can sell off. I mean, it is the Wild West. So, YouTuber and crypto journalist Steven Findelson.
That's coffee.
I was call him CoffeeZilla. It's CoffeeZilla. Confronted Welch in a live X space. And yeah, we are going to go ahead and play that confrontation because it's fucking hilarious. Hilarious. So you're going to hear some terms. And in this regard, 1,000, 1 million, I don't know if there's a percentage I could agree more to this. Influencers need to learn that meme coins are not funny when they come at the expense of your fans. No shit. And the problem is, so many people are in this space right now. And I don't know, I want to see some of them go to jail. I very much do. So the team blamed.
I mean, I keep
snipers.
being tempted to just to lampshade this and create like a meme coin, which is, they always go with the 4 letters. So we'll just pick 4 arbitrary letters. It'll be like SCAM.
Or
It'd be like, so you going to invest in my meme coin?
There was a shit coin, right? There was somebody that did a shit coin.
I think so. Yep.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. Yeah.
Somebody says there's already scam coin. Okay.
Lost that one. Damn it. Guess I have to come up with
I
something else.
missed that boat.
So Welch's team blamed snipers, bots programmed to buy tokens immediately upon launch and sell when the prices spike for causing a market cap fluctuation. Okay. Here's the problem. This statement might not be true. In an X post, Welch wrote that her team hasn't sold 1 token, that no key opinion leaders or influential figures who generated buzz around the coin were given free tokens. She added that they had tried to stop snipers by implementing high fees, which have now been dropped. So you create high fees, creating a high gate or a high barrier to the people, to individuals that are wanting to trade. So they're already paying money in fees. So not in or towards the value of what you're having them purchase. That's one. So you got a problem with that. I have a problem with that. You might not. I have a problem with that. And 2, these might not be very true statements that you're making. The problem is when you start doing that, you start going and dabbling on the less than truthful statements in a space where people are actively investing. Well, then you're actually just inviting the SEC. I mean, you already know you're inviting lawsuits. This chick is going to get sued, guaranteed. There's not a world that exists where someone is not filing a lawsuit against her and the group that put this coin together. So it's going to happen. The question is it going to be a lawsuit and criminal charges or just a lawsuit? Right? That's what it's going to be. So let's see if I can't find where this gets comical. So let's do this.
I mean, it's funny if she goes to jail. It's less funny when people are losing their life savings. But it's much more funny if she ends up going to jail rather than just everyone else losing their money.
So, of course, while these things are actively trading, it's a great idea. They're like, let's do a Twitter space. Let's publicly go out and talk about these things that are, potentially setting us up for liability. God, I love criminals. They're stupid. I just love it. It's phenomenal.
I watched some of that, and it's like the beginning of it is just they're like, so who wants to ask a question? And CoffeeZilla's like, me, please. He's like, so me.
me. Why am I muted? Can I ask, please? Let me ask. I want to ask. Where was it? Oh wait, that was a different one. This one is there it goes. It was CoffeeZilla one. So one, never, if CoffeeZilla is asking for an invite to your spaces, or if CoffeeZilla is asking for, if CoffeeZilla calls me tomorrow, one, I'm going to say, I'm not going to start saying anything actively until you tell me what the purpose of the call. And I know you're recording, and please God, just be asking me for a comment.
I mean, honestly, if CoffeeZilla is calling me going, I'd like to have an interview. I'm just like,
give me an interview.
You know what? I'm just gonna I'm gonna go become a nun.
Yeah. Get thee to a nunnery. Yeah. So here we go. What is this in reference to? A digital asset. I don't know if we can call it a digital asset. A digital hypothetical asset. I think I made a tweet. I tweeted in response to this. I was like, you know what? We have these really cool things. And actually, I want to bring that up. Did you in law school, when you talked about property rights and securities regulation or anything like that, you talked about widgets, right? Yes. Everyone had to. We all talk about widgets.
Oh, I mean, widgets are the generic thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a generic thing. It's a cool thing to use for legal hypotheticals because a widget is nothing. But you can assign to it any arbitrary value you need to be in a given moment to fit your hypothetical. So, you know what? We're just going to call this little piece of shit coin, we're going to call it a widget. So this is Haley Welch's widget. And CoffeeZilla gets invited to the space and gets given speaker designation, which is the dumbest fucking move they could have done. Really stupid. You want to talk about bonehead. Okay, here we go. Ready for the entertainment? If you ever want it to be obvious that Haley Welch has no fucking clue who CoffeeZilla is, this makes it painfully obvious. CoffeeZilla's almost his entire channel is about investigating crypto scams, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
Well, and scams in general. It's not always crypto scams, but yeah.
Yeah, I gotta share because when I shared it, I didn't share the tab audio. There we go. Tab audio shared.
For a while, you guys generated.
Hang on.
This is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
I've been tracing it on chain.
That's why he's on.
Guys generated over $1 million in fees while y'all's fans got rug pulled. There was snipers, but there was also insider trading directly linked to y'all's creator account. What are you guys doing?
No, that's not true. That's
That
not
is
true.
true. That's a
No,
fact.
it's not.
Well, it's a fact, and you can see it on chain. So
Yeah, we know. We trust me. We were there. We could.
Did he just admit to insider trading?
He very much. He says, no, yeah, we know. Trust me, we were there. This is also why you don't talk. Don't do these things. Don't admit to the crime. Stop admitting.
Answer that.
you know about the insider trading?
No, there's no insider trading. That's why we can answer it.
Okay, so there's tokens going directly from the main account.
CoffeeZilla, just chill for a second.
And then it's
I like how they're saying chill, and he's not.
Definitely not us. You think we're doing this for 50K? Yeah, fucking right. Talking to the wrong guy. You're used to these bullshit scammers out here. Not us. Now, we had.
That's what everyone says, by the way.
Listen, doesn't matter. No, I'm not everyone. There was a strategic allocation, right, through a foundation. Every single one of those was signed through a SAFT. The deployer wallet. You've heard of a strategic allocation or a private
How much
sale.
did y'all get doing a pre-sale? How much did y'all make?
It's not that
selling
we
out
made.
your fans. So
Over here, can you give
exact?
Hold on, CoffeeZilla. Take a chill pill, brother.
Yeah. So
y'all just rug pulled a bunch of people.
No, there's no rug. We're here every single day. There's no rug pulled. And it's not done by us. Yeah, snipers sniped it up to an insane market.
No, it's not just snipers.
That was not us. That was
listen. You know that.
Listen, no. I'm telling you the truth.
And y'all made millions on fees from this little scheme.
There's not a.
I'm sure that's not you getting those fees, right? Who's making the money on the fees? Who's making millions of dollars on fees from this rug pool?
That's not a scheme. That's the project. So we can.
Now you're going to hear two things. You saw that one explanation for the high fees was to avoid snipers, right? You create a
that
fee
worked real
system
well,
where people have to pay a fee in order to make a transaction or a trade. So you're dissuading snipers or bots from their bots are like you're dissuading their programming from basically paying additional money or paying a fee in order to make a trade. But that's the explanation that was given publicly in one setting. Then this explanation is a little bit different.
Keep this thing going for years. Okay. That's how do you think there's so many expenses?
Who makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteora pools. And that goes to, yes, the creator, right?
Which is who? Who does that who does that belong to?
That belongs to the project, right?
Who's the project? Who is the project?
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch, right?
When you can't explain what the fuck is going on, you're not doing good.
Yep. I mean, they should have in the background the dun dun dun.
He just uses these magic words. Project, strategic allocation, project. Snipers and fees. And guys, if you're not understanding a lot of the lingo, it's fine. He's making the shit up.
Right? And
how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
CoffeeZilla.
Did she just make $1 million on fees on a rug?
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself?
I like how they're in the Cayman Islands, like that's better.
None of this is making this sound better, right? Like you're just feeling more comfortable as they're talking. I'm feeling.
You know how much it costs to set this up in the Cayman Islands, where fraud goes to happen? It's like
create a different foundation, an entity that is not an individual that you could sue directly, but an entity. Now, difficult this is.
Like, yeah.
Oh, it's giving me good. I'm loving this.
So y'all wanted to make the money on day one? I don't understand. I'm just asking.
We're here every single day.
Millions of dollars in fees from the rug.
Day 2, day 3. This is how you run a project forever. Is you have to fund that. First of all, over here can speak to the extensive amount of work and time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing. We're really trying to do something here and not just do it for one day and do it for 2 days like you're used to.
So who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welsh make of that 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running this project.
Oh my God.
A foundation we set up in one of the most notorious jurisdictions for like
not having to disclose the names of owners of foundation or give any transaction information. Yeah.
This is kind of like, imagine, you know, you're in the Lord of the Rings and it's like, so where are you located? And it's like, well, I run my, you know, my business out of, you know, like Sauron's, you know, area there. Like,
yeah.
Mordor. No.
Yeah. This is everything about this is.
Yeah. Mordor. There we go.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns zero.
How many times has bro said it's a foundation?
Zero of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation in the Cayman Islands.
Who profited over $1 million was just
I'm
made?
telling you, a foundation that pays people out. And by the way, CoffeeZilla, I'm not asking you, you know, questions that are irrelevant to the most important stuff that you said. Who cares where fees go? It goes to bills.
Well, when you're charging 15%,
it goes to accounts. It goes to.
I mean, the people who are
50% on the rug pull and you're
yeah. I'm pretty sure the people who got scammed care where the fees went.
Uh-huh.
Like the people who lost all their money, they care where the fees went.
Yep. I would care.
From the
There's
rug
no
pull,
rug pull because we didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not true. Yeah, that's defamation.
Doc,
You're saying,
do the math. Do the math.
Defamation. You're saying that we pulled the rug. There was no rug pull.
3%.
You're defaming our character.
You're not going to You just talk over me. Talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit. So why?
No,
why
you're
am I
not. You're
gonna take it
talking over
seriously?
me. Let me just lay out your tokenomics. You guys released 3% to the Meteora pool, while you have 17% of the token allocation unlocked day one from your strategic allocation. Are you guys insane? What do you guys think exactly is going to happen when your insiders get sent their tokens? And by the way, who made the money from your 17% pre-sale while you're giving a tiny piece of the pie to the public? Like, what the hell? This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it is a scam.
It's not a scam.
The tokenomics are a scam. That's my opinion. You can say whatever you want about it. You can cry defamation. That's my opinion. It's a scam.
Well,
and I only do this for a living. I've only seen 1 million of these projects.
God, does he sound overly aggressive? Uh-huh. That's also his job. Like that's what he does. So yeah, he's going in there and wrecking shit. And if anyone doesn't remember when CoffeeZilla got in on the spaces with Sam Bankman-Fried, you remember that one? When Bankman-Fried was trying to explain how nothing he did was wrong, CoffeeZilla was like, I want to ask questions, please. Thank you.
So who pays you, CoffeeZilla? Let's track your wallet.
Turn it around. Turn it around.
Over here, why don't you tell CoffeeZilla what we're doing with this
project? For you. Where did the fees go? Where did the money for the pre-sale tokens go? Why did y'all unlock day one so people could dump on Haley Welsh's fans? And how involved was she really? And how much? I just got muted.
Yeah. That's the other stupid part about it. If you're going to mute him and don't unmute him. Mute him and boot him. Don't let him get back on there and say, I just got muted.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, like
this is gold.
We as mentioned, like we raised the 17% strategic allocation that was done at a $16.69 million valuation. We tried to kind of keep that as decentralized as possible.
I want you guys to just fathom these numbers. Like, remember I said widgets, you can assign them any dollar figure or value that's just arbitrary. It's very different than companies. A company, you can look at something. You can look at the building they have. You can look at the infrastructure they have. You can look at their employees, the disclosure of what their employees get paid. SEC disclosures are remarkably comprehensive, right? Someone says that we're giving our company a $16 million valuation. You're like, cool. Where is the data to back that up? And they're like, this is the data. Look at this building we have in this one city. And look at these computers. And look at what our sales were last year. Look at these things that we have marketed, these widgets. Now that it substantiates my $16 million valuation. This dude's just here. We just gave this widget this number. How'd you pick the number? I mean, sounded cool. It was round.
Like we tried to basically, we spend a lot of time going person by person at the start, trying to raise, 5K checks, obviously the restriction there was, we discussed this extensively with a lot of different people in the space. As mentioned, I've been in the space myself for over 10 years.
So that was the comical.
I hope everyone gets to go to jail.
Oh, just talk about your worst fucking nightmare. And funny thing about it, let's see. I had the other article pulled up. Was it one of these actually showed the data? Here we go. Share. So the Memecoin plunged 90% since launch. The Welsh denied any insider sales from herself or her team. She's denied any insider sales or activity on behalf of her team or anyone affiliated entities. The thing is, they kept on saying foundation, but no one said who owned the foundation, which means how do you deny that they were part of your team when you haven't disclosed any of that information? The Memecoin was launched at 10 p.m. And quickly rose to a peak market cap of $490 million. Well, that right there is a pretty good indication that something's not good because it's jumping up that high. Price token plummeted and was trading at a valuation of $41.7 million at the time of the publication, making 91% downturn in less than 3 hours. There's the data. Just boom. Look at that. Immediately. Whoosh. And then within a very, 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 very short period of time, boom.
The sound effects are the best.
I know. According to the aggregated data from the bubble maps and blah, 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 these other insider wallet snipers and entities that rapidly buy up huge amounts of tokens supply at launch control between 80 and 90% of the supply at launch. So they had bots that were there and controlled a bunch of these things at the time of the launch, which is pretty terrifying. Here's the post that they were talking about. So this is Welsh's official Instagram account saying the team hadn't sold any tokens. No key opinion leaders were given free tokens. Launch token on decentralized liquidity protocol, Meteora to reduce sniping. Copy and pasting. Hawkonomics. Team hasn't sold one token. Not one person on the inside was given a free token. We tried to stop snipers as best we could through high fees in the start of the launch. Fees have now been dropped. 20. So here's the econ. 21% community fund. 20% free claim for Haley's fans. Reserve. Strategic allocation fully unlocked on. That's 70% got unlocked day one. So literally they gave the fans a bunch of it and then unlocked a bunch of it to trade so the number would go up so that anyone trading on it or at that time would be fucked. Public allocation. Team hasn't sold one token and not blah, blah, blah. Still according to data from Solana Block Explorer, one wallet managed to snipe Hawk seconds after launch, purchasing 17.5% supply of the meme coin for 4,000. So $993,000 at the time. So that was what purchased a big portion of it by one wallet, 17.5% of the supply. Over the next 1.5 hours. Holy shit. Sold 135 million tokens for a profit of $1.3 million. So they came in with $993,000 was the purchase. Within an hour and a half, they sold and made a profit of $1.3 million.
Wow. I'm in the wrong business.
It's just all of this is wild. Memecoin risks legal backlash. Aside from the outrage around the token's deployment, some observers suggested the launch could land Welch and her team in hot water with regulators. No shit. Several users on X claim to have filed complaints with the SEC over the meme coin, and law firms have begun advertising their services to those who lost money on the token. I told you she was going to get sued. Going to get sued. It's not a question. This is also why you get into this field, you do this crap, you are going to get sued.
And so, I see people saying that she could end up like right next to Sam Bankman-Fried. Guys, that's not going to happen. She doesn't need to worry about ending up with Sam Bankman-Fried because she'd go to a women's prison.
It's likely also that you're talking about large fine. Sam Bankman-Fried was unique because it was Sam Bankman-Fried.
Well, and also, yeah, I mean, one of the big things was, them diverting money out of the pool, which is different than selling tokens. It's easier for them to prove in a variety of ways. So, yeah.
I love the lawyers that are out there like, hey, did you lose money? Give us a call. Yep. So what kind of trouble are we talking about?
Hey, did you lose money? Give us a call. We can recover it. Not you'll recover it. We'll recover it.
This is everything about this is just a fucking disaster. All of it is a disaster. And there was one person that was posting that made me laugh. Where was it? Oh, and apparently there is data on the blockchain that shows the team selling off shares. So that even
that's
the
wonderful thing about these things is they have a chain, so
you can
all
see what's
the
going
documentation.
On. There was the one part that I wanted to laugh at one more time. Tiffany Fong, who reports on a bunch of this stuff, a bunch of the crypto space, caught this one little clip.
For the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
So that was how that. Sorry, I can't get over this. This is how. So that entire spaces went just fucking sideways, right? CoffeeZilla comes in, blows it up. It is just completely sideways. She's muted the entire time when CoffeeZilla is on, so she can't say anything.
And then suddenly it's bye.
Yeah.
The token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
She sounds like a cartoon beaver.
Anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. And it's,
Like she could be the voice of the Bucky's.
Tomorrow, like nothing happened. Like, don't worry about it. No, don't worry. Nothing really occurred. We're all fine. We didn't just get called out live. No chance. So, when does this ever come back to bite people in the ass? And do these things ever actually happen? Well, yes, Rob. I'm glad you asked that. I was just looking up at some of this other stuff. This was February 23rd, 2024. 2 charged with NFT money laundering, rug pull of digital blockchains. Oh my, that sounds interesting. Blockchain non-fungible token creators indicted for money laundering and rug pull of digital blockchains. So in Tampa, a joint investigation led to the return of indictment charging 2 people for the conspiracy to commit wire fraud and money laundering. That's how they get you. Lovely, lovely money laundering and wire fraud. And the feds love this stuff, especially if they get enough people filing complaints about all of these other things. Ink, got to be here, bud. That's fine. But do I think that something's going to happen to this? Is there grounds for the SEC to jump in here and start taking a look at the behavior that's being done? Have they done it in the past? Do they do it now? Yes, they do. They oftentimes do. So here's an indictment in 2022. They actually love to advertise the indictments they bring on these things because it's pretty fascinating. Oh no. There was a response. It's going to be interesting.
Oh, that's interesting.
Uh-huh. I'm just waiting for the lawsuit to drop. There is going to be a lawsuit.
Oh,
I cannot imagine.
Rob, there's not going to be a lawsuit. There's going to be dozens of lawsuits. You say a lawsuit like it's yeah.
It's a disaster. It was hilarious. Not for the people that lost money. I also don't think that people should be investing in that kind of crap anyways. And I think it's very much buyer beware if you jump in any of that bullshit. But the problem with the influencer marketing and the problem with why we need new legislation on this particular topic is, remember when I was trying to explain IPOs and how IPOs work and how they're regulated under the SEC? That's a very, very, very dumbed down version of how it actually works. Very dumbed down, because the legislation that governs that is remarkably complex, and the SEC publishes thousands of regulations to help you interpret that legislation. That's the SEC. And that's based on IPOs in a stock exchange that we had understood for decades before that legislation was written. Enter a digital asset and a field that we have the market doesn't know how to adjust to right now, not properly. Look at the fluctuation. Look at the volatility of the crypto market in general. It's up, it's down, it's all over the fucking place. So the legislation is not there. The statutes aren't there for a lot of protections to consumers.
Oh, but it'll get there, and
It will get there. And yeah, people like that. Shit like this that happens ends up helping get that stuff passed. Is there a prosecution that's going to come of this? I don't know. But I am very much enjoying when I see, maybe enjoying is the wrong word. The danger with influencers is influencers are trying to attract people who would not otherwise invest in crypto. No one is following the Kim Kardashians of the world or the Haley Watts of the world who are, I don't mean to say no one, but let me put it this way. A vast majority of their followers aren't going to be individuals that are very, very, very knowledgeable in crypto. It's people that you're just trying to get to make a few bucks. And if you get enough of them that put a couple of $1,000 in there, then you can scam a whole lot of people that have no business investing in something. That's why I hate this crap. We'll see. Lara, that video is very much, I'm guessing, CoffeeZilla's material and his content. And I will very much get a copyright claim for that. So what's going to happen with Haley Welch? I have no clue. No, that's a lie. I know she's going to get sued a lot, and everyone in that project is going to get sued, and the SEC might begin a investigation, and you will maybe, if they do, you'll see a consent decree or a consent judgment, like in the Kim Kardashian case, where Kim Kardashian, because once they bring the charge, they know they've got you on it. It's not hard to prove. Why is cryptocurrency called currency when the only thing you can buy with it is actual money? Working on cases, crypto reproduces the worst of the financial market without protections. That's what we were just saying. There's not a whole lot of protection there. There's not a whole lot of regulation to it. And that's one of the problems. And honestly, you had Gary Gensler, who had a fundamental misunderstanding of crypto and couldn't understand how to use the tools he had and didn't know how to go to Congress to ask them for new tools. So that's how you get Sam Bankman-Fried. That's how you get a lot of the crap. Influencers are the easy ones to pick off because influencers are the ones that do the stupid shit, like what you just witnessed on the live stream. Not heat. Sarah's cracks aren't repaired with gold. They're plastered over badly with Mod Podge. That's a pretty good one. XCDA, so happy for the laughs. Thank you. Glad you were able to enjoy. Just because Hawk Tuah not in front of my salad. Oh, boy, not. Mama Bear, crypto is the new tulip mania. Only then you at least got a pretty flower. I forgot about that. They made a shitload of money, didn't they? When they were selling the tulip bulbs, or they were pretending those were investments.
I mean, they were investments right up until they weren't investments.
Got to be careful. Next one I've got. Susan MG, Sarah B. I've seen horrible murders have family come to the sentencing and speak. She had jailhouse buddies and pen pal thoughts. She didn't really have anybody. I mean,
everybody she had was somebody she met in custody.
Yeah, and I would say that Sarah Boone not having people there is probably a product of her own creation.
Oh, I mean, she couldn't find a friend to, she couldn't find a friend to be there for her because she just doesn't have any.
Yep. Squid, it's wild that CoffeeZilla went from exposing the business scam that is McDonald's ice cream machines to exposing online influencers. It's also wild how many people just keep letting him talk and ask questions. Yeah. Uh-huh. Dude is a danger.
I mean, if you're running a scam and you see CoffeeZilla is requesting speakership, it's just like, deny.
No. Yeah. Yeah. Even if you're not running a scam, no.
I mean, if I was doing anything in the whatever sphere, like if I was talking about my hot sauce and I saw CoffeeZilla like showing up being like, I have questions, I'd be like, we're canceling the whole project.
Yeah, but at least your hot sauce is appropriately named. Everyone has regrets.
Everyone makes mistakes and burn your regrets.
Yeah, burn your regrets. Sorry, everyone makes mistakes. Yeah, see? Appropriately named.
And if you're wondering, why do I have a bottle of my hot sauce right near me? It's because I use it when I'm...
Yeah. And it's one of those where I don't know if he could investigate you for selling something that on its label says it's a mistake to purchase it.
Well, and the thing is that everyone who ordered it got their hot sauce, except for one person who had got destroyed the mail, and that person got a full refund and an apology because I think they probably would have preferred the hot sauce. But I didn't get anybody writing back going, "Hey, your hot sauce sucked," so that was good.
That's a very good thing.
I was super pleased.
And batch 2 is coming out when?
Right now we're working on trying to get my the guy who does the fermenting for me. We're trying to get his kitchen an FDA registration, because then if we make it in a kitchen that is FDA registered, then we can Then we can send it to the States as well, which is the goal.
I agree, because I'm out. So
you're out.
I need to re-up.
Ooh, then I gotta figure that out. And I gotta work on. I also gotta work on tinkering around trying to make my allium-free hot sauce.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because you wanted, yep.
So yeah.
Outside the box. Hey guys, weather woke me at 3 a.m. Ireland time. Atlantic storm Dara. Happy I had charged my phone in advance because I get to ride out the storm at stupid o'clock with you both. Well, good luck riding out the storm. Glad to keep you company. Don't waste all the battery of the phone though, especially if you're going to lose power. The squid. Don't people set up bank accounts in the Cayman Islands to either scam everyone or for money laundering? That's the reputation they have. Honestly, it's because of the privacy and the fact that people use the privacy for good and bad reasons, but a whole lot of bad people use privacy for the not right reason. So that's the affiliation. We thought it was a good idea.
I feel like there's got to be at least like one or two legitimate businesses in the Cayman Islands, but
the ones that broker to the non-legitimate business. Who thought it was a good idea to disclose where the business operates out of? Because they know that if you go to get data or get information for the business out of the Cayman Islands, you're not going to get it. They're not going to give you the information. But yeah, it sounds sketchy AF. Lady Fang, Ian become a life coach. It's less a Jaley scam.
Who would take life coaching advice from me? Like
from either of us.
It's kind of like, hey, you see a guy whose car is on fire and also wrapped around a telephone pole. You're like, I want driving tips from this guy. That's
true.
That car that's sailing off a cliff. I want to learn from him.
That's not the worst part. That actually makes sense. Vets from Quebec don't have to understand it to know to stay away. It's the right call. All right. Now I want to talk about something that actually is more law related that I actually really wanted to talk about because it's really fun to have this kind of discussion. Let me swoop to it though. Swoop, double swoop. Okay. I am a Supreme Court nerd. I love the Supreme Court. I love listening to oral arguments. I love all of it. I love the personalities. I love the debates. I like learning new parts of law. So I listened to the Oyos podcast, which is just the oral arguments from the prior week. And that's kind of my chill out and flow. I was listening to one more recently this week, and it's not the one you're thinking of. It's a really interesting case. Delegati versus United States. This is argued November 12th, 2024.
I already know I like one of these people better than the other.
Well, wait till the argument gets moving. Then you'll really like one of them better than the other. All right. This one's really fun because this is going to be a very interesting discussion over what constitutes use of force. And I'll give you more background as we get into it in a little bit further, but I want the questions to go I want this to go for a little bit before so that we can start kind of the healthy debate. Kate P, this makes me feel awesome. Lawn Lumber, I took your advice from you to make something. Sign up for a woodworking course in the new year at my local maker.
Nice.
Can't wait to learn all the woodworking things next year. Awesome. That
is amazing.
Every time someone tells me that they're beginning to partake in that is really pretty amazing. And guys, I listen to every Supreme Court argument, all of them. So this one was very fascinating to me. And you get a personality, you get a sense of the justices. It's very interesting. And I love that they publish it in this fashion so you can actually see that who's talking and who's doing what. So, I mean, hopefully the audio is at an appropriate volume.
Next, in case 23-825.
Volume okay?
Delegati versus.
Volume good?
Good enough.
Okay.
This is United States. Mr. Keatum.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Using physical force against another requires taking some step to bring force into contact with the victim. That can happen directly, as with a kick or punch, or indirectly, such as giving a gentle push to someone teetering on the edge of a cliff. But it does not involve an offense that can be committed by pure omission, such as failing to render aid to someone suffering from a natural disorder. The government's attempt to reverse engineer the use of force from the presence of injury is contrary to logic and plain meaning. It also runs counter to this court's instructions that use means active employment, that physical force is violent force, and that against another means making contact with another. The government's appeal to practical consequences, in addition to being irrelevant to interpreting the statute's text, is similarly unpersuasive. At the time
What's the issue in this one?
Adopted, all or nearly
I'll explain it in just a second.
all of the statutes identified by the government would have satisfied the residual clause. And per the government's hedging here, many will satisfy the elements clause too, regardless of whether crimes of omission are excluded. A failure to counteract harm may be morally and legally culpable, and it may merit severe punishment, but it does not categorically involve the use of violent physical force against another. I would welcome the court's questions.
Okay, so we are talking about what it means when we're talking about the use of force and what it means when you have an offense that, well, hang on, maybe I should pull the statute. Let me see this. Where's it, dog?
What it means when you have an offense that involves the use of force.
The use of force and whether that can be by act or omission. Action, positive,
How do you
affirmative
use
action where you're
force by
shoving.
omission?
And this is where this gets really interesting. Like where there's an affirmative duty to act and you have failed to do so. And this is where the government makes an argument. It's a hell of an argument. And it's very, let me see. It's pretty fascinating how the government makes this stretch. So the question presented to the court: does a crime that requires proof of bodily injury or death, but which can be committed by failing to take action, have as an element the use, attempted use, or threatened use of physical force? So that is the question being presented to the court. Does a crime that requires proof of bodily injury or death, so the crime itself says you got to prove that this thing occurred, but you can hypothetically commit the crime by failing to take an action where you have a duty, right? Is one of the elements that you actually have to do something affirmatively. You have to use some form of force in order to do that, in order to be guilty under that crime. So is it a crime of violence under the law? So, and oddly enough, this is a caveat to the RICO cases. This is the violent crimes and aid of racketeering statute. So 18 USC 1959 A5. So let's see. Are you at all intrigued yet?
I'm intrigued.
And the first question comes from Justice Thomas. And Justice Thomas is asking the question. So here's how the justices usually align. If the U.S. is on one side in a criminal matter, so criminal procedure, right? If the U.S. is on one side and we're talking about a criminal defendant and the criminal defendant's on the other side, usually the more, and I'm going to say conservative and liberal with little c, little l, usually the more conservative justices are going to be stronger in opposition to granting relief to the convicted individual. Generally, they stand and they kind of, the caveat is Scalia was more of a textualist, so is Thomas. And the
everybody
liberal,
deserves to be in jail. We just haven't figured out what for yet. So
you kind of get that from some of them.
We don't want to let anybody out.
You kind of get that from some of them. And then on the other side of the aisle, you will get on the liberal, and I mean little l, justices, you'll get the whole, we need 9 million exceptions because the most extreme circumstance could possibly occur, and why not do it this way? So when Justice Thomas gets the chance to ask this question, it's the first question out of his mouth. He's always the first one to ask. He's the most senior justice. I'm immediately going, well, maybe this is going to go differently than I thought it was. And why is this question being asked this way?
So in your thinking, if you poison someone and thereby cause the death of that person.
Wouldn't that be an active act?
That is, in your argument, under your argument, treated differently from withholding critical, say, heart medicine when someone is in the process of having a heart attack.
That's correct, Your Honor. So this court has described poison as having forceful physical properties that you would have put into contact with the victim by putting it in their drink. That's a very different situation than someone who potentially through natural causes slips into distress and you don't take any action to put them into contact with any force, and there may not be any force involved if, for instance, it's a congenital disorder. So there's no force at all, and you wouldn't have used that force actively.
I'm sorry, I don't know. You almost seem to be talking proximate cause. There's no force in the poison itself and what you did. The force is in the nature of the substance that goes through the person's body. Similarly, there's no violent force in a gentle push of a 90-year-old down the stairs. You could probably do it with a finger. So there's no violent force there.
I mean, that's still violence.
What you seem to be saying is,
pushing
if
somebody
I
with
have
your
a
finger
duty
is
to
violence.
act and I choose not to, I'm not responsible for the force that I let work on this human being. That's your position, correct?
I feel like that question was very stupid.
It's not like she's. I don't really like Sotomayor's questions. I don't think she's. I think that she.
Like, that's a Supreme Court justice?
It's a very odd question, and not only that, but it immediately puts these two justices on the opposite side that I would expect them to be arguing. You have Thomas, who comes in with just a toss up. He basically says, "Here's a nice softball. I'm going to lob it to you, and you knock it out of the park. You know, I'm going to give you the poison hypothetical, a good one. You're going to love it. Here it is." And then you have Sotomayor coming and basically saying, "Here, I'm going to give you an argument that you can say get your guy out of jail." That's a question you would not expect to hear Justice Thomas say. And then you have Sotomayor coming in and saying, "No, the government can still convict you. The poison is doing that's the force. The government can come in." What the fuck is happening? And it was a dumb question. The use of force in the poison context is the physical action of taking the poison and depositing that in the body of the person that's there. That's the force that you are engaging in a force. You are using that force against that person. And the lawyer does a good job of explaining it. So it gets.
No, Your Honor. So in both the poisoning example and giving a gentle push to someone who falls down the stairs or off of a cliff, you are not directly applying violent physical force. It's a gentle touch, or you're just letting the molecules of the poison fall from your hand. But there is still an application of violent physical force when they hit the ground at high speed.
I would tell someone who's freezing in the snow that there's an application of winter conditions to their body to kill them.
Sure. And in that instance, again, you might describe the elements as involving violent physical force, which perhaps you could describe as using indirectly if, for instance, you throw them out into the snow. But that's a very different situation than a pure omission where someone, let's say, has an allergic reaction.
It's not a pure omission. It's an obligation to act.
Sure.
I mean, I could be in a restaurant watching someone die, but I have no obligation, even if I know the Heimlich maneuver to do it. However, if it's a child and my child, I have an obligation to try to save them.
That's correct. And it is a serious
So
offense.
I'm letting nature use its force to kill that child.
So there's no dispute that it is criminally culpable behavior and can be punished severely.
If somebody else comes in and stabs your kid and you don't tackle them?
You're almost there. You're almost there. We're gonna get to the facts, and we're get an answer pretty soon about why you hear the justices kind of playing this game. So, but now that you're setting the framework of what is it that we're talking about use of force, and how does someone deploy? So you can see that shoving someone out in the cold, you have engaged in an affirmative action that have placed that person in a position where force is being delivered to them, the elements, right? You have forced them out of your home. Is that an action? Is that a violent action? Can you be found guilty for that? But it's different than something that's inaction, omission, where you have a duty to care and you just don't do anything. Is that a violent crime?
But the question is there violent force being applied to the victim, and have you actively employed that force? And in a situation where, for instance, you just don't provide medicine or nutrition to someone and they slowly expire, there is no violent physical force of any sort. It's not like hitting the ground at high speed. And moreover, you haven't taken any step to actively employ any force.
Because I'm not sure I get that. In the poison case, you're agreeing that it's not my putting the poison into the drink that's violent physical force. Rather, it's the way the poison acts on the body.
Right.
And in the withholding of medication situation, it's similarly the way the disease acts against the body. And you're enabling that disease to run.
Right. So I think this court has analogized poison to sort of like a little explosive device that detonates when you swallow it. I don't think the same is true, for instance, to just the absence of chemical inputs.
Yeah, it's interesting. So prior case analogies to
poison is like a tiny bomb?
That's what they just said. Which I love. It's not this court that says it, but other courts have analogized poison to being this little bomb that you have put in this person's body. It's going to deliver the harm. It just might not be immediate.
Man, all of this just makes me
wiggle your mic cord.
Oh. Testing.
Yeah, you're good. Much better. Yeah, it's kind of interesting where the how they equate to poison. But when you think about the use of how poison can be separate and distinct from the pure act of omission, right? Or you can see how poisoning someone would be a violent use of force. You are delivering something that is going to violently end this person. And you did that intentionally. So you've actually engaged in some affirmative action.
As necessary to keep your cells going. That's not analogous to violent physical force. And even in the poisoning example, you are still taking some step to bring the person into contact with that poison, without which they wouldn't have the force applied to them at all, even indirectly.
So if I take a hostage and then just let the hostage starve, which side of the line does that fall on for you?
So putting aside that would probably be a threat or, attempted
physical
use of
force, just
sure.
physical force.
So let's say there was someone sleeping in a room and you lock them in the room and then they slowly expire. From our perspective, that would not involve application of violent physical force. And you could say you used the locks, but you haven't actually used force against them.
Well, what do you...
Okay, this is where it gets really interesting, because now you can start to see the justices are starting to ask these crazy hypotheticals. So everyone's trying to think of how this would apply and how they're going to trip him up and get him to admit to something that is so clearly a use of force that, I mean, you're just trying to create these wild hypotheticals.
If you kidnap somebody, that is... I don't know how you kidnap somebody without using force.
But he didn't see how he changed the hypothetical. He said, if someone is sleeping in a room and you lock the door, then that wouldn't be use of physical force. He changed the hypo. He didn't kidnap them. They were just sleeping in a room already, and he went up and locked the door.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why the Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States is asking a question that is mockable.
You get a lot of these. Gorsuch comes up with a pretty good one, though. I like Gorsuch's.
Do with the fact that Stoeckling especially seems to measure force not from the front end, like force applied, but from the back end on what does the force, what is its result?
Wait. I need less of a euphemism right there.
I know.
We're measuring it from the front end, not the back end. I'm like,
we're not.
Giggity?
She says it even worse. She says it even worse. She goes, "We're not measuring it from the front end. We measure it from the back end. Like what it actually does." I know. I'm juvenile too.
I need an adult because, yeah.
It seems to me that for murder, necessarily the result was pretty extreme.
So respectfully, I don't think Stoeckling takes that position. In fact, the whole discussion in Stoeckling was how much force do you need to apply? What's the amount of force to overcome resistance? Which, again, the court wasn't focused on whether the person was injured or not. It was, can you do it just sort of by gently grabbing it, or does it need to be more
But
more
the
vigorous?
measure of the force, if you're prying someone's fingers off of a purse, I mean,
Right.
the measure of force, I wouldn't describe that as severe or aggressive.
So that was the back and forth, but everyone was focused on that same question. So they were still focused on how much force was involved. You look also, for instance, at Castleman. So Castleman gives the example of a squeeze of an arm that causes a bruise, which the court said would count as common law force for purposes of domestic violence, but would not count as violent force for generic purposes, which shows that even the direct application of enough force that sometimes causes an injury, a bruise, is not enough because it's still not a high enough degree of force.
Mr. Kadam, our intuition is that often omissions are just as bad as acts, and they're sometimes hard to distinguish. And certainly it can be murder when there's a pre-existing duty of care that you then omit to fulfill. All right. But there are some places where they've gone well beyond that common law rule and imposed a duty of care even for the Good Samaritan. So let's take a hypothetical.
This one ends up being pretty good. I like this hypothetical. I generally like Gorsuch. I think Gorsuch is pretty well thought through. Some oddball stuff from that time, but he's more logical, like Kagan is. I think I view them as kind of intellectually on the same plane, on the opposite sides.
Someone comes across.
I mean,
the
some of the
streets, sees that
intellectual
manhole
planes
cover-
here seem to be going into intellectual mountains.
I know. Well, so we've got the hypo. Someone comes across the street, sees that the manhole cover is open. Now, this is a state that has the hypo that he gives the state. This is a state that has a Good Samaritan law, which means it actually imposes a duty on individuals to act when they have the ability to.
You're required to close the manhole.
Required to close the manhole. Yeah.
Open, doesn't rescue the little old lady who steps into it because this person has animus toward little old ladies. Now,
Or just thinks
extreme
it's funny.
hypothetical. Justice Breyer might be proud. That would be murder in a state with a Good Samaritan statute. Physical force, I guess the gravities. What more powerful force in the universe is there than that?
Love, Justice Gorsuch. Love. Sorry, he teed it up.
Would that, in your view, fall within the government's understanding of what would qualify as the application of violent force?
It would have to. The government's view essentially is anytime you have a bad result, you know that there must have been violent physical force, which means that not only would the death or other injury in your example be violent physical force, it would also be involved in literally every death since the beginning of time, because in every death, something bad happens because you either are injured or run out of the cellular inputs necessary to sustain life.
And if I might just ask a slightly different question. This is one that, I don't know of any more powerful force in the universe than gravity. But I wonder whether this statute is divisible between acts and omissions. And that isn't something either side explored.
It's a trick question. He's asking whether they can strike down one part of the statute or interpret one part of the statute one way for acts versus the other way for omissions. So that's what he's asking. And the statute really isn't. He's trying to get this lawyer to concede that, oh, you don't have to strike down the whole statute. You can only go after half of it, right? You can go after the acts or the omissions half of it. But the lawyer doesn't give very much ground.
I know it won't help your client. Okay. But perhaps I welcome your thoughts on whether you think this statute is in fact divisible.
So this statute is not. We have opinions from the Court of Appeals, the New York's highest court, saying that the statute can be committed either by affirmative acts or by omissions, including pure omissions. So we have the Wong case where there were two caregivers, one of whom shook the child, the other of whom failed to render aid.
Yes, and their duty of care cases, classic common law duty of care cases. So you have to prove a duty and then the failure to fulfill it.
That's right.
Very different than killing somebody or ordering a hit on somebody by act. I mean, giving them a pistol in a brown paper bag is a little different.
It is.
And there we have our first mention of the facts in this case.
Presumably, if the government thought that this statute was divisible, they would have argued it. But I think your question really highlights an important point, which is it just so happens that this murder statute can be satisfied either by acts or omissions. But the government's argument would have to be the same even if New York had a murder by omission statute that could only be satisfied by a pure omission in which there was no actus reus whatsoever other than just having a duty that you failed to satisfy. And the government's argument would have to be in every single instance of that murder by omission statute, violent physical force was involved.
And I take it your argument is that when we look at the federal statute and its definition of crime of violence, that really what is at issue here is the conduct of the defendant.
That's
that
correct.
It's not whether force is operating in the universe
That's
to achieve a certain result, but the plain text here seems to suggest that we're looking for use, attempted use, or threatened use of physical force. And that at least the common sense view of that is that it's the defendant acting to use, threaten to use, or attempting to use. Is that the thrust of your argument?
It is, Your Honor, and I would emphasize there are lots of criminal statutes, including in 924, in fact, even in 924C, that focus on outcomes. So subsection C5B applies a heightened penalty if death results. The elements clause, by contrast, is, as you've described it, focused on the method, a particular way of committing an offense that Congress associated with armed career criminal behavior.
And I take the point that ordinary understandings of what it means to use violent force might not cover omissions, but so too it wouldn't cover poison. And we have said that it does cover poison. So we're not really operating in a world in which it's completely sort of ordinary Joe understandings of the phrase.
So respectfully, Your Honor, I agree poison is sort of the outer limit, but I do think the court was making a point there, which is that in response to the defendant's argument in Castleman, that essentially you had to apply the force directly in order for it to count. The court said, no, if you put poison in tea, it's very much like pulling the trigger of a gun. It's a gentle pull of the trigger. That's not the violent force. The violent force is later when the bullet makes impact. But still, in both of those instances, you're still doing something to bring the victim into contact with that force, which may be wholly absent in the case of a pure omission.
You're still using something.
You're still using actively.
Still using actively.
How about if instead of putting poison in, I knew that there was something in the refrigerator which had gone very bad and it was completely toxic.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to my worst enemy, why don't you eat that cake in the refrigerator? Where does that fall on what side of the line?
That sounds a
is
lot
just
like
legally
the
hilarious.
Food in the fridge is poison.
Oh, I know. We start getting into some crazy ones. This one I liked. It was like
Okay,
hang
Tom
on,
and
so-
Jerry,
Yeah. So I say to my enemy, so that I have an enemy. There's something in the fridge which has gone very bad and completely toxic. And I said to my worst enemy, why don't you eat the cake in the refrigerator? Where does it fall? So now you get the justices. Now they're playing the game. Now they're trying to find ways of getting this to fail. And I kind of liked Kagan's. This was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good.
And you're just tricking them into consuming it.
Correct. And so
it would count as use of violent physical
even though
force.
now you haven't done anything really.
Well, respectfully, you have taken some step to bring them into contact with it, without which, if you hadn't taken that step, they wouldn't consume what was in the fridge.
Well, I mean, in any of these cases, including in the supposedly pure omission cases, we can find some step. I mean, when you're withholding medicine from the ailing person, probably there's some step that you've taken that prevents the ailing person from getting that medicine herself, or there's some step that you've taken to put yourself in a position of duty to that person. I mean, there's always something that we can look to. If you're going so far as to say that my telling the person to eat the cake in the refrigerator is an action.
So I think you have to ask yourself two questions. One, is there even violent physical?
I do like Kagan. I have a different view, like constitutionally and statute interpretation wise, than Kagan does, but I like her intellect and her backing him down, saying, "Look, you can find an action somewhere back there. It might just be back further in the chain of events, but there's an action." So trying to test how far are we going to go with this?
Force involved. In the instance in which someone expires because they don't have the right medication, usually you would not describe that as involving violent physical force. So if a septuagenarian slips into a coma and then doesn't eat and as a result dies, no one is going to describe that death as involving violent physical force. So the question is, would you describe it as involving violent physical force because there was someone who was supposed to be there feeding the nutrition tube but failed to do so?
And is that because the context is violent physical force because we're in a statute that relates to firearms that Congress clearly was trying to get at a certain category of person?
That's correct.
The person who is of the type that they would engage in these kinds of crimes that present risks of violence in this way. I thought that was the sort of context. So all of these hypotheticals about inaction, even though there might be a step or not a step, setting that aside, the point is they're not even in the realm of the kind of thing this statute was about.
That's right. We're defining a felony.
All right. And here comes Alito, who's going to give us the facts. Because Ketanji Brown Jackson, Justice Jackson, just kind of was like, we're talking about punishing bad guys, right? And if you didn't actually use the force, you're not really the bad guy. Well, we're going to get a pretty good dose of what this dude did.
Well, it's
put him where he is.
It's a question of like, should you be allowed to have a shotgun?
Yeah. So
it sounds like
it's a 5-year enhancement on an otherwise very lengthy sentence.
Oh, okay.
Crime of violence, and Congress had a very specific theory.
Picking up on that, would you argue that your client is not the kind of armed career criminal that Congress was trying to get at when they enacted this statute?
We would not argue that, Your Honor. We're focused here on the type of offense, and that's because the Elements Clause requires an assessment of the elements of the offense and whether violent physical force is present in all instances.
Well, the question is whether your client was convicted of a crime of violence, right?
That's correct.
And these are fascinating legal arguments, but some of the people who have come here to hear this case may not know much about the facts of the case. So what was the offense for which your client was convicted?
Hiring someone.
Oh, that's that's the justice being a bit of a dick.
It was awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Like, because we're having this hypothetical, right? And everyone's really agreeing with you, and people are going to wonder why we're pushing back on something that sounds so ridiculous. Let's talk about what the dude did.
But the thing is this is exactly the wrong approach. Because you're trying to make the law everybody. So if we're talking about what the law should be, the question of how much of an ass is this specific guy is really not our question. And this is really crap reasoning. And maybe this is time to say, hey, stop doing that with I don't know, an orange in a sock.
This is why I didn't provide the facts until now. This is why whenever it's asked about the facts, this is why I didn't say anything yet, because I want people to have that intellectual discussion in their head about what's going on before you find out the identity of the perpetrator or whoever's being alleged to do the wrong thing. Because we talk about it all the time, how bad law is made from bad facts, right? You have the worst of worst bad guys.
And the Supreme Court should be aware of that, and they shouldn't, they're clearly just falling into that trap. It's guys, I expect you to reason at a level that's above,
I'm telling you, this is going to be a 9. I think this is going to be a 9-0. I think this is going to be a 9-0 or an 8-1, maybe. They're probing. I thought they were going in kind of hard on the attorney at the beginning of the argument, but you start to see them all kind of lining up and just, I guess, understanding the logic of this textual argument. So who was Mr. Delgatti? Salvatore Delgatti is an associate of the Genovese crime family.
So he was convicted of multiple charges, including attempted murder in aid of racketeering, and possession of a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence. So that
Why are they
second
taking
conviction,
this up to the Supreme Court of the U.S.?
it's really because, like I said, these bad
It's like
cases,
we've got
like
our facts right now. Like
exactly. So Delgatti organized a plot to murder Joseph Bonelli, a neighborhood bully who had been stealing from a local gas station owner and was suspected of cooperating against bookies associated with the Genovese crime family. Delgatti paid another man to coordinate the murder with gang members, providing them with a gun and a car. The murder attempts were ultimately unsuccessful due to the presence of potential witnesses and the arrest of the would-be murderers by law enforcement. So on appeal, Delgatti argued that his firearms conviction should be vacated because the predicate offenses, including the attempted murder charge, were not crimes of violence under the law. So you can see why a judge would want to resist setting that aside. How are you telling me that giving someone else this gun and car and saying, go kill this person isn't use of a firearm in a murder or in a crime of violence?
I feel like the easiest way to deal with this is just to be like, well, you did take an overt act. Like you mailed this person. It's basically you mailed a bomb to this dude.
Really? So now that you have the facts, now you sit here going like, oh shit, this dude paid for a hit. The hit was unsuccessful, but
I'm just like, why did the Supreme Court even take this one?
Because they get to answer this question. And I think it's you get into this fascinating debate because now I'm wondering when these hypotheticals are playing out. Now I'm wondering how many cases have we seen prosecuted where it's like you're stretching that statute to make this fit this, like you're making this criminal when it shouldn't be.
Hiring someone in order to commit a murder.
And that, in your submission, is not a crime of violence.
It does not have as an element the use of violent physical force.
And that's a function of the categorical approach, right? It's not, you're not talking about your client, you're talking about the statute.
That's correct, Your Honor. Congress had a very specific theory when it wrote the elements clause. It was not aiming for all or even the.
Alito and Jackson are the same too. They just go straight at each other. They don't, there's no nuance to the questions. There's nothing. They're not trying to get in. They just start arguing with each other through the advocate. So I find their questioning to be very bumbling.
Most serious offenses. It was aiming for a certain type of offense, actively using violent physical force against another, the character of which changes when you add a gun to the mix.
But counsel, we also said in Castleman and Stokeling that we look at the nature of the crime, and that influences the scope of the interpretation. And so if interpreting the statute a certain way, or interpreting violent force a certain way, would have the effect of excluding and making the statute virtually inapplicable to most of the statutes in the states, robbery or domestic violence, or so here, I mean murder.
Yeah, so a few points on that. First of all, Stokeling was an instance where the court was interpreting a common law term of art, force, that made an appearance both in the federal statute and in the state statute. So it made a lot of sense to look at the states to see how they use that term. But beyond that, the court is not convinced, it doesn't engage in a sort of nose counting exercise. And even with respect to states that have murder statutes, it's not as if they're all going to be in or all going to be out. So take
I
New
can
York
tell you how I want this
murder
to
as
end
an
already.
example. It's got
Government losing?
No. Well, kind of, I guess. Where is it? I got a thing here that is a here we go. I've got a prop. So, this has probably gone bad now that I look at it, but this was once upon a time pure capsaicin.
Yeah.
How I want this to end is that somebody takes this, attaches it to the water supply, and then pulls the fire alarm.
Was that a crime of violence? It's pretty interesting.
Like just everybody gets pain.
You get pepper, you get pepper, you get pepper. It's pretty fascinating. So let me do this. Where they use
Yeah, I don't know if this is still good anymore. It used to be a
Let's see if I can get
it used to be a powder that is not anymore.
Here we go. Roberts.
By the way, unethical life tip. You can buy like pure capsaicin, which is a white powder. If you keep a baggie of that on you, if you ever get robbed, somebody's going to have a bad day.
Oh,
this is not
my
like legal
God.
advice.
Oh my God. I just imagine the consequences of someone sniffing a line of pure capsaicin. That is wishing for death. No way. All right, so let's see. Robert's
theory. They were described as, for instance, NASA using the moon's gravitational field by shooting a rocket up into space and then aiming their satellite at the right point to make contact with the moon's gravitational field. This idea that you can use something just by passively benefiting from it, the government wasn't able to identify a single real world instance of it, in contrast to the one that you've just identified, Your Honor.
How about I used the rain as an excuse to stay indoors?
So I think, first of all, you can use the rain in that sort of conceptual sense. It's very different from using something in a physical sense, like physical force. And even in that instance, you don't have the against another or against the person or property of another phrase, which also is a sort of physical phrase. Again, in the government's brief, they don't identify any instance other than one that they make up themselves that uses use and against another in combination. And the example they come up with is he used the victim's disease against her. But there, it's against her interests, not against her person. So again, the government presumably spent a lot of time trying to come up with this passive benefit sense of use in combination with against another. And if this is all that they can come up with, I think we can conclude it's not a normal way of speaking.
In most of our cases where we've talked about what use is doing in this phrase, we've talked about it as a requirement of mens rea. In other words, to use physical force means to have some understanding in your head of what that physical force is supposed to achieve.
Right.
So we haven't suggested that it really adds to the physical force language with respect to the actus reus.
So I think that's...
So this is the last point we're going to hear from him. Then we're going to go to the government, and I'm going to show you what tap dancing by the government looks like in the Supreme Court.
Correct, but let me just sort of trace it through, and I think it actually comes out where we're asking you to. So the first appearance of interpreting use in 924C is in Bailey, where the word use is in combination with a firearm in C1. And the court looks at dictionary definitions and say, they imply action and implementation. And it adopts an active employment sense of the word use. And it rejects the government's argument that you can use a firearm even if it's just stashed in the closet because you derive some benefit from it. So it's an actus reus interpretation of the word use. Then that was ported over to an elements clause in Leocal, and then again in Borden. And you're right that Leocal and Borden were both about the mental state, but they adopted wholesale the active employment sense of use. And that active employment sense came from what Bailey said was the ordinary meaning of the term. So unless somehow they ported over just the mental state part of active employment, even though mental state wasn't at issue in Bailey, then I think you bring the whole thing along with it.
If we adopt the government's view of use as not being personally employing some instrument, but allowing the laws of physics to take their course, what was the point of us deciding that this statute is different than the domestic violence situation?
Sure.
Aren't we just back to that?
Yeah,
because anybody who wishes to use the laws of nature to harm another is convictable. And I mean, this is just a statutory enhancement. Your client's going to spend a lot of years in jail. This is just how many more.
That's
right?
Correct. Yes. So, and I think there are some
and we don't really care about your client here, do we?
Well, I can't.
Thank you, Justice Gorsuch. I needed someone to say that. It's about getting this right.
Yeah.
Trying to get the law right.
I wouldn't presume to speak for you, obviously.
Yeah.
We do care about the extra 60 months that he would spend in prison.
That's what we're talking about. How many years is he already spending?
So regardless of the, separate and apart from the C3B conviction, it's 240 months.
All right. Yeah. Back to my question.
All right. So he's getting 20 years. This is 5 additional years for the payment for the attempted murder. Let's start.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. And
here comes the government, and they are going to start off sounding okay and logical. But
it please the court.
Falls apart.
It's hard to believe that we're actually here debating whether murder is a crime of violence, as I think petitioner just acknowledged. This is one case where the law already tracks common sense. Castleman tells us that internal force, like a disease, can be physical force. It also tells us that physical injury must result from physical force. And the Borden plurality recognizes that someone uses force against the person of another when he makes force his instrument to cause that person harm through force. I used force twice there, but I think you get the point.
Now you see.
I did not get the point.
No, now you see what we fucking lawyers have to deal with. I want all of you to suffer through this with me right now. This is what we have to suffer through all the time. This is the bullshit arguments that we have to make all the damn time. What is the use of force? The Borden plurality recognizes that someone uses force against the person of another when he makes force his instrument to cause that person harm through force. Well, what the fuck
so we've
did
got
that
a
just
circular...
say? Talk about a tap dance. How the hell am I supposed to interpret that?
You use force when you use force.
Yes. Which is why Darth Vader is on the front of this, on the thumbnail.
Rob, Elf Wiggins is a good point. If somebody dies you are going to be...
This is a use of force. This is a use of force. This is a use of force. I am subjecting you to the force, which is the stress that you feel trying to make sense of this argument.
Right.
Oh my God.
And there's really no basis in law or logic to draw a distinction between the person who gently sprinkles poison in the cup and the person who, hating the victim, just withholds the antidote.
So that's a question. Can you draw a distinction? And do you draw a distinction? So chat is actually, maybe I'll do this as a poll. Is there a difference?
What if it's my antidote? What if this is a $10,000 antidote? I'm not made of antidote.
No, but he dumbed this down. He dumbed this down to the best version of his argument. One that you would really, and I'm gonna take a poll now. I'm gonna take a poll in a little bit. So
what am I supposed to give a free antidote to everyone who walks over?
No, you gotta have antidote on your person all the time.
I mean, just because y'all like eating poisons doesn't mean I gotta.
So who is more culpable? What's the way of phrasing this question? Is there a difference between actively sprinkling? I don't want to say the whole word poison because YouTube might not like that. Well, doing the P then space is also not really a good thing because people.
No, that sounds like you're withholding dick.
That could be sprinkling. God, I hate you sometimes. Sprinkling poison and simply and withholding the antidote. Because I want to see what people say. Yes. Poison worse. Yes. Withholding worse. Or no difference. Both equally
Bad. Withholding dick.
By urging that distinction, petitioner is asking this court to discard literally 2 millennia of common law that treat acts of omission just like other acts. He's asking this court to cut out any number
Can I just say
of
this guy's voice
canonically
makes me-
violent
It drives me
murder,
nuts.
robbery, and assault offenses out of 924C, the definition of violent felony under the Armed Career Criminal Act, and the definition of misdemeanor crime of domestic violence as relevant to 922G9. And he would make all 3 of those statutes, he's asking this court to make all 3 of those statutes turn on distinctions so arbitrary, unprecedented, and bizarre that it would make application of those statutes, again, Your Honor, I use this word with respect, truly absurd. I would like to address a couple of his points, but if the court has questions, I realize.
Side note, I am now feeling for this lawyer because he has used some pretty, it would be truly absurd if you reach this result. It would be ridiculous if you reach this result. Let me give you a little bit of a spoiler. I'm pretty sure
It's where they're going.
Court is gonna be reaching this result.
My light just flashed.
Mr. Fagan, that we normally think of force as coming from the perpetrator, not from some outside force like gravity or some internal disease. So, how do we get from where you are to where he is? I think his argument actually does have a common sense value to it.
And the thing is right now the prosecutor is like, I'm having a bad moment because
that's Justice Thomas. That's Thomas.
And
coming in there.
And the other thing is he just came in and said, "Oh, this argument is so ridiculous. It's so obviously BS." And they're like, actually, it's kind of making sense to us.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to walk back from this is just ridiculous. You should dismiss it out of hand to, well, now let's reason our way through it. This is one of the reasons why you don't really want to paint yourself into that corner of the other person's argument is crazy town, because you can end up stuck having to deal with this. And well done, prosecutor. You have just painted yourself into into an unpleasant little corner.
Darian, I have nothing wrong with the way your opinion is going right now. You are free to have both. I'm having this discussion about this case because I think that there's arguments to be made on both sides of the aisle here. And honestly, it's an honest debate as to what is or is not the use of force. What constitutes the use of violent force? How do you get there? And what's the threshold question? And how do you find out if your interpretation is correct or not? I don't think anyone in here who has an opinion one way or the other is wrong. I think the fact that this is up to the Supreme Court, one of the points that Ian made earlier was, why is this case Supreme Court? Because it's a question. Because we're trying to figure it out. And because clearly people and courts and large and higher up courts in the past have ruled one way consistently, or there's a circuit split in one direction or the other. So trying to figure out how we're getting to this conclusion, I don't know. Let's see if we've got some different hypotheticals. I listen to the Supreme Court all the time. I have a feeling for all 9 justices, and I think that they are all bright. They are different in their own regards. They have different ways of approaching questions, of approaching arguments. They all have personalities that come out, and you get different questions from each of them.
Now, if you had to pick, which one would you say is most likely to have a flask in their desk?
Ooh, that's tough. I think it depends the day. I don't know. And Dorian, I wasn't calling you out. I was calling you out to celebrate the fact that you have disagreement. One a negative is a positive. Well, I see some people really don't like some of these justices. I get it. I probably have opinions about others that you like, don't like, disagree with. I think that some justices are cowards. I think some justices are intellectually not intelligent. And probably you'd be surprised by my interpretation in one direction or the other.
Your Honor, I think as Castleman demonstrates, we know that whatever force causes death can be an internal force. It can be the action of whatever action within the body is induced by poison. We also know from Castleman one of the examples it uses is a disease. So the actual death-causing force can be a purely internal force. If I know you have a weak heart and I frighten you and you die, your body is attacking itself. That's
Stop
also true if you
yourself.
intentionally and tortuously...
Did you just hear his argument? If you have a weak heart and I frighten you and you die, your body is attacking itself. He just made the argument that if I frighten you, that can be interpreted as a use of violent force because your body itself is what does the violent force. And I don't think he realized he made the argument. He kind of just walked into it.
Starve a child. That's the starvation causes the body to attack itself. It starts eating itself away because it has no other source of nourishment. If you're asking me about whether that force has to be in some way, I think the words petitioner uses in the brief are unleashed or channeled in some way by the defendant. I think that's somewhat of a gerrymandered requirement. He's trying to do it to catch things like, the wind catches your sail, or the example in our brief where you're involuntarily placed on a raft. You see which way the current is going and you use the current to get you to shore without doing anything. But that channeling requirement is equally satisfied in an omission case where you can stop it. Force is going to occur. You can stop it. You should stop it. And you don't stop it because not stopping it accomplishes your purpose.
Mr. Fagan, on that score, if we're going to talk about common sense, and that's a good place to start.
That's not a good intro to a question.
That's twice now.
They're
and by the way, the reason why I'm laughing at this is these are the justices that you would. I started talking about the Supreme Court stuff where the little C justices, the conservative ones, are very much.
I can tell you why I'm laughing at this.
Usually, well, the little C justices are usually very pro-government. I'm laughing at this because the government's having to advance a position that I don't think they ever thought they would have to advance.
Yeah, I mean, he came in basically just thinking that he could basically say, "Isn't this ridiculous? Can I sit down now?" And they're like, "No, hold up. We got some questions for you because it's not actually as ridiculous as all that, and we got some." We got some thoughts.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that this case is coming up now because of the number of cases that we have seen where prosecutors are charging cases that you will watch a trial and you just get the feeling through that trial, right? YSL. It was a racketeering case. That case is under the same, I guess, genus or family as this particular trial, right? Conspiracy.
I mean, that case is. It's also just a diaper fire.
Yeah, it is. But you see this world of prosecutions where you're looking at what happened in the YSL case. And you're going, there's no way the statute was intended to catch that. There's no way it was intended to yield this result to all of these individuals. That couldn't have been the intention. So you see a bunch of these ludicrous prosecutions and you're going, do we need to take a look at the statute again? Because y'all are, fucking this up. Like, I thought you could be adults in the room and you keep fucking it up. So do we need to tell you guys how not to fuck it up? It's interesting.
I think would capture the Good Samaritan example as well and make that subject to an additional enhancement under ACCA, right?
I don't think that's necessarily true, Your
Why
Honor.
not? Just to set the table again, we have somebody, a passerby on the street who doesn't like little old ladies and intentionally allows someone to fall into and die. and the physical force, your view is gravity's good enough. I don't have to push her. And now that would depart from the common law where there's normally a duty, but a pre-existing duty. But here we have a Good Samaritan statute. So that is an ACCA offense in the government's view. And why wouldn't that defy common sense?
Not necessarily, Your Honor. And let me explain why. I'll take just 1 second to unpack this. It turns on what it turns on how you interpret use of physical force against the person or property of another.
Yeah, but
and
you use rivers and currents, and what's wrong with gravity?
Gravity is fine. It's the problem of your postulating that some state has some kind of aberrant duty.
Oh, no, it's not aberrant. Some states do, and many in Europe have a good Samaritan laws that impose affirmative duties that didn't exist at common law.
We
He's
think
like, but that's
that
really
in order
inconvenient
to
for me, Your
use
Honor,
physical
and
force
I would
against the person
rather
of
you
another,
not ask that question.
there has to be, number one, a deliberate choice. That's
sure,
what
I got that.
That's what.
I'm resisting your facts because they're really detrimental to my argument.
The important plurality tells us. And two, the common definitions of use, like avail oneself of, we do think have an element of causation in there. And
that's what he's relying on. This right here. You see this, the common law, the common definition of used is this definition, this passive definition of avail oneself of. Because you ever think of a more cumbersome way of saying the word use, right? It's not how you would commonly understand it. It's you are availing yourself of the benefit of this thing.
Okay.
I know. How vague is that?
I still hate this prosecutor.
There's no doubt that my failure to act caused this person's death. I've got causation and I have intention. I have mens rea. Now, I understand that when there's a common law duty, our intuition is that that's really bad. When a parent doesn't feed a child, when a doctor doesn't care for a patient, that's problematical. I'm testing how far, and I don't see what line you would draw between that and the Good Samaritan statute, which again, many states have.
So causation includes both cause and fact, which we have here, and proximate cause. And I think the proximate cause inquiry...
Let's say I have that box checked too.
Well, Your Honor, I think where we part ways is I don't think I necessarily think you have that box checked in your example, and here's why. The proximate cause that's built into the statute here, I think, can be informed by the common law of duty.
No. Again, I have a statute that's a Good Samaritan statute that imposes a higher duty on ordinary people to be Good Samaritans. And so it creates a proximate cause test that's different from a common law test. So you're just resisting the hypothetical, and I can understand why. Because the consequence of your interpretation has its own common sense problem. It would capture all omissions cases wherever the duty comes from.
With respect, Your Honor, if I could just explain, I don't think I'm resisting the hypothetical. I think I'm just explaining that.
Yeah, you're very much trying to make this a cause thing and not like.
So for the people in the chat who don't understand, when the justice at like an appellate court gives you a hypothetical, you're expected to respond to it, even if you don't like it.
Yeah.
And
you can hate
resisting the hypothetical is when you're like, well, I want a different hypothetical because this one is not good for me. And the court will not be okay with that. They're like, no, we asked you this hypothetical for a reason.
Yep.
And
or if the lawyer starts to try and weasel out and say, well, I think it's an issue of proximate cause, and Gorsuch fires back and says, let's assume I've got that box checked too. So just stick to my facts here.
As we normally do in interpreting these kinds of statutes with the categorical approach, there is some concept of generic federal law. And here, what federal law might mean by use, its concept of proximate cause, would be informed by the common law scope of duties as of 1984.
Where does that come from? I didn't see that anywhere in your brief. That's new here at the lectern. Where does that come from?
Well, Your Honor, I think that's just how we've been interpreting these statutes. It's always a question of federal law.
The term use depends upon common law duties in 1984.
Well, Your Honor, we think use.
Has any court ever
incorporates
said
a
that?
Proximate cause
Yeah, yeah.
requirement.
But
It hasn't, Your Honor, it hasn't come up because until the Third
right,
Circuit.
but it will after this case.
Mr. Fagan, can I ask you, just piggybacking on what Justice Gorsuch is saying, I guess I'm just trying to understand the government's position on what it means to use physical force against the person of another in an omission case. So let's take this hypothetical. Say you have a lifeguard and she has.
I like this one. All right, so we're gonna end the poll on the whole the which one of these is the badder of the bad, right? And with 390 votes, so not a lot of you guys are voting, but is there a difference between the actively sprinkling poison and withholding the antidote? 28% of you said yes, poison's worse. 9% said yes, withholding is worse. And 63% of you said no difference. They are both equally bad. All right. The poison and antidote question, that's the easy one. That's the easy round, right? So we've got a split that actually shows a whole lot of you guys, a majority of you saying that they're both equally bad. We're now going to go to this hypothetical, which is kind of where we end in a lot of this discussion. The swimming pool hypothetical.
A duty of care to rescue children. So let's take this hypothetical. Say you have a lifeguard and she has a duty of care to rescue children in the pool. A kid who she hates, gets into the pool entirely of their own volition. Is it your position that she uses physical force against this kid if she doesn't jump into the water when she sees him drowning?
Yes.
The most straightforward damn answer that I think just completely tanks the rest of his argument. So you have a lifeguard that has a duty, because she's a lifeguard, to care for the children that are at the pool. She really hates this one kid. And she sees the kid get in the pool entirely of her own volition. So she's watching this happen. Has the action of her just watching that kid get in the pool, has she used force? Has she used physical force against the kid? I'm not talking about intention. I'm not talking about intention or anything else. Has she, by simply watching that child get into the pool, used physical force? Because the entire statutory structure turns on this term use. Using it. Using the physical force. So, conflate that, or now compare that to the hypo that I gave you before. Who's worse? The poisoner or the person that withholds the antidote? Or are they both equally as bad? So who's worse? The poisoner or the person who just sits on the chair? Are they both equally as bad? Which one of them used force?
Okay, so how can that possibly be? I mean, you're saying she uses physical force, and that means no action but an intention that this victim succumb to a harm that she didn't put into place, that she had really nothing to do with, but she sees it happening?
So, Your Honor, she is using physical force against the person of another because, again, she could stop it. She is legally required to stop it, and she doesn't stop it because she wants the victim to die. To use a dictionary definition,
it's only her mental state that is doing the work of her using physical force.
All right, I'm going to clarify something for the chat, because I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat. I'm seeing a whole lot of people in the chat really kind of losing some of this here. In none of these situations is the judge or justice saying that the person is not guilty of something. Okay, the lifeguard is guilty of something. There is guilt. Justice Jackson is not saying that.
It's just a cherry flavored guilt.
Yeah, it's the conduct is bad, but does it get a 5-year enhancement on top of that bad conduct for using force? That's the question. They are all getting convicted in every hypo. These guys are all we're all getting convicted. Just assume conviction. Is there an enhancement that's available for this? That's the question. Does that constitute the use of physical force?
No, Your Honor, it's the combination of those things. Under just a plain dictionary definition of use, she has availed herself of the force, she has had enjoyment of the force, she's made the force her instrument to accomplish her purpose.
All right, let me ask you a
Go ahead, Ian.
Her enjoyment of the force?
I know.
What?
This is why Darth Vader's on the front of this damn thumbnail. Who's this part of the argument? Like, she's enjoyed the force, she's availed herself of the force, she's made the force her instrument to accomplish her purpose, which literally was when he said that out loud. That's when I thought about Darth Vader just holding his hand up and like strangling the dude on the. It starts to become a little bit ludicrous when you have this hypo.
about the other parts of the statute, the attempt and threaten. Same situation. How does it work in an omission case for this lifeguard to threaten the use of physical force against this kid? Is it because she says something to him that would make it a threat? Like, I don't understand how omission works with respect to the rest of the statute.
Well, Your Honor, if I could depart from the lifeguard example where it might be...
No, I want the lifeguard example.
Saying no, I want you to think about the lifeguard. No, don't go to the bad guy. Stop.
If I can depart from this really difficult example, could I have an easier question? And they're like, no, we asked you the hard question for the reason.
Exactly. It's just, and the fact that the lawyer openly says this and openly goes, Your Honor, if I could depart from the lifeguard hypothetical, no, that's blood in the water to a justice, man. You just open your, this is going to be bad for you.
You want an example?
I want to ask you in the lifeguard example, if she says, hey kid, if you get into the water but can't swim or start to drown, I'm not coming to get you. Is that a threat of use of physical force in your view, or how else would you accomplish the threat part of this?
Well, 2 points, Your Honor. Number one, I think if that were generally considered a threat for purposes of the substantive statute that the person also has to violate under state or federal law, then perhaps that would be the threatened use of force. But it's easy to see threatened use of force in omission cases and other examples. Suppose you're the caretaker for an old sickly man and you tell him, look, I'm not going to give you your medicine today, and you're going to die unless you give me the combination to that safe over there where you keep all your gold bars. That is threatening an omission. I think everyone would consider that threatening an omission, and it's.
But is it a violence? Is it a crime of violence? I mean, this was the point that Justice Gorsuch, I thought, was making before, that you may have culpable conduct under the law, but what we're looking for the purpose of this enhancement is violent conduct, violent criminal conduct. And I guess what I'm worried about is the government's interpretation that has, lifeguards and caregivers and people who very intentionally and perhaps even criminally withhold their duties actually being put in the bucket of violence, even though they don't act.
Well, Your Honor, if you look at page 550 of the court's decision in Stokeling, you'll see one dictionary definition of violence that defines it in terms of the causation of physical harm. And in these cases, I mean, let's not lose.
Oh my God. Again, with the passive, he finds one definition. So if physical harm befalls you, then what I did was immediately violent. This is tap dancing. I told you you'd see tap dancing from a government lawyer. This is tap dancing. And Scarlet Grace. Sorry, this is the joke. It's an inside joke for the channel, and Ian's channel gets wrecked small, cute child in the pool. We do not want children to get wrecked unless they're running against Rick Hogue for like a great award for having survived a heart attack and or a stroke and being an advocate for those. Yeah.
Side of it, someone is using harm. I mean,
but they're not using Mr. Fagan. I mean, that's my problem is I don't understand how you get use to inaction. how you get use out of inaction.
So, Your Honor, maybe a few examples. He accuses us of having no examples. I think if you look at our brief, you'll see a number of them. But let me give you an example that comes.
Say that one more time.
He was salty about that.
He was. And he says they accuse us of having no examples, but let me show you some. He still didn't answer the fucking hypothetical about the lifeguard. He still did not answer it. So he's like, let me give you some other examples.
It's basically straight from one of this court's own opinions, which is, let's take a look at the Borden plurality again.
Snarky,
Borden plurality has an example of use of physical force against the person of another when someone is driving a car, sees someone come in front of them, and keeps, in the court's words, plurality's words, plowing ahead and hits them.
Action. They're moving.
Well,
right?
Your Honor, this is all just a game of, I think this is what one might describe as just sort of a terminological word game.
When you
I could also
answer these questions, Mr. Fagan, are you thinking about the use of physical force as an ordinary meaning kind of question, or are you saying it has a specialized legal meaning?
I think it's an ordinary meaning that's informed by the common law. So, Your Honor, to the ordinary meaning point on the Borden plurality example, I could easily describe that conduct as simply omitting to hit the brakes or omitting to turn the steering wheel.
And then we'd say you're playing.
But you're still driving the fucking car. I think that's where it is the second you start getting into these other hypotheticals.
And that's weaselly as hell.
You can just.
When he's like, it's omitting to hit the brakes. Come on, man.
You're driving the car. You press the accelerator at some point. You know, when he says the current, right? You pushed off from shore. There's something that you did to engage in that. There's more there. And he's resisting hypos that are so, or he's giving hypos that can just be destroyed in a second. So I'm confused on where Kagan is here. Kagan is throwing me on this one. So I think Alito might be in the bad guy bad, not going to make an exception. Or if he does, he's going to do not categorical, but he's going to focus on this action, trying to carve out. I think Kagan, I can't tell where Kagan is. Ketanji Brown Jackson, if you had any fucking doubts as to where she was, she's pretty clear on this. Gorsuch, I think, is pretty firmly in her camp. Sotomayor, I don't know. I think she's pretty firmly with Jackson. I don't know though, because she might be bad guy bad too. She likes to kind of make opinions based on gut rather than she just sticks with that. Barrett, I think, is in this is getting overturned or this is getting shot down. Thomas is definitely shooting this shit down. He's the textualist. He's going to be like, nah, you said use of force. This is some asinine interpretation of this. But it starts to really, you think it went sideways just before he's got about 5 more minutes and then his case is just shot to shit.
I mean, when you also answer these questions, Mr. Fagan, are you thinking about the use of physical force as an ordinary meaning kind of question, or are you saying it has a specialized legal meaning?
I think it's an ordinary meaning that's informed by the common law. So, Your Honor, to the ordinary meaning point on the Borden plurality example, I could easily describe that conduct as simply omitting to hit the brakes or omitting to turn the steering wheel.
And then we'd say you're playing word games. I mean, because I think when you push your foot on the accelerator and drive your car into somebody, that's not really such a hard case. But some of these are hard cases, like the lifeguard example, where we would say, you know, the lifeguard is just sitting there. And this is not like what a normal person would think of as a use of physical force. So it's almost as though we have to pick our absurdity. You started with one absurdity. We would say that murder is not a crime of violence. That seems pretty absurd. But here's another absurdity. The lifeguard is just sitting up there watching somebody is using physical force. That seems pretty weird too.
And it's comments like that wins a lot of points for me with Kagan. I disagree with a lot of Kagan's interpretation, but it's comments like that wins points, where it's like, you're asking me to pick between 2 ludicrous things. And yeah, this is ludicrous, but what you're telling me is pretty fucking crazy. Again, news. Thank you. Poisoner is always worse because they set the act in motion. Good Samaritan stopping it with the antidote has limited liability. The antidote kills them. They're not liable. If you do CPR, force, and break ribs, Good Samaritan is not liable. Allegiant Allegan News, a little bit different Good Samaritan law. You're thinking of Good Samaritan exception to liability, where if you act as a Good Samaritan to save someone's life, you're not liable for conduct that happens as a natural result of that action. That's
the
very
difference.
different.
Yeah, the difference is like here where I am, we have Good Samaritan on liability. So I don't know CPR, but I give it my best college try, and it turns out I make things worse. They can't sue me, right?
Correct. Yeah.
But if you've got the other form of Good Samaritan law, like let's say you're walking by and you see somebody drowning in a pool, or like you see a homeless guy who's like rolled over in a puddle, and you could go and like lift their head out. Well, you're required to do so if you're in that kind of Good Samaritan area, which Quebec is, but Alberta isn't. In Alberta, if I see somebody like fall and they've passed out face down in a puddle, I can just sit there and watch him die. It's like, cool. I can take pictures and post them online if I want, right? I mean, it's not a cool thing to do. It's not good to do, but I have no obligation there. Now, the caveat is, let's say I caused the problem.
Yeah,
so,
you've initiated the thing.
Yeah, let's say there's a bunch of people, like we're all sleeping in an abandoned building, because we're all homeless. We've all moved in. And I'm smoking. I set my cigarette down and it starts a fire. And I go, well, that's bad. And I just leave. Well, if I know that there's somebody else who needs help to get out from that fire and I don't try to help them, then it can be on me because I started the fire. I got an obligation. Let's say I don't even yell like fire, you got to get out. So,
well, and the point that you just made, the yelling fire. So Good Samaritan laws don't require you to go and actually get your ass in the water and save the person a lot of times. It requires you to do something affirmative to try to bring aid to someone.
It's usually if it's not dangerous, because the last thing you want is a situation where like, you get all sorts of situations where like hazardous gases. So like, there's hydrogen sulfide in a space or something. And the first person goes in and they pass out. And then you get like 4 more dead because a bunch of other people go in and try to rescue them. Even if you've got an area where there's an active, Good Samaritan law, it's not going to require you to go into the dangerous chemical gas to try to rescue them. And it might be that you can't do anything. It might be like you don't have a phone. That guy borrowed your phone and then he walked into the poison gas and you're like, all I could do was just kind of sit there and go, well, this sucks.
Yeah.
But if you can take actions, that's why I sort of used the guy passed out in the puddle, right? Real easy to deal with that. You just walk up and you roll him over, right? Cool. Now he's breathing. But
it's a conflation. So there's Good Samaritan laws that protect you, and there's Good Samaritan laws that impose an obligation. When they're talking about Good Samaritan laws in this context, in this case, they're talking about the Good Samaritan laws that impose an obligation. And Mrs. Squirrel, this point, the whole court is playing word games. They are, and they're not. This gets back to the point that I was making earlier of we're in this weird world right now where you have prosecutions going forward and drug enhancements, gun enhancements, and things that are seeking to impose additional penalties on people because we as society view them as very bad, but they're not using the right statute. They're just bastardizing the words to get a result that they feel is appropriate.
And the problem is that if every inaction is violent, now we've got a problem where this violence enhancement applies to basically everything, right? What doesn't get that enhancement? So that's a problem.
And Laura, not by this court's argument, but actually by prior arguments with regard to the Good Samaritan. If you call 911 and you see someone doing something, that usually, if you see someone jump into a frozen lake, Good Samaritan law is not going to tell you to jump in the frozen lake. But if you call 911, that is usually an action that's enough to keep you away from criminal liability.
Yeah.
Okay. So
usually
that was just a clarification.
Something like you have to try to do something. And it's not even like, usually it's not even, it has to be the best option. So usually, like, even so long as you're trying to do something.
And unfortunately, again,
in
some
most areas you don't have a
jurisdictions,
duty of care for the general public, but some of them changed that.
some jurisdictions started enacting laws that imposed obligations. It varies by jurisdiction, which is why the hypothetical was given very specifically. But in some jurisdictions, you have an affirmative duty by statute, which means you can be criminally prosecuted for disregarding that duty.
Your Honor, I think your two questions, as Your Honor probably recognizes, really pair together here. And the reason that we have 2 millennia of law that don't draw this distinction is precisely because it is a word game. If you look at, for example, the Hall treatise that we cite, that's from 1960, but still substantially predates the ACCA, or you even want to go further back and you look at the 1875 Wharton treatise, you'll see that the Wharton treatise, for example, in section 72 says even sleeping can be an affirmative act, and it can lead to liability when there's something you're supposed to be doing, but you're not doing it. And the common law sources that we cite, both Hall and Territory against Manton, which is an 1888 case, have no trouble describing those kinds of omission cases as involving the use of force.
Counsel,
This guy needs to stop saying that there's 2,000 years of precedent in the United States, because there is not, sir. Like, sit your butt down.
he just made the argument that sleeping could be a use of force case.
I'm going to aggressively nap. And I mean, Elf Liggins is right here. I guess you could argue he had a duty not to order a hit on someone. The way this is the thing is the facts of this case really don't get you to this argument.
No.
And the Supreme Court really ought to have said, this is not, like, we decline to hear it on this factual basis, because this factual basis has literally nothing to do with, literally nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Like, this is a bad factual case because it basically has no involvement. They just wanted to address this question, and it's now completely somewhere else. So
it's off the rails. It is so wild to where we are right now, but it's interesting.
So I like to get back to the lifeguard also. You said of course she was
so I made this point with Janet.
That is poor choice of words.
I want to make this point with I made this point with Janet. I basically said, listen, once you tell the internet something pisses you off, the internet is never going to stop with that thing.
Yeah. I'm going to get back to the thing that you didn't answer before.
So if you once you tell the internet that you hate being called Janet, the internet will never stop calling you Janet. Similarly, once you tell the Supreme Court, I am having trouble with your hypothetical, this is a really difficult hypothetical for me, which is what he said. He's like, I want to get away from your lifeguard hypothetical. They're like, now that's all we're going to talk about. Like, it's going to be all lifeguard all the time for the rest of the time. Like, so, yep.
Amanda Lang, Sarah Boone aggressively napped, but she also acted beforehand.
Yeah. I mean, she had a duty to get him out of the suitcase. She got him in the suitcase.
Using the force of gravity.
And she hit him with a bat.
And was she using it before the child jumped in the pool?
It sounds laughable, but that's kind of the argument he's making.
The thing is that laugh was really bad. When you get the one justice asks a question and another justice is like, it's like,
yeah,
you're having a shit day.
Like, when did the force occur? Because that's the question. When did the force occur? If she's using the force of gravity, was it before she jumped in? Now you see this thing entirely fall apart. And yes, this is Justice Roberts.
I know, Your Honor. And
so she did something that suddenly gravity was there?
Well, Your Honor, what
Did she
happened,
make gravity?
first of all, I don't think the force here is the gravity. I think the force is whatever happens within the body to, I mean, you can conceive of it in a number of ways. It could be the force of the water. It could be the gravity. It could be
What is the force of the water?
He's fucked. He is screwed. He is just the force of the water is the force of the water that you're treading, my friend, because
I mean, I don't know if I guess the pool is probably not deep enough for her to get crushed in it, but the gravity is dragging her down in the pool. There's an internal process going on in her body whereby her life is sucked away from her. I apologize, I'm not a doctor. I couldn't quite tell you what happens with asphyxiation, but the body's going to be attacking itself there, gasping for air, eventually die.
How's it attacking itself?
Kagan said.
Like he's trying to
not doing it.
Yes, he
keeps trying to use this attacking itself line.
The violence, yes.
And it's like, no, not everything is attacking itself. Like, if you're starving, it's not that your body's attacking itself. It's that you consume, resources in order to survive. It's not an attack. It's like, he's trying to frame this in a way that is extremely dishonest. And this is one of those situations where it's like, if this is the argument you've got to make, then maybe you should not make this argument. I don't know. This is making me extremely unhappy with this particular lawyer.
Well, let me give you an example, and maybe if this is an example for the chat, let me give the chat an example that might make you think about this a little bit different. Let's say that you're in a state, and for whatever reason, and again, you have to accept the hypothetical I give you. You're in a state, and for whatever reason,
now which state is this? Are we talking
just
Delaware?
You're in a jurisdiction. You're in a jurisdiction. And let's say that murder, right?
If I'm a corporation, I want this to be Delaware.
Let's say that murder is punishable by life in prison, but attempted murder is punishable by 1 year, right? Murder, life in prison, attempted murder, 1 year. Asinine, absolutely, yes. But let's say there's an enhancement for violent actions, right? And that enhancement is 25 years. So let's say that you cannot convict on murder. You lose the murder argument. So now you have a conviction on the attempted murder. But the only punishment you can give this person is 1 year of punishment. How hard are you going to be stretching to make that enhancement work in your case? And should you be? Should prosecutors be stretching an enhancement like this to meet an end? And again, this statute exists by nature of the legislature who passed it, which is a representation of the body politic, which is society in that jurisdiction.
Society needs to check itself before it wrecks itself.
Exactly. And that's the point the court's kind of making here. I don't care about this dude. I care about the asinine tumbling we're doing to fall within this logical quandaries. Like what the fuck are we talking about?
Anything.
Well, Your Honor, to your specific point, I could easily reframe it as the lifeguard withholding from the lifeguard's duty to rescue the child. And if you think of again, I think this is easier to see, and I'll translate the lifeguard example in a second, but easier to see in the Borden car plowing ahead example. I mean, if I just...
The car plowing ahead is different than the lifeguard doing nothing.
Well, I don't think... Okay, Your Honor, I think the lifeguard is using the force there because the lifeguard is using some physical force that causes the victim's death, and the lifeguard wants the victim to die. The lifeguard...
How asinine did that argument just get? You have to be completely out of your fucking mind to believe this. I think the lifeguard is using the force. Well, maybe they're using the force like Darth Vader, because the lifeguard is using some physical force, not her own by any stretch of the imagination.
And it's just because she wants the kid to die, therefore it's force.
Yes, that boils it down. And that's why these arguments are so important. That's why I play these arguments. That's why I listen to them, because you can't just listen to the first few questions or listen to questions here and there. You have to let the arguments kind of play out and see how it falls apart. It starts really strong and it makes sense. And then all of a sudden, there's one chink in the armor, another one, and all of a sudden you're here where the government lawyer literally just said the lifeguard is using the force, like just mentally.
Lifeguard wants to get to all that. That's beside the point. Your submission is that somebody who's just sitting there is using force, the force of gravity.
I mean,
and the force of the water.
Under a plain definition, he's taking advantage of the force. He is availing himself of the force. He's enjoying the force. Right. He's making the force his instrument.
But he's not doing any.
And we are now Darth Vader.
I'm enjoying the force.
I'm enjoying the force. I'm making the force my instrument. I took the force to dinner. I bought the force a coffee. We had a lovely meal. The force and I get along great.
The force and I are on a first name basis.
The force and I are we've been going steady. The force and I are good friends.
The force is on my conflict list.
The force betrayed me. The force cheated on me. The force is, I'm now divorcing the force.
Mr. Fagan, if I might just follow up on this, is there any death that's intended and caused by somebody doing nothing, like our lifeguard, that wouldn't involve the use of violent physical force? Because every death is going to be affected by gravity or water, and the body will fight itself in your terms. I mean, that's how death occurs, I guess, in the government's view.
Your Honor, to answer
what death wouldn't qualify?
So to answer your specific question, I don't think every death involves someone using physical force against
the lifeguard
another.
Can do it.
But I do think that every death does involve physical force. The physical
every
force
death involves physical force, and why wouldn't it all be violent? Because it's all extremely unpleasant.
We do think every death involves physical force and violent physical force within the meaning of Curtis Johnson.
Okay, all right,
Not all of them are going to satisfy this statute.
They're all violent
not
physical
all of
force,
them are
though.
Going. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Because,
all right.
because
I got another
there
question
is,
for you. I got it.
Can I add?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to add the point that the physical force requirement of the statute.
Does this dude sound like just completely beaten down from when he first started, by the way? Like he's just roasted.
A little bit.
It is very rare that, and usually it is very rare that you see the government attorneys, the solicitor generals or the government attorneys at the end of their argument in front of the Supreme Court feeling like you can hear him dejected because he's lost every hypothetical. Hey, Emily. Yeah, I watched the Sarah Boone stuff. It hurt my soul. And now we're watching this lawyer try to use he's trying to use the force to change the justices' minds. He's availing himself of the force. He and the force are going steady.
Is not to carve out things like murder and physical harm. It's to carve out like property crimes, fraud, that sort of thing.
But all murders are, by definition, the use of violent physical force, I think. I think it has to be.
Subject to the proximate cause caveat I was discussing with you earlier,
with the
Justice
lifeguard.
Gorsuch.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And the mens rea. It's going to be right. And the mens rea, of course, that I also mentioned at that time. But,
all right, it's kind of a little strange to think that Congress meant by this, if we want to talk about common sense, that every death is encompassed, so long as I can meet mens rea and causation.
And that is a scary fucking proposition. As long as you mentally intended for the and here's the thing, how do you prove that mens rea element?
Oh, I mean,
and
it would just basically
Mike,
be how much do we like this person,
Mike, and Ian's 100% right. Your mic cord, jiggle it.
Nope.
Ian's 100% right. You would get to a position where it's bad guy bad, sentence long time, don't care about anything else, reach that result. That's not how this is supposed to work at all. if you can meet this burden by simply proving the intention element, we are in a very dangerous place.
Yeah.
But put that aside. I really think you're struggling to, if I'm honest with you, to try and defend a position that just has nothing to do with this case, right? We've got a defendant over here who ordered a hit job. I mean, that's what the common sense on your side.
And handed them the gun.
And handed them a gun in a paper bag and the whole 9 yards. It's like out of a movie. And here we are talking about lifeguards and omissions. And it makes me wonder whether
Gorsuch is going to try and give him an out. He's going to go back to his divisible. Is the statute divisible between acts and omissions? Oh, he's going to make this thing so pretty, and he's going to say, do you want to take this out and try to make an argument for me?
Again, as I asked your friend on the other side, anybody considered whether this statute might be divisible? Because traditionally, murder statutes encompass two very distinct things: acts, ordering the hit job, and omissions where there is a pre-existing duty of care. Very different. Is that resonate to you at all? It might help you.
Yeah, Your Honor, I think we might make divisibility arguments with respect to some statutes, perhaps including this one.
That is such a clear. He's like, I don't think you're getting it here, so I'm just going to put a spotlight on the fact that this is your life raft, sir.
Yeah. Did you see him grab for it too? Did you see him just jump for the life raft? He's like, oh no, I'm grabbing this fucking thing. Look at this. Whoa!
But I mean, when do you need to be told might help you? Like the justice is basically like, I'm dealing with a toddler here. I've got to. I got to help this toddler out of the pool.
Gorsuch also has like the movie star voice, right? So and the way he emphasizes leading up to, he says, counsel, I think the problem is you're trying to make something fit that doesn't. And here's this lovely thing that I know you're really gonna want. Like it's gonna look really good. So do you just want to reach out and grab it? Like, do you want the life vest right there? It's pretty. It looks very nice. Now give me my argument.
If the court were to rule against us, obviously we won in the Second Circuit and we didn't make a divisibility argument because we were already...
Well, if that's the case, maybe we go back to Justice Kavanaugh's question from the last case. Why wouldn't we remand this to ask that we resolve that first before we start talking about lifeguards and every murder being encompassed within this?
Well, Your Honor, I think this is going to come up in any number of cases, whether or not the court resolves it here. And because, as we point out in our brief, 35 states by statute include omission liability, and one common way to do that is just to define the word act to include omissions. That's the way New York does it.
Omissions plus duty of care is what they do. And so again, if you won here, you'd have a great precedent that maybe that some of the others would be divisible too. I would have thought that would have been useful to you.
Well, Your Honor, we did not make that argument
I know
below.
that.
It's a state law argument that we don't think is appropriately made in this court, and we do
I
want
agree with that.
What would a divisibility argument as to this statute look like?
Would have done that.
And okay, so here's my interesting thing. When I put the justices on opposite sides, right, and I put them on the same like almost intellectual playing field, they play the same game. They ask questions the same way. I want you to pay attention when you're listening to Supreme Court arguments from this point on, because a lot of you are going to do that from now on, right? That's what we're going to do. We're going to listen to arguments. Good. Listen to what justices cut off each other and which ones ask questions of each other. So Ketanji Brown Jackson and Alito, oil and water, they will cut each other off every time. Always. They fight with each other on every hypo. Or Sotomayor. They're about the same. Gorsuch and Kagan go at it because they're the I guess the theorizers, the intellectual thinkers. They try to pontificate or not pontificate. They try to deep dive into why the statute is there from a deeper standpoint, and they always cut each other off too. Everyone on the Supreme Court has his or her opposite on the other side, and they have a tendency to try and cut each other off. So Kagan just jumped in and cut off Gorsuch.
Like, if I can ask.
I think we would probably be relying on cases, and New York has some, where because omission liability, as Justice Gorsuch just pointed out, requires a duty as well. There are cases where the jury instructions, for example, were found deficient because they didn't specifically allege the duty. But there are cases, and there are a couple of examples of them in the briefs, where something like horrific child neglect and also beating a child are kind of charged together. So I think the outcome of that would be a little bit in doubt. And that's actually the only reason why we've said that all of the statutes listed in our appendix are just at risk. It's the same thing the court said in Voisin. They're at risk because we're not quite sure how the divisibility analysis is going to shake out. But there's no question that we've already lost in the Third Circuit.
Here comes his parade of horribles argument. Breyer used to always make the parade of horribles, where if you reach this conclusion, these are the horrible things you're going to do to the rest of jurisprudence, right?
Yeah. Every bad thing will happen, and it will be your fault.
Exactly. So he has this lawyer has realized, and I imagine that there might be an actual note card on his folder that says, in case of emergency, like pull here, and it says parade of horribles. Because it's one of your last ditch efforts, right? You're losing on the argument, you're losing on the logic, you're losing on the law, you're losing on the facts of the case. So what do? Parade of horribles. Well, if you decide this in this case, this is the consequence that happens to other laws.
Every other case, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no question that that's going to affect charges under the hate crime statute in that circuit. It's going, and we think if the court were to rule against us, it would affect charges in the hate crime statute in other cases.
Crimes of inaction?
Yep. That he just, that's why I said on his folder, I think there was a tab that said, in case of emergency, pull here.
And it said, and he went to hate crimes.
Because the hate crimes is enhancement.
Like the local skinheads are just showing up looking for like people to just watch die.
I'm
trying to figure this out because there's all sorts of people I dislike, and I haven't figured out a way to just like watch them die without doing anything. Like,
so this one was
because I figured that if you had this as a service, it would be very popular.
I heard this, and when I heard him do this, and I heard him pull this lever, I was like, "What the fuck you doing, bro? Like, wait a second, what the hell you doing? Why you going here?"
To go to that was the thing I would have gone to is to say, listen, this is going to have a real impact on like domestic violence cases where you've got somebody who's been violent to their child.
He can't. That's the problem. That's why they want this.
And then they decide to like starve their kid, right? And that's why they want this case, because the DV enhancements are there. It has a separate statute. So this one, he's screwed. He can't go to the DV because it has its own statute. He's stuck. He's locked in this one. Huh.
Yeah. So ship is sinking. So let's go to the hate crime statute that we're gonna lose that enhancement, which that enhancement already is on tenuous ground as it is. I mean, Third Circuit, he's identifying some problems with it because you're dealing with a lot of if you do something in this mental state, you do bad and you get additional penalties for doing it. And it's very difficult to prove that. You're on a slippery slope. He's saying, Supreme Court, if you make this decision here, then, oh my gosh, that's completely gone.
Buffalo supermarket shooter has raised this very argument and preserved it. And if we lose it here, then the hate crime statute is not a crime of violence, killing somebody because you are biased against their race, because it could possibly be committed by the conduct of being a daycare worker and realizing that there's a bomb in the building and deciding you're only going to save the children of one race.
So are you fighting the categorical approach?
Okay,
Isn't that the root of your problem?
Does the bomb go off if the daycare goes below a certain speed, or like what is this? This is so fanciful, right?
This is you listen to this line of statements and you're going, where the fuck are you arguing this from? Because
oh man,
what just happened? Like did you forget you were in this case and thought you were in a different case for a second?
This guy's not even not just in the weeds. He is, oh man.
He's in a different case.
He's not just in a different case, he's in his imagination.
He's created a hypothetical under a different statute, a different conduct, different everything. Like I said, in case of emergency, pull here.
And I guess the divisibility.
This was not his escape route. This was
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, this is like, hey, if you happen to be falling out of a plane, rather than having a parachute, this is like, the guy's, it's like the Looney Tunes thing where he pulls the rope and out comes an anvil that he can grab onto, right?
This is very different. Very different.
This is not your life raft. This, you are, no.
So we're talking about two very different statutory schemes.
Argument has a lot going for it, but how does it fit with the categorical approach?
Your Honor, not every statute is going to be divisible by act versus omission. It's very common to define act as, define it by omission. That's the model penal code definition in section 1.137. But as to fighting the categorical approach, we had that fight a few years ago and we lost. So I am no longer fighting the
categorical. Well, I'm just wondering if you're trying to get in the back door.
No, Your Honor. The point I'm making
and we're
is,
back to phrasing.
I think there's, I think that approaching this with some sort of degree of common sense that is here informed by 2 millennia of common law, and Forcine looked at the common law to a certain extent in interpreting what the term use meant.
The other side says that the common sense is really captured by the residual clause.
Your Honor, let me make several points about that.
And let me just finish. Okay. And the residual clause, of course, in Johnson and Davis was declared unconstitutional, and that the other side says what you're, and by the way, it was pointed out that would lead to absurdities, and here we are, and that you're trying to jam cases that would have naturally fit under the residual clause into the other clause. So that's what the other side is suggesting.
If I could have a second, several points on that. Number one, I think he's trying to have it both ways. He's arguing that Congress wouldn't have wanted this to be a crime of violence at all, and he's relying on this residual clause argument. As to the residual clause argument, this isn't a case about potential risks, which is what the residual clause covers. This is a case where we know somebody dies. I think the court has not relied on the residual clause in other cases where it might have equally been applicable under the kind of logic you're suggesting, Justice Kavanaugh, like Stokeling. I think that's because everyone recognizes the elements clause has its own specific function. I'd also point you not just to 924C3's residual clause, but to the Armed Career Criminal Act's residual clause, which is worded a little bit differently, although no one thinks it.
All right, he gets lost in the weeds here. Hang on, let's fast forward to this part. Let me see.
He's not just in the weeds. He is.
I know.
Yeah.
Very rarely will I find myself agreeing with Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, just based on our interpretation of law. Not anything like that. It's just our interpretation of law, how we view the law, how we interpret the law, how we interpret statutes versus anything else. But in this particular case, I have found can't lose. I generally don't like her questions. I have found her questions in this case to be rather refreshing because it's like, can we get back to the common fucking sense?
No, Mr. Fagan, I appreciate that somebody died here and that we would ordinarily think of murder in that situation. But it's clear that the language of this provision of the statute is not focused on the outcome or the effect. And I think the common sense reading of this that cuts against you is the fact that physical force has a common sense meaning, use has a common sense meaning, and that it suggests that the defendant has to act, that they have to do something. And so Justice Gorsuch's point is about divisibility is kind of my thought, which is at the beginning of this, it seems like we have a bifurcation of the Congress's view that you have action by a defendant and you have omission in a different column, and we're sort of in the realm of action. So I guess my question is, how could Congress have possibly written the words use, attempted use, or threatened use of physical force and meant that the defendant doesn't have to do anything at all?
God, I found that refreshing. That was just a question. It was like, explain to me how the fuck your argument makes sense. Like, just please, just break it down for me.
Mm-hmm. Well, Your Honor, this goes back to the common law backdrop against when, I think the easiest way to see that there's some linguistic ways to see that too.
No, I'm just looking at the text of the statute. If you're right that what Congress was trying to capture with this.
Ketanji Brown Jackson just became Clarence Thomas. I'm just looking at the text of the statute. I'm reading the text of the statute. I'm just reading the damn fucking statute. Just answer the question.
Is a defendant, a victim dying, or a person being bodily, injured bodily. Congress has said that many other places, even in this very statute, when that was the triggering thing. What I'm worried about is interpreting the words use, attempted use, and threatened use of physical force to encompass a situation in which a person is not acting. That seems completely counterintuitive. It seems like it has no bearing in the words of the statute. I've already talked with your friend on the other side about the legislative history that actually shows that Congress wasn't talking about omissions. But how do you get past this sort of conceptual concern that we're really talking about doing something here, and you're suggesting that you don't have to?
Well, Your Honor, if I could respond, I would have like 3 principal points in response to that.
He keeps saying if I can respond, it's like, what do you think they want you to do here? They don't want you to learn to juggle. They want you to answer the questions. So go ahead and respond.
I have 3 principled responses that I would need a solid semester to lecture you on for 3 hours, 3 nights a week until you understood the principle I'm trying to convey. And then I can answer your question. Just
the premise of your the premise of your question was that this statute doesn't look at results. But I'd respectfully point the court to Castleman and as well as Justice Scalia's concurrence in Castleman, which both point out that where you actually have physical injury, it must have been caused by physical force.
Castleman was dealing with a different question. Like how much force, what is force, is putting the poison in the drink enough to be physical force? I'm talking about a situation in which a person does nothing.
Okay, the second point I'd make, Your Honor, and I've been trying to make it this morning, and I take it as part of your question, you've kind of rejected this. But I do think it fits squarely within dictionary definitions. Again, if my car's just rolling down a hill and I see my enemy walk in front of me and I let the car keep going and just don't do anything, I think we'd all say I used physical force. Now, maybe I got in the car and turned the key and started the car, but I certainly didn't have the intent to use physical force against the person of another. I only had it at the point I stopped doing something. And
is anyone else on the same page? The car is a stupid fucking example. The car is the worst example. It just
he needs to stop with the car and
does not make sense.
Somebody needs to take away the keys of both his car hypothetical and also his entire argument. Sorry, man, you've had too much to drink. You have to stop this.
Oh, that's an answer to one of the questions earlier. Who would have the flask of booze? It's the lawyer.
Good answer.
Third point I'd make,
Yeah, good answer. Oh my God.
If you'll indulge me one second longer, Mr. Chief Justice, thank you, is that I don't think this would have defied common sense because, again, if you look at all the common law sources, everyone recognizes this is a word game. Do I call it withholding? Do I call it not acting when I refuse to give someone medicine? And the common law is always treated doing something other than what you're supposed to do, fiddling while Rome burns, as an affirmative act. Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice.
Thank you, counsel.
Oh, okay. We don't need to listen to the rebuttal because holy crap. So
is the rebuttal just like, how long do I get to dance on this argument?
The rebuttal was just, let me repeat every argument I made in my opening argument.
I mean, okay. I don't like it, but
there were no additional questions. There were no additional questions. It was just, I disagree. Let me point out the errors here. We point out how the hypotheticals suck. He didn't need to. It's kind of dunking. Like, so there was no questions asked because why are you going to ask a question when you made your point already? When we first started listening to that argument, based on the first few questions, where was your head at? Like, as far as what the court was viewing?
I was just like, I don't know what the hell this is about.
Yeah,
was
it's kind of confusing. Why are we here?
And then I was like, this is the wrong case to address this, like, at all. Yeah. And then it's like, well, why is the government not just saying that? Like, okay, we agree with your examples in the lifeguard situation, but this is not a lifeguard. This guy's kind of the opposite of the lifeguard. He's the life D-guard. Like,
he's the one who threw her in the pool.
So you can say, like, we agree that the lifeguard situation is kind of inapplicable, that it's kind of a different scenario, and that here we are looking at somebody who is that's a very different scenario, and that it's
it was wild to me that the government would go that far on arguing the use of physical force, right? And it scares you because it makes you think about how they might use that level of interpretation, that type of interpretation, to actions that we would engage in on a regular basis. Like, let's say there is that Good Samaritan statute, right? And there is a use of force enhancement. You neglect a duty and little grandma falls into the manhole, and all of a sudden you're facing what would be a 1-year regular sentence, but with a 25-year enhancement, because the government has taken the position that force, the use of force, is now the Darth Vader use of force. Like, I accepted the force, I understood the force, I wedded with the force.
It's kind of like, did you have Jesus in your heart? Like, what was in your heart of hearts as you watch this person fall into the manhole cover? Did you think it was a good thing or a bad thing? Right? Because he's basically saying you might have the obligation, but, like, let's say you're just like, I don't care about this old woman. I just am sitting there going, I'm watching her fall in, not because I hate the old woman, but just because I really, my chair is just so comfortable.
Yeah.
And I just really don't feel like getting up. And he's like, well, that's not force, because now you're just lazy. Except he would be like, well, so I don't know.
It's wild. It is wild to me that and someone in the chat was making the comment of how this could apply to the Sarah Boone. You could apply this type of analysis to
anything.
Anything. I mean, the intentionality argument in the Karen Reed case, was the conduct intentional, and what conduct was intentional? Leaving someone in the snow, like the intentionality, the Sarah Boone, Daniel Penny. I mean, take the logical conclusion here that's being advanced by both sides and see how that plays out in cases that we've been covering, because it's applicable to everybody. It really is. So this was a more significant argument than I thought was being given credit for. Very interesting, though.
Yeah, I'm curious.
I want to do that. It was more fun. I like that kind of stuff more than a lot of the gossipy.
I'm thinking I kind of want to cover some of the Canadian Supreme Court because it's the one court that Canada broadcasts. So I kind of feel like I want to look at some of that. But the problem is you also have to go over the factums a little bit, or like just to explain what their arguments are. Maybe I'll have to do like real quick factum summaries and just be like, here's side 1. Here's what they're going to argue. Here's side 2. Here's what they're going to argue in 5 minutes. Okay, go.
And I think the challenge you have is trying to condense it, because everyone that I've seen try to condense Supreme Court arguments, they miss it. So you heard justices really attacking both lawyers.
The thing is, what I'd probably do is just like a live stream of the argument. With like comment and so forth. So not try to condense the argument, but try to condense the specific, like, just because if you walk in and you don't know what's in the factums, then you don't know what the case is about, and just be like, here's how the case is described, and maybe just like one side says the facts are this, the other side says the facts are this, and here's the arguments they're going to make in like point form. Okay, so now we've got our cheat sheets for like this side is arguing this side is arguing this. Into the arena they go, and we'll comment, right?
And here's the caveat, SK. You're right. I didn't give context for playing the argument. That was intentional. Usually I would have given you a background. I didn't want to. I wanted you to start hearing the argument on use of force, and I wanted you to be confused and try to make your own conclusions before you heard that this guy was this person. I didn't want you to know who the guy was, because it would have it might have changed your perception of the case.
And that's the other thing, is that if you what is it? Yeah, no, I can see that there'd be, sort of issues there.
This case was different. This case was unique because this was a test. Yeah.
The facts of this case and the actual what is going down have nothing to do with what they're actually talking about. They have nothing to do with each other. And it's like, why are they arguing this on these facts? It is wild to me. It is so the wrong set of facts for it.
It was a great intellectual argument. I thought it was phenomenal.
But it's like, we have these facts and we want to argue a completely different issue.
I know.
And yeah. It is a little bizarre to me, because when you told me what the what the facts were, I was like, huh?
Yeah.
Like, huh?
Huh. How are we? We're at attempted murder. Huh. Okay. I guess we're here now. Yeah, exactly.
The other thing is, I'm going to draw this back for everyone who's saying that insurance, or the CEO of the insurance company killing, is a total professional hit. I just want to just point out, when the mob is doing a professional hit, it does not look like a movie professional hit. This whole notion of this guy had this $2,000 specific gun, and he's all it's like, no, that is not how things work. Stop.
All right, so we're going to catch up on Super Chats. I'm going to give a brief mention of where Alex Jones is and where he goes next. I listened to the oral, the audio from the discussion the other day. It wasn't as interesting as I thought it was going to be, because they deferred the evidentiary hearing to later. So I'll just give an update on that briefly so that people know the news on that one. And then we're going to wrap the stream. But I'm going to do catch up on Super Chats, then talk Jones, and then get out of here. So hopefully out of here within the next 30 minutes or so. Good?
That works for me.
All right. Michigan Farm Boy Ian, as defense attorney, let's see, suggesting keeping a baggie of white powder on you, looking for work, question mark.
I specifically said it was not good advice. It was hilarious discussion. There's an important difference.
Very important distinction. Very important distinction. Kylie, does that mean health insurance arbitrarily denying claims to the detriment of patients or engaging in force? Under the government's theory? Maybe.
If there was an obligation, then yes.
Yeah, if there was an obligation, the government's theory, that would be yes. Carolyn Lower, thank you for becoming a member. Koch the Frankfurter, to be honest, I am not able to separate the law from the moral standpoint, and that's fair. But that's part of the purpose of us having these discussions, is to help people get to an understanding of why the law is one way and why we might feel a different way sometimes.
And the thing is it is a skill to separate things out, and it's a skill that they get you to practice in law school, because they'll do things like, okay, you're going to you guys are going to take sides in a fictional case where literally nobody has the moral high ground.
Yep.
It's going to be like one side is a racist and the other side is a criminal, and you're going to have to sort out which side wins. And the answer is that neither of those things matter, because they're actually just having a dispute over contract law. And the fact that these are terrible people is completely irrelevant. Like, they do that in law school to try to break you of those facts. They'll give you cases where it's like, the person who is correct in law is also awful as a person.
Yeah.
So
and
like some of them are contract cases where you're just like, it's real sad that this guy wins, but they do.
Yeah.
So,
and in some of the cases, well, in every law school, your law school had it too, there's always one person who makes the moral position. Well, I just wouldn't do that. I just wouldn't represent them. And you're like, no, you don't really have a choice. You're stuck. You don't have a choice. You have to do this. You
are the junior at a firm. You have been given a file. Your options are quit or do the file.
Yep.
And like, you get people who are doing like criminal law. And one of the things people doing criminal law will say all the time is, well, I would never defend like a sex offender. And it's like, well,
here's
you kind of will have to, right? It is the nature of the job. And sometimes you also don't know a lot of the time. People are like, oh, wouldn't want to defend guilty people. It's like, well, you don't always know who's guilty and who's not. So you just have to defend people, because I've had people I thought were absolutely guilty. Like, I thought my client was 100% the most guilty person who was ever guilty. And then midway through trial, I was like, oh, he's actually not guilty? Like, oh, I was here to make an argument, but I didn't realize it's like that this guy's actually factually innocent, and the other thing is that sometimes your client is factually guilty and you still got to defend them anyway, right?
Yes.
And sometimes your defense is not even about them. It's about everyone else. Like when you have a guy who is found with, he's found with 10 kilos of heroin in the trunk of his car and a gun and like somebody's arm. You're like, this is a bad person.
Yeah.
But the question is, often the question on that isn't like, hey, it'll be something like, is this a fair search? Because let's say the reason why they search this guy is specifically out of racial animus. Like the officer says, all people with blue skin are criminals. Therefore,
make it worse.
Searching his trunk.
Make it worse. They didn't have a basis to pull him over. They just pulled him over because he was a person of different color. All of it. Like make that hypothetical, right? But he found a dead body in the back with a gun that this guy admits holding.
Yep.
And shooting.
Or the guy gives a full confession, and that full confession leads them to like a dead body. But the way they get that confession is by torturing the guy, right? The whole like 24 situation. And you're going, well, at least we got this guy. The problem is that if they're torturing this guy to get the information, even though he's a bad guy, eventually they're going to torture somebody who, at the end of the day, didn't do it.
Yeah.
And so you fight that because it's like, well, I fight this because I don't want to be tortured. I don't want to have my car searched for no reason. I don't want the police to punch me in the face. I don't want any of these things. And so, sometimes it's about this is how the system should work. And the other thing is I've had situations where my client was guilty, but the prosecution didn't know about it. Like they didn't have any basis to know. So, for example, a guy robs a bank. And the description of the guy who robs a bank is something along the lines of, well, he was a guy of medium build, medium height. I declined to say what race he is because I'm, kind of shy. And he had brown hair. It's like, okay, cool. So out of all of that, we've got brown hair as a useful determination. And then they go and they arrest.
So it could have been gray.
Yeah, exactly. So then they go and they arrest some dude. And, it turns out when he's in my office, he's like, well, I totally did do the robbery. But their witness fails to identify him in a lineup. And they have just nothing, right? And it's like, well, they need to be good, not lucky. They have to actually have the evidence, because if being lucky is good enough, they'll charge everyone, right? It's just like, oh, well, there's been a bank robbery. We're just going to charge the first 6 people we find.
They'll charge who they want to. They will find the town troublemakers. This is how the case is.
Well, and also like the nearest black guy is going to be a lot of it,
or Hispanic,
or in Canada,
Asian,
Indigenous,
or you find anyone who's not in the majority of the town you're in.
Yeah,
and that's who gets the flashlight pointed, or the town drunk, or the town drunk that's out in front. They find everybody. Yeah. It's what happens. LGN News, Luke is in trouble for all these uses of force he did. Yes. Melissa K, catching up, and I adore Runkle, but hunting since I was 8, and my liberal military has been teaching me about guns forever. Not everything he clocks I believe is correct. No disrespect. Also from videos, I'm a better shot. Oh,
I mean, the better shot is like, okay, lots of people are. I am a lawyer. I study shit. I don't have the time to put in the hours I would love to have. So being a better shot than me is not hard. No shit. But I don't know what they're saying is incorrect. They didn't stick around. And so, yeah, I tried to ask like, hey, what did you say is incorrect? Because if they're talking about if they're talking about this killing, I'm pretty confident about like the not a well rod thing. So, yeah.
Michigan Farm Boy, they riled up the police that don't have they're riled the police don't have a duty, but the lifeguard will get a violent force enhancement for not acting. What the hell? That's the other part of this that
that's a spicy comment.
But it's also kind of accurate, and it's one of the reasons why the hate crimes enhancement gets a lot of flack, because you end up with a lot of very subjective applications, because you're focusing on their mental state, you're focusing on what they did or what they didn't do, and you're focusing on a prosecutor wanting to extend that enhancement. So the prosecutor has discretion on whether to bring the enhancement or not. How many prosecutors bring enhancements in cases involving police brutality or police violence? I don't know. But it's a very good question, and it's a very good point.
I mean, it's really hard to get them to even charge on one of those things. Right? Yeah. It's
good luck getting an enhancement.
Yeah.
But that's a good point to make. I don't mind that point at all. But apply that further too. I'm a pretend judge. Oh, if I hate my spouse and feed him unhealthy food to shorten his lifespan and he does die from a heart attack, could I be charged? That is one. Oh, damn it. That should have been one of the questions they would have asked in that argument. That's not that bad. Like you are engaging in some action to cause some violent end. I don't know. It's a good question though. Again, news, New York arguing using Good Samaritan has duty of care, yet has Penny on trial is interesting. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. The Daniel Penny case is different and distinguishable very significantly from these arguments here. Daniel Penny did a thing. He did a thing. He was engaging in some form of behavior. Here, in this case, you have an act of omission. You have something where they're not doing something. They're just on the outside facilitating something. They're not actually engaged in the act itself.
Daniel Penny is a defense of others case, and it's very difficult to have a defense of others case that involves inaction.
Yeah.
Like, I defended these people by not doing a thing. Unless that thing is like, I defended these people by not murdering them, in which case, I mean, I'm defending all sorts of people right now.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't see it. I mean, I guess you could argue, like, if you're in the trolley situation, I defended the person by not pulling the lever. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the Daniel Penny case is very distinct from this one. This Squirrel Chat is Bay, so smart and witty. Yes, they are, always. Book Dragon KSC, I'm loving this. Thanks for sharing, Rob. Thank you for being here. And thanks for appreciating that. A lot of people get bored by the Supreme Court stuff. I like it. LJ Peach. Okay, so we're now in the Seinfeld territory. Yep, we definitely were. Mincing words. Zimmy, thank you for getting a membership. Again, news. Good Samaritan laws that give me duty to care for general public is bullshit. That is where you go and vote for your representatives to pass laws or not pass laws. But you have to be aware of what laws exist in your jurisdiction.
And I don't disagree with you, because a lot of the time when you see the Good Samaritan cases, it can be hard to figure out what you're looking at, right? Because you'll get situations where, like, somebody sees somebody drowning and they don't do anything. And it's like, well, and then you ask them, like, why didn't you do anything? And they're like, I was not sure if the guy was actually drowning. I was trying to figure out what the hell it was. And they end up getting charged and all of this chaos. And it's going, okay.
Well, let's make this point hit a little closer to home. There's Good Samaritan law. Someone's drowning, and you have two individuals that are there. One individual is the town drunk who runs up to the water's edge, throws a rope out, but doesn't do anything more than that. The other one is the retired police commissioner, retired fire chief. And he just stands there encouraging the person who's throwing the rope and telling them to jump in the water because he says he has a heart condition, but doesn't call or do anything else. Who gets charged? And who gets the enhancement?
I mean, there's other things. Like, let's say you're out walking and you see a dude pass out and, like, start, whatever. And the guy is homeless and he smells like, how do I put this? He smells like underwear, like, when somebody's like day 5 into a Magic the Gathering, convention. And you're like, okay, so maybe I don't want to provide mouth to mouth with this guy, right? Like, are you going to go to jail? Like, how many sores does the person have to have before you're like, I'm not doing this, right?
No, but it's a point. I don't like the Good Samaritan laws. I don't. I think you are engaging in a slippery slope when you do that. And I don't think people should be prosecuted on that. They should have an expectation of what they can and cannot be prosecuted for. Did Daniel Penny have a duty of care in New York? Different duty of care. This is not someone who was walking into a manhole or drowning in a pool of water. This was very different than that. He acted affirmatively to, in his defense, was a defense of others case. Again, news: if you're a corporation, you do not want Delaware if you're Tesla. That case came down. We'll see what happens there. It's very interesting. Emily Aarons, everything isn't violent. Government argument is dumb, in my opinion. I think I got there towards the end. Jack Campbell, I've gone to third base with the Force. through meetings. I enjoyed the force. I appreciated the force. Dinner. Courtney Lane, I would love for this to be a regular thing we do. Listen to the Supreme Court arguments with commentary from you two. The brain stretching is refreshing and cases heard by the Supreme Court affect us all. I agree. It's finding the right ones, though. There's a bunch of boring ones, and there's a bunch of ones that you're not going to get good discussion because the debate becomes so hotly contested on issues that are impossible to bring back to the logical part of the debate. So,
yeah, I mean, there's a ton of Supreme Court cases where it's like, okay, we could watch this Supreme Court case, and it's like on the finer points of insurance law as to like when an insurance contract is voidable for failure to properly disclose as, per the duty of utmost good faith, because this one corporation didn't mention that they had that they were engaged in like aluminum, aluminum grinding, and they didn't mention that. And it's like, and you're just sitting there going,
yeah.
Oh,
there's one I listened to the other day was like on the NVIDIA disclosures in an SEC filing. And I was like, oh my God, I get it. But can we move on, please? Like, this is boring. Even for us nerds, it gets boring.
Yeah.
But yes, I agree. I like this stuff. And if you guys do too, please let me know in the comments. If you do, please let me know in the comments. Give that encouragement, because I guarantee you I'm gun shy on the Supreme Court stuff because it's difficult to bring the focus back to the actual discussions of law because people have a lot of very, very firmly deep-rooted opinions that I'm not going to be able to sway. Allegheny News, who's opposing Thomas in SCOTUS? Well, Thomas is on one side, other people are on others. Thomas has his opinions, other people have others. Katie Hewling for Leo's Jeep Fund. Well, Leo's getting a lot of toys. I don't know if it's Jeep. Allegheny News, city owns manholes. Who has the duty, public or the city? People sue the city for criminal liability too, all the time. Cities and municipalities get sued criminally. They have to open themselves up to litigation, but they do get sued. Sandy, please don't forget to hit the like button. Please do hit the like button. There's 1,832 of you here after 5 hours, so please, thank you. Allegheny News, watching Canada Supreme Court is watching judges as Santa Claus. Maybe time to update robes.
Are you familiar with what he's talking about?
I am. I've seen your argument. I watched your argument in front of Supreme Court. They do love that little Saint Nick.
I mean, the reason why Santa Claus looks like that is because they basically outfitted Santa Claus with what was supposed to be sort of regal outfit. The problem is that as time has gone on, we no longer think of it as a regal outfit. We think of it as the thing the fat toy guy wears. And so it's no longer like super impressive. And now it's just like, oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, this is what it is. Those things are expensive though. I know that.
I don't want to know what one of those outfits costs. Like the Supreme Court of Canada outfits. I'm sure there's thousands to get one.
It's probably like one provider too that does it. XEDA, thank you for getting memberships. Robin, the ADR Pro, morality and legality are not identical concepts. It's true. You ideally, you strive for a world where they do align 100% of the time. That's what you strive for. That's the goal. The goal is morality and legality line up perfectly. But you're never going to get
the rest of the world.
Exactly. You're never going to have these things perfectly aligned. Again, news, crime enhancements and hate crimes are BS. Crime enhancements themselves, I'm generally not a fan of. It's create a sentencing structure where someone commits a crime and they get sentenced appropriately under that crime. When you're trying to enhance sentencing values based on different things and factors, I think you step into a world of slippery slope.
I mean, that's
whether it's
the
a
world
gun
of
enhancement, a drug enhancement, the arbitrary
that's sentencing in general.
I know, but it's also it's a
like if I stomp The Rock to death, I'll get one sentence. If I stomp a baby to death, I'm going to get a very different sentence. And that is just improper, right? It is you know, it makes sense that you're going to have different things, right? If I steal $20 from Walmart, that is different than if I'm stealing $20 from a homeless guy who is literally going to die, you know, that he's got nothing else, right?
To the point that was made earlier,
the
though,
question is, how do we do it appropriately?
Exactly. And a lot of, there's not a whole lot of review on the sentencing enhancement stuff, right? You get people challenging the underlying conviction, but maybe the person they fucking did it. They did it, right? And the question is the enhancement appropriate? And the challenge is the court very rarely, because the enhancements are there statutorily, they're there by the legislature, which is an act of the people. It's an act of the body politic. It's an act of the legislative branch. And the courts are going to sit there and say, we have to defer to you. We have to defer to you because you, as society, deemed this level of crime to be punishable by this additional level of punishment. But you run into an issue where rubber meets the road and you have an application of those guidelines or those enhancements on crimes, because a lot of the enhancements more recently have been very much focused on the mens rea, the mental state of the individual committing the offense. And that's a very slippery slope in trying to prove that. How do you prove someone had this malice in their heart, that they really intended this for a specific purpose, especially when that person has a Fifth Amendment privilege not to testify against themselves. So you can't actually know, because they don't have to tell you what they were thinking or doing. But yet,
I mean, in Canada, one thing that often comes up is like, you've got somebody who runs up, they shout the N-word, hard R at somebody, and they punch a black guy in the face. And you're like, okay, do we apply an enhancement? And the answer is almost always no, because that is almost never actually provable as motivated by whatever, because it's almost always mental health, right? It's almost always a crazy person. But you run into the problem of like, should we punish crazy people for using slurs, which is what it comes down to a lot of the time? It's tough, right? And I mean, I think that a lot of people would agree that like an attack by like a group of skinheads who go out to specifically target somebody of a particular race is more serious than somebody who like gets into a bar fight or something like that. And it's like, but how do you weigh all this? And it's tough.
That's what I mean. Isn't there a way to punish that different criminally, or just finding a different crime? But it's hard. You run into the mental state element. You run into that issue, and how do you draft language that captures that one bad without accidentally capturing a lot of other things? It's an interesting debate. Yeah. Again, is Runkle to turn somebody out of the puddle so they don't drown requires an action. Why do I need to do anything?
If you're in an area that has these Good Samaritan laws, you may be required to take positive steps to prevent somebody from dying.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, because where I am, like if I see somebody pass out on in my front lawn, you know, it's 20 below. I can just be like, it is freezing cold out there. I know they're going to die if they're passed out. But I don't actually have to do anything because we're not in a Good Samaritan area. I can just sit there and I can go out, set like with a cup of hot cocoa, set up a chair near them and watch them. Now, the thing is, the instant I start taking any action, like if I go out there and the person starts to get up and I go, no, and I push them back down into the snow, now I get to eat the whole shit sandwich. So, you know, this is the thing. And most people, I think, would actually take the step of helping the guy out. But the thing is that criminal law isn't necessarily to punish you for being immoral. It's to punish you for doing criminal acts. And so historically, and, you know, the criminal law has not punished a lot of omissions. And typically the situations where omissions can be punishable is the exception. So let's consider an example. There is a law in Canada, and this is a very Canadian thing, that it is illegal to fail to guard a hole in the ice.
Wait, what the fuck? Really?
Yes.
Now, by guard, I mean that it probably also means like obstruction, something that prevents someone from falling into it.
Yeah. It's any like to properly
secure against someone.
Yeah.
Falling
the thing is the law says duty to safeguard opening in ice. Everyone who makes or causes to be made an opening in ice that is open to or frequented by the public is under a legal duty to guard it in a manner that is adequate to prevent persons from falling in it by accident and is adequate to warn them that the opening exists. Now, that might be posting a dude there to be like, there's a hole here. But it might also just be like, you might be fine if you just put up like barricades that say, ice hole, do not fall into it. So that is, but it's a very Canadian thing. But also, it doesn't apply to everybody. It's only if you were the person who made the hole in the ice or directed that hole. The reason why they put in the causes to be made is because they want to capture like
people that
an employer.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's a situation where you've got an actual duty to take those steps, right? So that you have to actually that you have to actually say, okay, well, I got to put up a fence. And if somebody dies as a result of your ice hole, and again, ice, I'm not mispronouncing something else, you can face manslaughter charges because they've died via your criminal act.
By the way, your hypothetical earlier of just sitting there and watching someone die is how communities end up passing these Good Samaritan laws. And it's like a pendulum swinging one way or the other. Like, so you see a pendulum like here and you're like, we don't want this result where someone sits there and watch someone die. They're like, we're going to pass Good Samaritan law. And they pass it and they realize, holy shit, we just imposed an obligation. It swings the other way. And it's like, well, do we really want that? And they try to find somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Michigan Farm Boy meant Supreme Court ruled police have no duty to act to protect us. That would be a violent act per government argument, right? I don't know that, but again, I don't know a lot of what that argument ended up being at the end. I think everything was a violent act at the end. Again, news in Daniel Petty's case, the cops would not provide mouth-to-mouth because he was dirty possible drug addict. That's procedural for the cops. It's safeguarding their own safety, I think. That's the policy they have. Improv Man, interesting note, under LDS teachings, Samaritan laws would count as evil. Forced morality is a perversion of the concept. Interesting note.
I don't know if that's accurate, but okay.
That's interesting. AG, love the SCOTUS discussion. Super important to know the highest precedent. I think you forgot to come back to my super chat from earlier, though. AG, I don't know if I did. Sorry.
Rob, you had a duty of care with respect to that super chat.
I thought I did. AG posted his regular comment, or the question is regular comment. I'll try to grab it. I will. I'm sorry if I missed it. I thought I got everything though. Allegan News. Have not joined in Friday streams in some time, but been fun tonight. You've been engaging a lot and having some really good questions and spirited debate. I appreciate the hell out of it. It's phenomenal. RK, listen to this one alone. I deaf to others here. Thank you. That's very kind. Again, news. Remember, Biden was all for sentencing enhancement for crack cocaine, but not for coke. Why sentencing enhancement is bad ideas. Sentencing enhancements are different. They're always different, and they're very fact-based. And when you get down into the weeds, this is why I hate national sentencing enhancements, right? Because what happens in Louisiana is very fucking different than what happens in Washington State. So all of this is to say, pay attention to your local laws and the laws being passed, and engage in the community and engage in the discussions and vote. Mama Bets, legislating morality is a really slippery slope. Mama Bets, that's what legislation is. That's what the criminal code is. The criminal code is an attempt to legislate in conformity with what we deem to be morally right and not right.
I don't really approve of the morality theory of criminal law. I think it should be based purely on harms. I don't think there's any place in the criminal law for stuff that we just consider immoral as opposed to something that is harmful.
Oh, okay. I see your point there. I think I was viewing morality on the concept of harms. And when you do the concept of harms, there's a distinction between physical harms, mental harms, emotional harms, etc.
AG, I see your comment. I started for Rob.
I got it. Thank you. Yep. Rob and the ADR Pro, I love the SCOTUS discussions and others you did today, showing that the practice of law is more than just trials. Lawyers do so many other things, and we nerd out legal philosophy. I love this stuff, man. I love debate, period. Again, news, can we ever get a call-in Friday stream, Discord or after show? That's not a bad idea. I can try to do it. Let me tell you what happens Friday stream.
It's risky, though.
I know. Let me tell you what happens on Friday streams. It is 2:00 my time. I have the future mother-in-law coming in and landing on an airplane at 10 a.m. here. It is 2 a.m. my time. And I will tell you what happens after the streams. I am usually amped up on a little bit of like just overdrive. So it takes me at least an hour to get sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a rough day. Saturdays are always rough days, but I like having these debates with you guys and discussions because it's that important to me. So maybe not a Friday, but maybe I can try to do some more audience participation on a different stream, different format, shop stream.
The other risk is that you've always got the possibility that somebody calls in and they just say something real dumb. So,
AG, I don't know why crypto is called a currency when all you can buy with it is real money. Working on crypto cases as a transcriber, they're reconstructing the worst of the banking system with no regulation. Your criticism is what a lot of people have been echoing in asking for Congress to pass laws to address crypto. And honestly, it's not about, it's not, at this point, it's not about whether I want legislation that makes it easier to do it or legislation that makes it harder to do it. I want legislation, period. There just is no legislation in this field where you have anything specifically addressing crypto. So I wish they would take that up. That'd be easier. But with the divided Congress that we have right now, I don't know that you're going to get there. And that's a concern for me, especially based on how much money is being spent in this arena. And then Lil Har Oak, I agree. And this was kind of a test. Got to bring Andrea on when you do another one like this. This was kind of a test with the Supreme Court cases. I would love to have other lawyers on and debate the back and forth and arguments being made. It can get sideways. And as long as I'm picking topics that we can keep all on track, I think we can probably do that. So I will keep that in mind. I think it's important, though. All right. I'm going to swoop last comment, and it's probably going to be like 5 minutes because I just double checked and there's not a lot of update here, but swoop. Just because I promised to make it through and got to get the comment or got to get the topic at least covered. The Onion and Alex Jones.
Oh, right.
Basically, yeah, I know. We're still on freeze pattern. They had a hearing on November 25th. And on that day, it was really just a status conference. You remember the last time we talked about this, the judge was pissed about how this case took place or how the auction took place. And since then, both sides have kind of settled down. They've gone to their camps and they filed witness exhibit lists. We have a ton of exhibits that are going to be coming out. And the judge has basically authorized certain depositions to be taken to the trustee, the different individuals that are involved. But the judge has basically said, nah, we're not doing shit. We're not doing anything until we get this resolved. I'm not approving the sale. I'm not touching it. We are going to basically say, everyone press pause until we have a resolution. Now, this article is from Bloomberg, so it's going to have a certain position to it. So we're going to take it with a grain of salt. Onion's takeover Alex Jones Infowars is frozen until the hearing. The Onion's offer to buy the right-wing provocateur Alex Jones' Infowars platform as part of liquidation to pay off his debts to the families of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting victims is on hold until a bankruptcy judge can approve it. So Judge Lopez rejected the request for an emergency temporary restraining order to stop the trustee from basically taking over assets. Judge's like, I'm not doing that. You can take over the assets, but I'm not going to authorize the sale to a third party. That's what the judge did. So he's going to consider the objections beginning next week, and he's going to, when's the next hearing? I think he set it for December 17th. No, he set a date. What was the damn date for the trial? Oh yeah, this one. They're not dischargeable. He's saying no, they're not dischargeable. That's resolved. That's not gonna. These guys get district court. Where was this? I think it's December 17th. Yep. December, it's set for December 9th or December 17th. The attorneys are going to confer and figure out which one of those is going to work best. The parties are going to notify the court once they've agreed on a date. I can tell you it's probably not going to be December 9th because that is in 2 days, and there's no way they've got depositions scheduled before then. So depositions are being taken place now, and then we're going to have a hearing probably on December 17th. And it is going to be interesting. So very rarely are you getting into the deposition phase of bankruptcy litigation. We'll see. I am very interested to see how they did the math on the Connecticut family's release of their claim to get that valuation. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see when we get there. Elegant news. It's not immoral for me to take Runkle or anybody's wife as my second wife. It is shitty, and anyone with basic morals should not do it. Well, elegant news. That is an example. I mean, Ian usually has the out of the box hypotheticals. This one is a new one.
I mean, best of luck. I can tell you how that'll go for you.
A lot of guns in the house. So,
and it'll be my wife using them.
All right. I'm exhausted. 5.5 hours. Everyone thank the mods, please. Mods, you guys are phenomenal. Thank you for sticking around for this one. You guys are amazing. Ian, thank you for being here as long as you were. I didn't know that I would get through that whole argument. I knew it was long. Thank you. I'm tired.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. What are you coming?
You know what I got to do now?
What?
I got my dining room table is entirely buried with like auction winners' stuff.
Yeah.
And my wife is like, I need some space. So I gotta move stuff to the garage as much as I can. So
oh no.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to like haul stuff. It sucks.
Well, I've got to not haul stuff. I did a lot of hauling this week. I had to build an IKEA stuff this week, but I also built this little dummy guy. He's cute. I printed him.
I kind of want to get a 3D printer.
They're fun, man. They're really fun. They're kind of a hassle, though. The fun thing is you can start it, walk away.
There's various things I think I could do with it for like leather stuff. One of the things I want to try is like 3D printing a thing and then pressing it into the leather and see how that works.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Pretty fun. They're fun, buddy. I tell you that. If it came down to, got a couple $100 laying around and you wanted to try something, I will tell you it is worth it.
And the other thing is, I really want a laser one of these days, but yeah, we'll have to figure that
Those
out.
are those. I want one of those, but
those are
that's
expensive.
That's a couple $1,000 laying around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. All right, guys, we're gonna get out of here. Ian is gonna be streaming, I imagine, on Monday. Yes,
Monday. Yep. We're gonna cover, amongst other things, we're gonna cover the. I might end up doing a stream this weekend because they just had the gun ban, and I might need to. I might need to go over that. So.
And I saw you were hopping on other people's channels too, covering that. People have been asking you for comment on those.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's messed up. So we'll see. But I mean, it's what happens with our government sometimes. Also, I have been told that I can share something.
Amanda Lang has been on fire all night. She's been on fire. Just what's more expensive, laser or the shark to put it on?
All right, so here we go.
No. You're full of shit. I hate you.
It's not my puppy. God. The reason why I'm sharing the puppy is because the puppy was apparently named Bailey. So that's Bailey.
Cute.
That is the second cutest dog Zora might have.
So little. So little.
So tiny. So yeah, somebody, one of my viewers on Twitter was like, "Hey, here's a puppy. Guess what I named him? It's Bailey."
I needed that. That's awesome.
Yep.
That's awesome. All right. Now that we have the puppy cleanse, that makes me feel so much better, honestly.
I figured we needed a puppy cleanse.
It was such a good puppy cleanse. Oh, it was so good. Okay. All right. Hey, if you guys are doing anything, I was gonna say I don't have trial next week, and I would like to spend some time in the shop. And with that in mind, I'm telling you guys to spend some time in the shop. Go make something, go do something, go have a good weekend, enjoy family. Put up to Christmas decorations if you want to. If you're one of those savages that does it now, you got a long time before Christmas, but put in that time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging the content. Thank you for having the debate with me. Thank you for enjoying the debate with us and having conversations. May the force be with you. May the force embrace you. May you embrace the force. In other news, have a great weekend, and I will see you guys next week. Night, guys.